A Growing Affection. Book 1 Part 2. By Xavon Wrentaile. Though I would have liked to have won, and had my rematch with Niji, it was better to do the right thing. She brightened again, and I made Chunin anyway. Hanabi, her temporary teammate, started, after digesting his friend's story. We're gonna need a teacher, to help get us ready for the test. And I can only think of one person up to the task. Kakashi Hatake opened the door to his apartment, saying, "What is it, Naru?" He had been expecting his student from the loud, familiar knock. But the Jonin was set off guard by the presence of the Hyuga sisters. "Oh, hello, Hinata, Hanabi." The copy ninja appeared to have been sleeping before their arrival. His normally upright hair hung limp around his face. He wore only a pair of knee-length pajama shorts. Though uncovered, his scarred left eye was clenched tightly shut. And he was unmasked. Finally seeing his face, Naruto thought it unremarkable, but Hanabi's expression said she did not agree. A strange weight gripped his chest, and he glanced sideways. He was relieved Hinata's reaction did not mirror that of her sister, or that of Iam 3 years earlier. "What can I do for you three?" he asked. "Hanabi and I are preparing for the Chunin exam," Naruto was as direct as usual, "and we want you to train us, Kakashi-sensei. Make sure we are ready and can work as a team." "Naruto, I can't just..." Hatake started to protest, when his cell phone rang. He recognized the ringtone and turned away. Just a moment. He left them standing in the doorway, not inviting them in. Hinata thought she caught a glimpse of something purple moving in his room, and hid a smile. Kakashi picked up the cell phone with a look of annoyance. Ever since some tech ninja determined how to encode a jutsu on a microchip to create an unbreakable encryption, the portables had become standard issue for Leaf Shinobi. But the Sharingan bearer did not trust that the code could not be cracked, and more to the point, hated the intrusive device. Moshi moshi, for a brief moment, Kakashi wondered if Naruto could offer that greeting. He was tempted to call the kid some time to find out. Before he could continue that train of thought, the expected voice emerged from the speaker. "I'm guessing the knucklehead is already there?" Tsunade didn't bother to greet him. "So he covered his bases this time," the silver-haired Jonin sighed. "They already gained your approval." "I think it's a good idea," the Hokage said brusquely. "You are still recovering, and this should be easier than a real mission. Besides that, Naruto seems to want your respect, so he works harder when you are the teacher. And I don't want to listen to him whine if he fails again." Then she let out her own sigh. "But the real reason I agreed to this is Hanabi. I may not be fond of Hayashi, but he does command political power, and it would not do for his favorite daughter to die during the exam. And I don't want the twerp to get hurt either." "Wait, does that mean?" "I don't think the girl is ready, and the risk is greater for a pair." The Sannin anticipated his question, "but I don't have any personal knowledge of her skills. And Naruto will protect her. So that's part of your job. Now," her voice was all business, "you have 7 days to whip them into shape. At the end of the week, if you think Hanabi is not ready or they can't work together, I will prevent her from participating. Also, because you're supposed to be taking it easy, I'm giving you some help. Sakura, of course, and since Kurenai is on maternity leave and Shino is on clan business, I'm also giving you the rest of Team 8. Alright, I guess I am up for a challenge." Kakashi directed this at his guests, but they might not be. Both genin stared at him angrily. "Good, I'll leave them to you," the Konoha leader said, before hanging up. Kakashi closed the phone and dropped it back on his dresser. He looked over the 3 younger ninja, and then addressed them. "I'll meet all of you at the monument at 7 a.m. Naruto and Hanabi, make sure to bring full mission gear." Then he paused. "And can you guys let Sakura and Kiba know?" "Wait, what about Sakura and Kiba?" Naruto asked, his face screwing up in confusion. "All of us?" Hanabi looked at her sister in surprise. Kakashi put his hand to his head, exasperated. "Did she just not tell you, or did she decide after you left?" None of the 3 understood what he was asking, so he explained, "Lady Tsunade has assigned Hinata, Kiba, and Sakura to help me in your training, since I am on recovery." Naruto's eyes fell on the new, vivid red scar on the back of Hatake's hand. 2 weeks ago, Kakashi had been seriously poisoned on a mission. Though he had been released from the hospital a few days ago, The medics were still monitoring him. Naruto, you can tell Haruno-san, Hanabi said. Hinata and I will go see Kiba-san. The trio left, and Kakashi closed door, thankfully. They're gone, he said. A shapely, unclothed shadow detached from the wall. She raised her right hand, and crooked her index finger in invitation. The Hyuga sisters were surprised the next morning. When they arrived at the monument at 6:49 a.m., Naruto was not already there. Kiba and Akamaru showed up just before 7 and were just as astonished as the girls. Naruto finally appeared at 7:15 and immediately noticed Kiba's annoyance, Hanabi's disdain, and Hinata's shock. "You're late," Inuzuka growled. Naruto did not seem to understand and looked up at the sun. "What are you talking about?" he asked. "I'm at least 20 minutes early." "Naruto," Kakashi-sensei said. 7. Hanabi's light voice dripped with condescension. "If Kakashi-sensei is the one setting the schedule, he's always at least 45 minutes late, usually closer to an hour and a half," he told them. "The only time I've ever seen him early was one time when his watch got set 2 hours ahead." "I wonder how that happened." Kiba read Naruto's grin at the end. The blonde teen just smiled wider. Sakura walked up at that point. "What's so funny?" she asked. "I was just telling them about how Kakashi-sensei's scheduling works." "Oh," another voice asked, "and just how is that?" "Ah." Kakashi-sensei, for a second Naruto looked embarrassed, but by the time he turned to face the Jonin, his face and voice were accusatory. "You're early." "Well, we'll need all the time we have," he offered sheepishly, well aware of his track record, "which is why you two won't be coming back to the village this whole week. So, let's get moving." After a short march, Kakashi stopped them in a clearing about 10 miles from the village. Their teacher dumped the bag he had been carrying onto the ground, and Naruto goggled. Hinata was less obvious about it, but was just as surprised. Spread across the ground were dozens red, yellow, and blue wrist weights. "Hanabi, I want you to put on a set of the blue weights," Kakashi said, "and Naruto, let's start with a set of the red and a set of the yellow." "Red and yellow," the blonde boy moaned. Hanabi leaned down and grasped one of the blue straps. She tried to lift it but was surprised by its heft. She had to use both hands. "You want me to wear 4 of these?" she asked. "This must weigh 25 pounds, Hinata said. "These are chakra weights," Kakashi explained. "By channeling your chakra, you can reduce their weight by a factor of 5. But these are greedy things. They will take as much energy as you give them. And if you don't give them enough, you won't get the full weight reduction. So you have to find and maintain the right balance." Naruto had finished securing the last weight with a grunt. "How much do those weigh?" the younger genin asked. "The yellow weigh twice as much as the blue, and the red are double the yellow," Hinata answered, almost instinctively attaching a set of red weights to her joints. Hanabi glanced from her sister to Naruto and back. Finally, she secured the tool around her left wrist and picked up another. "So what are we going to work on first?" Naruto asked, only mildly slowed by the 30 extra pounds on each limb. "I want to talk my assistants about that first," he answered, leading the 3 Chunin a short distance away. After a brief conversation, they returned. Kakashi indicated Hinata, who stepped forward. "First I will teach Hanabi carry name jutsu, so that you can practice utilizing that technique," she told them. "That cannot happen," Hanabi countered. They all turned to her. "May I ask why?" Kakashi asked blandly. "It is not allowed," she said firmly. "That technique is only taught to Chunin, and my sister is not supposed to teach me it. We will have to do something else." "All right, the Jonin side, you two can start with a jog while we come up with another plan. Start by heading to the river." "That's 2 miles. Hanabi complained, her drooping arms indicating she was still having trouble with the weights. "Go slow," Kakashi agreed, "so we have some time." Naruto took off, trotting at half speed. Hanabi reluctantly followed. When the genin pair returned, the 4 ranking ninja were all waiting. "Okay, we have come up with a way to test your observation and teamwork," Kakashi informed them lightly. "Some of the weights are missing," Naruto noted. Hinata smiled proudly and Kiba groaned. He extended his hand, and Sakura claimed the 50 Ryo bill. "That is correct. We have hidden one set of each collar in the forest. They are all within 1 mile of this clearing. You two have to find them. The rules are as follows. You must each bring back 2 weights of each color. You are not allowed to speak or to write. Other than that, anything goes. Oh, he suddenly remembered, you only have 2 hours. Hanabi took off towards the trees, but Naruto just stood there, thinking. She turned and stared at him. When he noticed her appraisal, he held up his hand, palm out. The girl started tapping her foot. Then he grinned. He put his hands on either side of his face, his fingers splayed. She cocked her head, not understanding. Naruto pointed at her emphatically, and then made the same finger spread gesture. Finally, and just after Hinata, Hanabi figured it out, and activated her Byakugan. The teen genin nodded, and grabbed one of the extra blue weights. He carried it over and set it on the ground between them. Hinata activated her own jujitsu to observe, and all 4 of their teachers drew closer. The demon-bound ninja tensed in concentration, and then began to radiate chakra. Under their enhanced vision, the sisters could see the energy field he was creating and that it warped and weakened as the armband absorbed the chakra. Hinata whispered in Kakashi's ear, and the jonin nodded. The trainees took off into the forest. What was all that about? Hiba asked. The weights absorb chakra. So if Naruto emits a steady cloud of chakra, Hanabi's Byakugan can see where it is being absorbed, Kakashi explained. Not bad, the dog trainer announced, they should be able to make short work of this. As predicted, the students returned well before their first allotted hour had passed. Naruto smirked proudly as he dumped the 6 weights on the ground. But Hanabi just looked annoyed as she dropped her trophies. The first 3 days passed painfully slow for the 4 teachers. Naruto worked hard, doing whatever he was asked, though occasionally grumbling about some tasks. It was Hanabi who truly tried them. She was arrogant, dismissive, and gave minimal effort to any task. Any time their assignments focused on Naruto, she pouted. Man, I've never seen this side of Hanabi before, Kiba told the others. While the genin were out hunting for food, she is usually so nice. Polite. Our father might push her hard, Hinata explained, but he is always complimentary, and dotes on her. She is his only focus. And they work mainly on our clan's techniques. Chosa-sensei said he has a hard time convincing her to work on other sorts of taijutsu and ninjutsu, and that she sulks if he spends too much time with her teammates. Unfortunately for Naruto, Kakashi said, it doesn't look like I'll be able to recommend Hanabi for the Chunin exam. Sakura and Kiba both looked disappointed, but Hinata got angry. I will have a talk with her, the Hyuga heir stated harshly. When Hanabi entered the girls' tent that evening, Hinata was waiting for her. This has been a waste of time, the younger girl said, pulling a leaf out of her long hair. I should just return home and train on my own until the exam. Hinata swept Hanabi's legs. Even as the younger girl hit the ground, Hinata straddled her, pinning her to the dirt and glaring fiercely. Hanabi's eyes went wide. Sister, what are you doing? She gasped. Hinata had raised her hand as if to slap the younger girl. But she lowered it, still almost shaking with rage. I knew the arrogance of our clan ran deep in you. Hinata's voice was as close to a growl as it had ever been, but to let it evolve to this level of stupidity is unbelievable. Hanabi wanted to react, but the force of Hinata's rage kept her still, silent. There is not a genin or chunin in this village who would not drop everything to train with Kakashi Hatake for 1 week. Even many of the jonin feel the same. But you have been nothing but disrespectful and dismissive. Hinata leaned in harder, putting more of her weight onto her sister's shoulders. Hanabi grimaced. Kiba, Sakura, and I all have other things we could be doing. The normally reserved chunin bit off each word. We could be on missions, or working on our own training, instead of having you waste our time. And Naruto, she paused, concentrating to keep her fury. Naruto has the least reason to be here. He is already stronger than most chunin, and even some jonin. Both Kakashi-sensei and Lady Tsunade have said that if it were not for the team requirement, Naruto would almost certainly be able to complete the exam on his own. What she did not say is that both of the ranking shinobi had expressed a belief that without a partner, Naruto might outsmart himself in the first trial. depending on its exact configuration. But Hinata's last statement and her pause afterwards gave Hanabi a small boost. The genin pushed back, asking condescendingly, if that is so, why is he working so hard? Even after he complains, he still drives himself to the point of exhaustion. Because that's who he is, she hissed, driving a chakra-laced finger into her sister's side, expelling both the girl's breath and any thoughts of resistance. Experience has taught him that the simplest of mission, the most mundane of tasks, can suddenly become something unique or deadly. And even if it does not, as long as he gives his all, he might get a tiny bit stronger or faster. Then her voice softened with admiration, and as long as he tries his hardest, he'll have no regrets. I don't understand, Hanabi croaked, on the verge of crying in frustration. What's the point of all of this? You. Just this once, the world really does revolve around you. Her anger flared again, fueled by years of resentment, not yet fully mended. Lady Tsunade doesn't think you are ready to even attempt the Chunin exam. She doesn't want you to get killed, or drag Naruto down with you. So she gave Kakashi-sensei this week to see if you are ready, and if not, try to get you there. But if he decides you are too unskilled, you will be forbidden to take the exam. And then Naruto will have to find another team or wait until the Land of Lightning exam in 6 months. So that is the real reason Naruto is working so hard, the younger girl sneered, realizing the mistake almost as the words escaped. This time, Hinata did not stop herself. She slapped Hanabi full in the face, putting all of her weight, and even a little chakra into the open hand strike. Naruto doesn't know, Hinata was now more disappointed than angry. Kakashi-sensei told us what the Hokage instructed, but asked us to keep it from Naruto. Even if he did know, what good would pushing himself do? You are the one who is too weak. She stood, leaving the stunned genin on the ground. Go home, Hanabi, Hinata Fuga ordered, back to our clan's little illusionary world. Give Naruto at least some time to try and find another group, and learn to work as a team with them. She strode out of the tent, but once she was beyond her sister's hearing, she allowed the tears to come and took off running. Hinata? Naruto was confused when he saw her leave the campsite. She watched the stars, shimmering in the slow-moving river. She was emotionally drained, even more than when she confronted her father about Naruto. She had not cried hard, but all the anger and hurt had wet her cheeks. Hinata? Her heart lifted when she heard his voice. Naruto walked quietly to her and sat down beside to her. What's wrong? He asked gently, not knowing that made it worse. She was crying in earnest now, and latched onto his arm with both of hers. Her tears wet the sleeve of his jacket, and he blushed from the tender firmness of her breast against his arm. I'm so sorry, Naruto, she said. I thought I was getting through to her, this last year. I hoped she was beginning to see beyond what our father taught her. Strange thing about jujitsu, he remarked, is how sometimes it can block your vision. Niji told me something like that. She nodded, trying to regain control. Hanabi is too wrapped up in our clan. She hiccuped and then told him regretfully, I don't think this is going to work. She isn't going to be ready. Yeah, I noticed how frustrated you guys have been, and that Hanabi doesn't seem to be taking the training seriously. I'm sorry, she said again, it's all my fault. Of course it is, he agreed, you set up this little team, and I never would have agreed if Hanabi wasn't your sister. Hinata's eyes went blank. Despair wrapped around her heart, and she could feel the sobs rising again. And then Naruto reached up and lightly flicked the tip of her nose. She looked up and saw him grinning widely. I'm kidding, he told her, there is plenty of blame here, and none of it goes to you. Actually, I think it's Niji's fault, mainly because he's not here to defend himself. She chuckled, and his grin shrank, but became even happier. Are you feeling a little better? Yes. Thank you, Naruto. Good, he stood up and offered her his hand. She took it, and he lifted her back to her feet. Let's get back, he suggested, it's starting to get a little chilly. Kakashi-sensei? May I speak with you? Hanabi's voice carried softly from outside the gate. The Jonin was surprised, not by her appearance at his tent, but by being addressed as her teacher. He unzipped the flap and waved his hand to indicate she could step inside. What can I do for you, Hanabi? He asked, guardedly. I need to apologize, she said. I have been disrespectful and a poor student. Everyone is here for me. The copy ninja held up his hand to stop her. He was not convinced of her sincerity, nor was he ready to let her off the hook. Just to be clear, we aren't here for you. We are here for Naruto. But Hinata said. I'm guessing Hinata told about Lady Tsunade's worries. He interrupted her again. The purpose of our mission is to make you ready for the Chunin exam. But I could have probably pawned this off on Irika, or even your sensei, Choza. After all, I'm still recovering from a severe poisoning. The reason I agreed to do this is for Naruto. Her face showed she did not understand, and the Sharingan user sighed. Listen, I don't have anything against you, Hanabi, he explained, but I also don't know you, and I don't have any responsibility to you. And Naruto, on the other hand, is my student. And more than that, he has become like that annoying younger sibling you never asked for, but care about anyway. Hanabi did not miss the barb. And knowing Naruto like I do, I suspect if the Hokage were to forbid you from entering the Chunin exam, Naruto would not enter either. He is loyal to his own cost. So I agreed to teach you, but for him. The girl nodded. Her ego was stinging, but she also felt a little better. Can I ask you two things, Kakashi-sensei? She restarted the conversation after a brief pause. You can ask. I can't say for sure I will answer. Hinata said Naruto is stronger than most Chunin and some Jonin, she told him. Do you agree with that? Well, he tried to decide what to tell her. I will just say that I would consider myself lucky to beat Naruto in a stand-up fight 40% of the time. Her white eyes managed to conceal most of her surprise at the admission. Then why not simply make him a Chunin, she pondered aloud. Then she quickly qualified, that was not my second question. I'll answer it anyways, he smiled. While it is true that the Hokage, the Jonin Council, and the elders together have the power to promote anyone to Chunin, it is very rarely used outside the auspices of the exam. This is to preserve the value of the exam, to prevent genin from trying to circumvent it, and so it is not devalued. She frowned at the end, and he explained further, the purpose of the Chunin exam is not only to promote genin. It is also to compare power with the other hidden villages, and to exhibit our talent for powerful customers. If we start promoting any qualified ninja, then we potentially lose the rest of the exam. Besides that, he continued knowingly, being a Chunin isn't just about combat strength. It's also about leadership and experience. I understand, the youngest Hyuga nodded. My second question is, she said awkwardly, what is your opinion of the Hyuga clan? Kakashi exhaled sharply, and his uncovered eye regarded the girl intently. After she separated from Naruto to return to the girl's tent, a small dread infringed on Hinata's mood. She did not know how to act towards Hanabi. She could not apologize, or be too kind, or she would ruin any impact she might have made. But she also did not want to destroy her relationship with her sibling. And how would Hanabi act? Would she try to strike back, cry, or give her sister the silent treatment? Would she even be there? Hinata was surprised to find Hanabi kneeling on her bedroll, staring forlorn at the flap. The girl looked even smaller, as if someone had further deflated her ego. When Hanabi realized she was no longer alone, she suddenly looked up at her sister's face. She took a deep breath to brace herself. Sister. No, Hinata-sensei, she leaned forward, putting her face close to the ground. Will you please teach me the carry name jutsu? Are you sure? Hinata hid her happiness, and countered brusquely, you could get in trouble with father. A Chunin must know when to take risks, she said carefully, and I do not believe anyone here will be running to tell our father. Hinata smiled, but not kindly or happily, and said, I will teach you. Thank you, Hinata-sensei, the younger girl raised her head, and sister. I am sorry. That remains to be seen, the Chunin did not give her student an inch. Hanabi nodded. The next morning, Kakashi was only mildly surprised to be the last one into the clearing. Naruto was wearing his headband over his eyes, and dodging rocks thrown at him by Sakura and Kiba. The Hyuga sisters were off to the side, and a cord extended from Hanabi's wrist to Naruto's ankle. The Jonin also noticed that while the blonde genin was again wearing a set of red and yellow weights, the darker-haired novice had upgraded to a set of yellow bands. Why wasn't I invited? He asked, affecting hurt. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto turned to look at him, we're working on Hanabi's carry name jutsu. So I gathered, the ranking shinobi's tone was blasé. Secretly, he was impressed that the girl had been able to master the B-rank Jinjutsu overnight. Though master might have been a slight overstatement, given the strain on Hanabi's face, and the dirt on Naruto's clothes and bruises on his face. Well, we might work on that more later, the copy ninja told them. For now, I think we need to work on Hanabi's taijutsu. Given your build and physical abilities, he addressed the girl, I think we should work on throws. You don't have the reach to reliably hit most enemies with gentle fist attacks. But you can draw them in, and combine your damage to the chakra network with the ability to disrupt an opponent's natural flow. That should allow you to defeat larger, stronger shinobi. Hey, what about me, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto insisted. Well, from what I hear, you still need to work on falling correctly, the Jonin said. You'd think he had enough experience by now, Sakura commented. Hiba chuckled, and Hinata looked torn between amusement and annoyance. So, this is the plan, Kakashi instructed, you four will take turns charging at Hanabi. Naruto, Sakura, Naruto, Hinata, Naruto, and then Kiba. Then he looked at Hanabi, just before they reach you, I will call out a type of throw, and you will execute it. If your skills are up to par, we will move on to some more advanced throws, and adding gentle fist jabs to the mix. Ow, ow, ow. Naruto grunted as he lowered himself to the ground. It's your own fault, Sakura told him, for telling Hanabi she could use actual gentle fist attacks on you. But it was helpful to try the combination for real, Hanabi said, handing her teammate the pouch of fruit and nuts she had gathered for lunch. Thank you, Naruto. Don't mention it, Hanabi, he laughed it off, and you didn't have to go find lunch all by yourself. Sakura gently slapped his back, and a shudder of pain shot up and down his spine. Hanabi has sure done a 180, Kiba remarked to Hinata, as he took one of the skewers off the fire. I hope so, Hinata said quietly. What do you mean? This is like the mask she wears around our father, Hinata whispered, so he will still think. How did she put it? She is his polite, obedient doll. Hanabi said that the dog trainer was amazed. She lost a great deal of respect for our father after Naruto's match with Neji in the Chunin finals, she explained, both from learning some of our clan's secrets, and from seeing our father's personal failings. After all, he taught her that only strength matters. She is keeping up the act to make sure he continues to instruct her. You make her sound like a sociopath, Inuzuka struggled to keep his voice down. Not quite that bad, yet, but if something doesn't change. Hinata smiled sadly and shrugged, that is part of why I agreed to help my sister work with Naruto. He helped Neji, and Gaara, and even that rogue Zabuza, at the end. I'm hoping he will rub off on Hanabi too. Sit down, Naruto prompted, you did all the work this morning. Hanabi looked mildly surprised, but complied. The older genin reached into the bag, and handed her the largest apple. Not a bad idea, Kiba nodded. The next 4 days passed with considerably more ease than the first 3. Hanabi submitted to all tasks put to her, only expressing displeasure once, and always trying hard. She learned a handful of new ninjutsu and jinjutsu, though her taijutsu did not improve as much as Kakashi would have liked. At the end of their 7th allotted day, the underage shinobi started to pack up their camp to head back. You guys can stop, their leader interrupted their demolition, we aren't going back to the village tonight. But I thought the Hokage only gave us 7 days, Hanabi protested carefully. I'm bending the rules, he smirked under his mask, I trained you for 7 days, but tomorrow morning will be a test of your skills. So get some sleep, the Sharingan user's tone unsettled them, you'll want to be well rested. I've marked off a 1-mile radius circle, centered here, he told them. Even his 3 assistants seemed apprehensive, that's the area of operations for this contest. I won't leave it, and if you leave, you will be disqualified. What if we can force you out? Naruto interrupted. His teacher considered that. If that happens, I guess I will give you one of the 2. Naruto groaned when he realized the implication of the statement. One of the 2 what? The youngest Kunoichi asked. As expected, the Jonin held up 2 small bells. You 2 have to take these 2 bells from me, before noon, he informed them. Sakura, Hinata, and Kiba will not be involved. Oh, and Naruto, I've finished reading the book, so that tactic won't work. I know the outlines for the next 3, Naruto countered, scaring his instructor, so you better be ready to cover your ears. Well, then, Kakashi stammered slightly, for the sake of your training, not to mention Hanabi's ears, let's just make that a disqualifying offense this time. One last note, each of you has to get one of the 2 bells. Hanabi can't get both of them and give one to Naruto. No one missed the hint of irony in his final statement. Kakashi reached down deliberately and tied 1 bell to each side of his belt. All right, you 2 can begin any time. Hanabi immediately charged, but was forced to stop when Naruto threw a kunai into her path. Naruto, what? She squealed, but he cut her off verbally, saying look down. She looked to the earth and saw a severed lasso around her feet. Part of the reason he limited us to the 2-mile circle is because that's where he prepared all of his traps. There's probably snares and pits all over the place. She nodded, realizing she had been foolish to rush in. What do you suggest, then? She asked. Hold very still, he said, placing his hands together, multi-shadow clone jutsu. Naruto after Naruto appeared until they filled the clearing and continued to appear in the forest. Some triggered traps as soon as they appeared, disappearing into the ground or yanked into the trees. After he had finished his summoning, the copy spread out, intentionally blundering around to set off the traps. After he was relatively sure he had sprung all the snares, he grinned at his teacher. Now, we can start, the older genin told his teammate. Before she could move, he was already past her, circling around to pin Kakashi between them. The younger Hyuga was surprised by Naruto's speed, he appeared almost twice as fast as he had been during the previous week. It took her a second to recognize that he was no longer wearing the chakra weights. As he moved, Naruto signed, and Kitsune appeared in his hands. What the? Kiba's jaw dropped, that's a staff blade. He looked over at the girls for confirmation, but Hinata was smiling, and Sakura met his eye and shook her head no. Kakashi was interested in the weapon his student had forged. He had heard about it from Irika and the Hokage, but both seemed to think there was more to it than they had seen or heard. Raisin blade. Naruto did not hesitate to form the advanced chakra sword and charged his teacher. The Jonin was shocked to see tendrils of red creeping into his student's blue eyes. The genin's speed increased as he closed the gap, and Hatake started to worry. As a result, he was only mildly surprised when Naruto swung at his neck. He ducked away and tried to sweep his student's legs. But Naruto nimbly hopped over the attack and swung overhand again. Naruto, what are you doing? Sakura screamed. He told us the only way to get the bells was to come at him with lethal force, Naruto growled, slashing again. He released the blade with his left hand and formed a Rasengan. And you are willing to kill me to get one? Kakashi asked, not sure he wanted to know the answer. You're an S-class Jonin, and I'm just a genin. Those who knew could hear the QB in his voice. I figure I'll probably just main you. The master ninja was forced to do all he could to dodge the teen's attack. He created a lightning blade and tapped the metal pole of the Naruto's weapon. But the boy did not react. Sorry, sensei, he smirked, I made Kitsune so the blade wouldn't transmit electricity, heat, or cold to the handle. Kakashi started to reach for the headband covering his eye, thinking he might need to use the Sharingan to survive. But he was too late. Kakashi felt a sudden pressure in his lower back and lost control of his legs. He threw his weight to the side, cartwheeling away. He saw what had hit him. It was Hanabi, and she was holding one of the bells. Kakashi forced his chakra down and managed to recover in time to skid to a stop. He looked for Naruto's next attack, but the teen had stopped and was grinning. Kitsune's extension was gone, and his eyes were normal. That was an act? Kiba was amazed. Like I'd really try to kill Kakashi-sensei, Naruto scoffed, but I figured if I came at him hard enough, he might just forget about Hanabi long enough to give her an opening. Hatake shook his head. Okay, this game is over, he said ironically. Naruto knows me too well to make this a valid test. But I have another idea. He was instantly beside Hanabi and took back the bell before she could react. He took out a third bell and walked over to the three Chunin. Instead, how about a little capture the flag? He made it sound like a question, but none of the younger shinobi made the mistake of taking it as one. He handed one bell to each of the chunin. The rules are simple. Same area of engagement. You three, he indicated his assistants, are not allowed to hold more than one bell at a time. So long as you don't, you can drop, hide, or trade the bells. At noon, whichever team has the most bells, wins. All right, take it, Kiba panted, extending the third and final bell. Naruto snatched it from his hand. You didn't need it, the feral chunin yelped, you could have been satisfied with the two you have. This way there are no doubts. Uzumaki looked at their observer, and Kakashi nodded. You two pass, he declared. Are you sure? Suigetsu sounded dubious as he observed the ruined mansion. Karen snarled, and threw a kunai at him. Out of deference to Sasuke and his plans, she missed on purpose. Are you sure, Karen? Sasuke asked, his voice more neutral. Of course, Sasuke-sama, she smiled confidently, that first stop was just to get his scent. Tracking by chakra isn't easy, and your brother's traces are still strongest around the Hidden Leaf village. But the trail is strong here, and recent. If he isn't here now, he was in the last 2 days. Good, Uchiha reached out and squeezed her shoulder familiarly. Her smile turned lecherous, and she reached back to grab his thigh. He gave her a slightly annoyed look, and whispered, not now. Regretfully, she stopped short. If you two are done. The shark-toothed swordsman grimaced. Karen shot him another murderous look, but considering what was coming, did not waste any more weapons. The trio crept towards the home, keeping to the tree line as long as they could. When they could no longer hide, they darted to the broken doorway at their top speed. Karen and Sasuke passed the portal first, and had to wait a quarter of a second for Suigetsu. What the F? The swordsman's outburst was cut off by a look from Sasuke. The ruined outside was a front, concealing a slightly smaller, heavily fortified building. An Akatsuki hidey hole, the mist rogue whispered. Not Akatsuki, Karen was quiet, but for a different reason. She pointed to the symbol on the wall. It was a fan, red on the top and white on the bottom. Uchiha, she concluded. Sasuke walked slowly over to the wall, activating his Sharingan. He touched the hidden triggers, invisible to normal eyes. There was a loud rumbling, and a portion of the wall slid inwards. No way they didn't hear that. The shark-tooth shinobi drew Zabuza's massive sword with his right hand, and one of Raiga's hooked blades with his left. Sasuke continued in, but Suigetsu hesitated, and Karen pushed him into the dimly lit antechamber. After their eyes adjusted, Uchiha's companions saw an imposing figure, blocking the hallway leading further into the shelter. Kisame's grunt was almost like a laugh. I didn't think you'd be this stupid, but I should have known better than to bet against Itachi. So, I have to go through you to get to my brother, Sasuke said. No, the shark-skinned renegade stepped aside, you are free to go. I'm here for them. He pointed to Suigetsu, and leered at Karen. Though if Itachi is right again, it's ironically redundant, because they are here for me. Sasuke nodded, and walked forward. What, that's it? Suigetsu groused. This was the plan, their cold leader shot back, what more do you want? Well, the mist ninja was put off balance, just don't get yourself killed. That's my pleasure. I don't think you'll have to worry about that, Kisame told his former ally smugly, one way or the other. Sasuke snorted derisively, and continued. Then he stopped, for a reason he did not understand, and looked back at Karen. She was surprised by this, but waved him on as if annoyed. The last Uchiha tread down the narrow corridor, and disappeared into the darkness. Now those blades look familiar, Kisame remarked, but I don't think you've earned them, boy. Sasuke passed the empty rooms, ignoring all of the potential history around him. He could sense his enemy before him and would not be delayed. He dimly recognized the layout of the building as he turned a corner, and knew where Itachi was leading him. Hello, little brother, the Uchiha trader greeted, as Sasuke entered the dojo. Like the rest of the fortress, the spacious room was old, yet well cared for. I thought the setting was more appropriate than a hotel, Itachi said. When I heard you had killed Orochimaru, I knew it was only a matter of time before you found me. Sasuke did not say anything. His emotionless face creased with rage, and his Sharingan reappeared. He slowly drew out 8 kunai, and Itachi raised an eyebrow at his sibling's deliberate action. Sasuke tossed the weapons gently at his opponent, further increasing the Akatsuki warrior's confusion. But as Itachi raised his hand to block, Sasuke was moving again. He quickly drew out an equal number of shuriken and threw them hard. The stars struck the daggers, diverting them. They dug into the wooden floor, surrounding the older Uchiha. Only then did Itachi recognize the paper bombs wrapped around the handles. The explosion filled the room with smoke and splinters, and shook the entire complex. "Did you really expect that to work?" Itachi asked, suddenly behind the teenager. Sasuke hopped away, turning to face his brother. "Or are you just showing off your mastery of the deflection technique?" "Because I am not impressed." Itachi threw his own kunai directly at his brother, and hard. Then he released 3 other daggers. Sasuke tried to dodge, but the first kunai bounced off all 3 of the others. As if Itachi had known how he would dodge, the first kunai cut a light line across his brow, while 2 of the secondary blades each sliced one of his thighs. "You still have a long way to go." But Sasuke, oddly, smiled, some of his rage abated. The 3 injuries were already closing. "That is new," the elder Sharingan user noted. "Is that a jutsu, a new element of the cursed seal, or something else?" "I got rid of that." Sasuke tilted his head to show his unmarked neck. "I found a greater source of power." Sasuke signed quickly, and released 3 1-inch teardrop-shaped orbs of lightning. The sparks darted towards the Akatsuki member, but the adult shinobi nimbly dodged. Instead of splashing on the wall, the energy turned in midair, homing in on Itachi. He retreated again, but the darts followed again. Sasuke launched a second set, and then a third. Finally, the lightning tears had Itachi trapped, and they struck him. His form went rigid, but only for an instant. "I see," the literally shocked ninja announced. "Those little comets are attracted to the metal in my weapons. And you create a mild electric field around yourself, so they don't attack you. Too bad they are too weak to injure me." "What is next?" "The fireball jutsu." "How about this?" The younger ninja gestured again. "Water style, snake pit jutsu." Dozens of vipers and cobras erupted from his fingertips. They wrapped tightly around Itachi, burying their fangs into his flesh. The Akatsuki member was completely enveloped. After the last serpent appeared, a cloud of black flame expanded from around the older Uchiha, incinerating all of the reptiles. Itachi was pale and unbalanced, from the variety of venoms coursing through his body, but he did not appear worried. "You have been bitten by a dozen different types of fatal snakes. You will be dead in minutes," Sasuke frowned. "Aren't you concerned?" "One of our scientists created a universal antivenin." The former ANBU member drew a small container from his robe, and before his brother could stop him, swallowed a pair of pills, one yellow and one orange. He straightened, and color returned to his skin. But he was still bleeding from many tiny punctures across his body. Despite failing to prevent Itachi's detoxification, Sasuke continued his charge, aiming a kick at his brother's left ear. The murderer blocked easily, grabbing his brother's leg and tossing him towards the wall. Sasuke controlled his path, landing foot first on the wood-covered stone, and propelling himself back. Before he had finished pushing off, he completed a lightning cannon jutsu, sending the orb rocketing towards his brother. He then signed a second jutsu, and 4 arcs of lightning circled around his brother. Itachi simply stepped forward, causing the second jutsu to converge behind him. He raised a flame-wrapped hand and caught the lightning sphere. "Interesting technique," he observed before tossing the lightning cannon away, "but, little brother, the Uchiha are supposed to be masters of fire jutsu." Sasuke landed as Itachi completed his hand seals and announced, "Fire style, Nova Jutsu." Flames erupted from Itachi, expanding in a perfect sphere. Sasuke surrounded himself with a quick water barrier, and after the dome of fire passed him, darted forward. Unfortunately, he was not expecting the second wave of flame, and his weakened shield failed. The younger Uchiha was thrown back, and his left sleeve ignited. "The sun may explode 3 times, Itachi smirked, "but I chose to limit it to 2 bursts. The third would have been overkill." The self-proclaimed avenger tore the smoldering cloth away from his shirt, and dropped it unceremoniously. Katun, Fire Trace Jutsu. Sasuke chanted as he signed, and 4 streams of fire sped across the floor toward Itachi. The elder brother simply leapt over Inferno, but this time his opponent had anticipated. Chidori. Sasuke roared, plunging his fingers into Itachi's stomach. But instead of blood, flames engulfed his hand, and his brother detonated. Even as his charred fingers started to regrow, the Akatsuki shinobi was again behind him. Fire Clone Jutsu, one of the Uchiha clan's secret techniques. But I suppose there was no one to teach it to you. Itachi's voice was now mocking, and Sasuke decided his brother was playing with him. The angry teen howled again, aiming a left cross at 20-year-old ninja's chest and then a Chidori-enhanced stab at his target's neck. His first swing missed, but his jutsu attack scratched Itachi's shoulder. Itachi placed a single hand on Sasuke's chest and pushed gently, knocking his brother to the other side of the faded training mat. "Stop toying with me and fight," the last Uchiha shouted. "Foolish little brother, this is how a master of the Sharingan fights. Observe your opponent. If he has any jutsu worth learning, copy them. And once you know how everything about your enemy, and he has exhausted himself, finish it with a single blow." He smirked cruelly. "Aggressively flailing about is only useful if your opponent has a power you cannot duplicate, or is physically superior. Even then, it is a desperate choice." Sasuke snarled at the insult. He launched another series of taijutsu attacks, but was again deflected. "So, I think this must be your limit." Itachi looked sad. "Thank you for the lightning cannon. You have grown much stronger over the last 3 years. Maybe next time you will be a challenge." The tomo in his eyes expanded, forming a black pinwheel in each. Sasuke's world turned over, white became black, red became blue. Sasuke recognized the stark vision surrounding him. Unlike last time, he did not see his brother. Instead, there was a low rumbling. Desiccated hands ripped out of the dirt. The bodies pulled themselves free, and he recognized the remains of his parents' faces. Behind them, his aunt rose up. "Welcome home, Sasuke." Itachi appeared behind the advancing corpses. Even as his father's claws tore into his chest, Sasuke smiled. "It took you long enough." Sasuke's Sharingan changed. The circling dots expanded, stabbing inwards. 3 tiny daggers met in the center of his eye. Mangekyo Sharingan, Tsukiyomi. Itachi's eyes showed surprised, and maybe a little fear, as his jinjutsu shattered, then reformed around him. The zombies attacking Sasuke turned, and began to advance on their killer. More of his victims excised themselves from the ground. Mikoto Uchiha reached her son first. Though she was not originally from the Uchiha clan, that fact had not spared her. With the soft tissue stripped from her distal phalanges, her finger bones tore into his skin and muscle like dull knives. She ripped chunks of flesh from his left arm, discarding them like offal. His body regenerated as quickly as it was wounded, giving the betrayed matriarch the ability to continue tormenting her offspring. Though he knew the zombies were illusions, Itachi could not deny the pain. He attempted to break free of the Tsukiyomi, but found he could not. Sasuke's hate-fueled vision was too strong. Only a handful of seconds passed in the real world, but Itachi felt as if he had been flayed alive continuously for 2 full days. He was breathing hard and could not stand up straight. He even had some minor cuts and bruises. "How did you do that? How did you reverse the Tsukiyomi?" the elder trader panted. "How did you stop me from breaking free?" "Research and bit of luck," the younger Uchiha answered glibly. His color had drained, and he had a drop of blood in the corner of his left eye. But he was not breathing hard, and was moving almost normally. He was waiting for his brother to collapse, but despite his sore health, Itachi did not appear to be ready to become comatose. "I won't be fainting like you or Kakashi," Itachi exhaled roughly. "You may have found an interesting variation of the Tsukiyomi, but have not sufficiently mastered the technique to do serious mental damage to the target." "It doesn't matter." Sasuke dropped into a stance. "You are in no shape to fight me." "Not yet." Itachi's mouth twitched ever so slightly upwards. The Mangekyo Sharingan began to rotate, and Itachi steadied. Beginning on his hands and feet, all of his injuries began to move up his body. When they met his eyes, the bites, cuts and bruises vanished, as if sucked down a drain. In the brief second it Sasuke to recover from his surprise, his brother was fully healed. The Akatsuki ninja stretched, cracking his elbows. His chakra nearly exhausted, Sasuke physically attacked again. This time his attacks were more precise, and Itachi was forced to actively block instead of simply dodging. Orochimaru's student aimed a double snap kick, stabbing his right foot at his enemy's stomach and then neck. The adult shinobi deflected the first shot with his hand and leaned back to avoid the second. Sasuke threw his body back into a side aerial, and his left foot connected with Itachi's chin. But the weak attack did not deter the former ANBU leader, and while his brother was still upside down, Itachi's right fist struck the teen's left temple. His head ringing and his acrobatics disrupted, Sasuke barely managed to land on his feet. The firstborn sibling stepped in, slamming his elbow into his opponent's solar plexus. His hand snapped up, and the back of his knuckles struck Sasuke's nose, nearly breaking it. Sasuke attempted to grab his brother's wrist, to flip him into the wall. But Itachi turned grip around, using the pressure point on the back of Sasuke's hand to immobilize the youth long enough to land a hard side thrust kick to the younger man's lower spine. The Avenger felt his legs going numb, but managed to score a moderate blow to Itachi's retreating knee. Forced to admit his brother's reach and strength gave him an edge in taijutsu, Sasuke spent a small amount of his remaining chakra and summoned a very specific serpent. The python wrapped around his arm and opened its mouth wide. It disgorged a familiar long sword into Sasuke's waiting hand. "So, you have even claimed the Kusanagi from Orochimaru," Itachi noted. "I wonder how this one will fare?" He reached back and drew his ANBU katana from its shoulder holster, hidden under his Akatsuki robe. "I'm going to let you in on a little secret," Itachi said, conspiratorially. "The blades of the ANBU Black Ops carry are copies of a sword made by the Murasame clan for the first leader of the ANBU squad, the man who would later become the second Hokage. Since then, that sword has been passed down to each new leader. That is until I took it with me when I left. An infamous legendary sword versus a secret one. I am interested to see which will win." Itachi slashed at his brother's chest, but Sasuke blocked the simple attack with his blade. He slid Kusanagi along the ANBU blade, trying to angle for a stab into his target's stomach. Itachi simply stepped back and frowned when the weak dodge worked. He tested it, keeping his distance, but leaving himself open. Sasuke continued to attempt to get close enough to cut his brother. "You don't even know how to use that, do you?" Itachi sighed, "Just like the Mangekyo, a tool you acquired but cannot use properly. Whereas I know how to use this katana." He reached out and almost gently tapped Sasuke's left shoulder with the flat of his blade. A vibration spread out from the point of contact, causing him great pain and weakness. The Ashura sends out a sonic pulse, causing the victim cells to tear themselves apart. "With your new regenerative powers, it probably won't be as damaging to you as it is to most people." He swung again, knocking aside Kusanagi, slicing the left side of his brother's chest shallowly. The shockwave struck Sasuke's heart, and he dropped to his knees. The younger ninja rolled back, keeping Orochimaru's sword between himself and Itachi. That would have killed most people. Itachi pressed his assault, repeatedly striking the other rogue's limbs. Sasuke's stolen healing abilities were not able to keep up, and along the way he lost his grip on the grass cutter. Finally, Itachi kicked him hard in the ribs, knocking him on his back. "It seems like Kisame is finished. I guess that means I have to get back to work." He stepped next to his younger sibling, aiming a shura at his forehead. "But you have become stronger. Maybe next time you will be a challenge. If you are foolish enough to come after me again. If you can find someone to teach you, having forsaken the leaf and killed Orochimaru." Itachi stabbed, and Sasuke's world went black. "Happy?" Kisame asked as Itachi exited the dojo. Satisfied, Itachi countered, "His growth is impressive. He might one day be powerful enough to justify this effort." He moved deftly around the splatters of blood and water in the entry room and opened the sealed portal. But as he stepped outside, he stumbled. His shark-like ally was surprised as a number of punctures appeared on Itachi's body. After that, the cuts and bruises caused by the Tsukiyomi returned. "Itachi, those injuries," the mist rogue looks mildly concerned as the leaf trader leaned against the wall for support. Sasuke managed to surprise me. I was forced to use Susuri to send my wounds into the future. Itachi grinned ironically. If he hadn't wasted so much chakra in the beginning of the fight, he might have been able to kill me. Kisame looked surprised. Help me, Itachi instructed. We must be gone before he awakens. He cannot know how close he came to winning. He must continue to strive, or he won't be worthy. Kisame gave his superior a shoulder to lean on, and the two quickly left. By the time he returned to reality, all of the cuts Itachi had inflicted were gone. But his body was still sore. He stood slowly, though he was not sure why he bothered. He trudged out of the dojo, not even seeing where he was going. The foyer was a mess. Blood spattered the floor, walls, and ceiling. He recognized parts of Suigetsu, but barely half of the swordsmen remained. And both of the stolen swords were gone, presumably taken by Kisame. Karen was almost intact, but her right leg had been severed above the hip, and the wound no longer bled. As he made his way to the entrance, a weak, hollow cough caught his attention. He turned, and saw a shallow rise and fall in Karen's breast. With speed he would not have thought he still possessed, he crossed to the girl. He knelt beside her. Her left eye socket was a mess, but her remaining eye fell on him. Sasuke-chan, she gasped, so, you won. No, his voice was flat, I was merely spared. Again. Oh, she was saddened. Then her broken face brightened, but we can try, her statement was broken by a bloody cough, again. Sasuke was silent, and the red-haired Kunoichi correctly read his silence. Not we, she offered, I'm not going to make it, am I? He shook his head no. Maybe if those two were here, they could work another miracle. But if they were here... Sasuke-chan? Karen's voice was even weaker. He looked back at her again, can you do one thing for me? Yes, his voice almost cracked. In all the times you shared my bed, you never kissed me above the neck. He nodded, it was his way to avoid intimacy, even while he used her for his own needs, and lead her on to ensure her loyalty. Can you, just once, kiss my cheek? Or my forehead, she asked. He reached down, and shifted her hair to cover her ruined eye. Then he moved slightly, hovering over her face. Then he bent down low, and pressed his lips to hers. Her blood tasted salty. After a few tender seconds, he pulled away. See, she mixed coughing and laughing, I knew you love. The taunt caught in her throat, rattling around with her final breath. Sasuke gently closed her eye, and stood again. He withdrew a flask of oil and dashed it on the floor. He walked unevenly to the door, and exited the compound. Before the barrier closed, he used his chakra to send a small spark back. As he reached the edge of the forest, the ancient Uchiha stronghold was engulfed in fire. Sasuke did not look back. All right, I need to go report to the Hokage, Kakashi said after they passed the main gates of the Konohagakure. He took off in the direction of the ninja operations building. I don't know about the rest of you, but I need a real shower, Sakura complained, I'll see you all later. The other two girls nodded, and they started to disperse. Hinata, Naruto stopped her. She turned back to look at him, and Kiba and Hanabi also stopped. With the audience, the blonde teen suddenly became nervous. If you're not busy, I was wondering, he paused, glancing sideways at the girl's sister and teammate. Both pretended they were not listening. Well, I was wondering if you wanted to do something tonight. What? Hinata turned bright red, and began tapping her fingers. But, don't you need to keep practicing? She cursed herself silently, internally, she had thought she was past stammering in front of him. No, I think Hanabi would agree that we both need a little rest after the last 4 days. Oh, then, she steadied herself, of course. I'd be happy to. Okay, I'll pick you up at 6. I will see you then, the elder Hyuga nodded. Naruto started to run in the direction of his apartment. As his back receded, Hinata gave in to the weakness in her knees and sloughed slightly. Congratulations, big sister, Hanabi sounded genuinely happy for the shy Kunoichi. Oh, Hinata. Naruto had stopped and shouted for her attention. She looked at him. We're something nice, but that you can still move around in, okay, he yelled. She colored again, but gave him an exaggerated nod. I wonder what he meant by that. Kiba chuckled, needling his friend slightly. Naruto arrived outside the Hyuga Manor at 2 minutes to 6. He was wearing a light blue button-down shirt, knee-length khaki shorts, and white and blue sneakers. The genin paused, unsure if he should knock or just wait. Before he could decide, the door slid open, and Hanabi greeted him. The girl wore a sly look. "My sister will be out in a minute," she told him, holding back a grin. He nodded, confused by her demeanor. It wasn't like he hadn't been over there often enough before. A few seconds later, the elder Hyuga girl appeared. Her hair was braided again, and her lips looked pinker than usual. She wore a sheath dress in a deep navy blue. It was held up by 3 straps on either side, and was tied across her ample bosom and toned stomach. At her hips, it flared just enough to allow the kunoichi to take a full stride. Her feet were covered by pumps of a matching blue, with a slight rise in the heel. Naruto stared at her, blushing slightly, which in turn caused her to turn red. "Naruto," she prompted him. "Oh, sorry, Hinata." "It's just," he took a deep breath and steadied himself. "You are beautiful, Hinata," he said, intensely and formally. Her blush deepened and she murmured a quiet thanks. When she reached back to close the door, she saw Hanabi smirking at her. Hinata slammed the door in her face. "Shall we?" "Yes," she nodded happily. He extended his left hand, and she took it. Hinata was not sure if Naruto was trying to obfuscate their destination, or if he was simply lost. They passed Ichiraku Ramen twice. Finally, he stopped them at an intersection just off the village square. "We're here," he announced. She looked around, but none of the 4 buildings seemed particularly likely. A bookstore, a clothing shop, a bakery, and the Golden Shoe, a fancy restaurant and dance hall. She started towards the bakery, but he tugged her hand gently. "Not there," he smiled broadly, turned her gently towards the Golden Shoe. "Hinata Hyuga, will you join me for a night of dinner and dancing?" She was surprised by the invitation. "I thought you hated dancing," she protested lightly. "In the academy, you always skipped infiltration class when we had dance lessons." "I'd like to think I'm a little more mature than back then," he remembered. "I always told myself dancing wasn't macho or important. But to be honest, I was also afraid no one would be my partner." "I would have," she said quietly. "Well, you can be my partner now," he offered, but then paused in doubt. "Unless you don't want to?" "Oh, no," she said quickly, "I love dancing, and I'd be happy to be your partner." As they turned towards the club, she asked, "So how did you learn to dance?" "Well, the ability to fit in at a party is only one facet of learning to dance," Jiraiya told the boy. "Dancing is all about rhythm, precise movement, and depending on the style of dance, strength and agility. A ninja who can master dancing will be a stronger warrior." Naruto nodded, considering how dancing could help with taijutsu, or in controlling the flow of battle. But most importantly, the Sanin's teacher face changed into his lecherous face. "The ladies love a man who can dance. When the old pervert found out I couldn't dance, he stopped all the rest of my training until I learned. I found myself enjoying it, a lot more than I thought I would," he answered. "I haven't much of a chance since I got back to the village. I decided if I wanted to go dancing, I would have to take the initiative. And I couldn't think of anyone I'd rather cut a rug with." She nodded, not entirely sure how to take the comment, or how it reflected on his intentions for the evening. Then she forced herself to relax. Whether this was a first date or just 2 friends going out, she was going to enjoy the evening, and the chance to spend more time with him. And this was something he had not shared with anyone else, and that made her happy. "Is that Naruto and Hinata?" Ino noticed as she and Choji exited the bakery, going into the Golden Shoe. "We should follow them." She started to cross the street, until she noticed he was no longer beside her. She turned back, and he had a disappointed look on his face. "First," he said, "I doubt the 2 of us together can afford that place. I'm surprised Naruto can. And second, if you are going to spy on Naruto and Hinata, you don't need me." She froze at that. It had taken her months of pressuring and pleading to get him to agree to this date. And he had a point, there was no need to throw this away over those 2. "Right, the movie," the confident blonde girl smiled at her sturdy paramour. "We don't want to be late." Naruto had obviously prepared, because as soon as they entered, a hostess led them to a table. After they were seated, a waitress dropped off a pitcher of water, 2 glasses, and menus. Hinata opened the fancy, leather-bound pamphlet, and her white eyes went wide. "Naruto, it's so expensive," she whispered. He looked at his own menu, and nodded. "It is a little pricey. But you gotta splurge every once in a while, right?" She nodded back, mildly amazed. But she trusted him, and if she was honest with herself, she was flattered. After looking over the list of meals briefly, Naruto set down his menu, and Hinata hurried to make her decision. "I'll have the 12-ounce sirloin, medium, with the sautéed mushrooms and baby red potatoes," Naruto said swiftly, once their server returned, "and can I also get a small bowl of pear juice?" The order taker looked surprised by the final request, but took it down, warning him, "I'm not sure, but I'll ask." She turned her attention to Hinata, "And for the young lady?" "What?" She jumped slightly. "Oh, I'll have the 8-ounce sirloin, medium well, garlic mashed potatoes, and the steamed pea pods." "Anything to drink?" their attendant prompted. "Yeah, a small glass of skim milk with the meal," Naruto ordered. The waitress cocked an eyebrow, and looked over to Hinata. "I'll have the same." She left to place their order, and the pair started talking quietly while they waited. He asked her for more details about her second Chunin exam, and she wanted to know about his dance lessons. The 2 teens did not realize they were being watched. "Oh, shit," the purple-haired Jonin hissed, sliding further into her chair, "what are they doing here?" "Who?" Her partner started to turn, but she grabbed his arm to stop him. "They'll see," she countered. "Enko, who is it?" he asked again, not looking but a touch more firmly. "Naruto and Hinata," she answered, suddenly holding her menu in front of her face. "And," he sounded hurt, "I thought we were done hiding." "Isn't that why we came here tonight?" "There's a difference between going out in public and being caught on a date by that loudmouth," she said, apologetically. "Besides, if he catches me here, he'll lose all respect for me." "You mean, he'll be harder to intimidate?" He smiled at her. "Isn't that what I said?" Enko was annoyed that he found this humorous. The male Jonin sighed at his lover. "Do you want to leave, then?" "No," she said suddenly. The snake summoner blushed a tiny bit and admitted, "I've been looking forward to this. If not, that really doesn't leave us many options. We can either go on with our date, hope that he's too absorbed to notice us, and take the consequences if he does see us. Or, we can use the transformation jutsu to disguise ourselves." Though he had not been serious at the end, but she latched onto the idea. "That's perfect," she smirked, "we'll pick disguises that there's no way that Numbskull could see through." "I was joking," he protested. "Come on," she purred sexily, "if we pull this off, I'll reward you later." "All right, I'll hold you to that," he chuckled at his date, "or to me as the case may be." "I knew you just loved me for my body," she teased. "I love you for your direct, aggressive, mildly self-loathing mind," he leaned in close to whisper, "your killer body is just a side benefit." He kissed her quickly, and she squeezed his hand in affection and in thanks. After informing their waiter of their intent, the 2 shinobi went to the restrooms, and emerged as a slightly younger, civilian couple. The waitress dropped off their meals 20 minutes later. She had managed to fulfill Naruto's odd request, and set a finger bowl of pear juice next to his plate. He made a mental note to give her a better tip. After setting out their dishes and drinks, she walked back to the kitchen. One of the chefs stepped out of the door, and both observed the blonde teen. Naruto picked up his fork and dipped it in the thin, yellow liquid. He tasted the juice and smiled. "Perfect," he said. He sliced a thin strip of the beef and dunked it quickly in the pear extract. He bit into the steak and his grin broadened. The chef looked fascinated and hurried back into the kitchen while the server returned to her rounds. Hinata looked at him in confusion, and he slid the bowl in between them. "Try it," his statement was both an offer and a hearty suggestion. She looked down at her own entree, dubious. She cut off a small corner of the sirloin and touched it gently to the pool of liquid. She touched the beef to her tongue and then began to chew on it thoughtfully. Her eye went wide from surprise. The sweet flavor of the pear juice complemented the rich taste of the beef perfectly. "Naruto, that is great," she told him. "How did you discover this?" "Just experimenting in the kitchen," he answered. Experimenting in the kitchen, she was even more confused. Yeah, I kinda know how to cook. He was a little anxious to admit that Jiraiya wouldn't just train me. He made me cook and clean to earn my lessons. And ramen wasn't good enough for him. So, you like to cook? No, he shook his head, I hate cooking. But I can if I have to. Oh, she looked down, that's too bad. He took another bite, considering as he ground the potato between his molars. Well, maybe I could make a meal for you sometime, he offered tentatively. She blushed and dipped her next bite of steak in the pear juice. I'd like that. They ate the rest of their meal in relative silence, enjoying the excellent food. As Naruto was finishing his potatoes and Hinata her vegetable, the house band started tuning up on stage. They both finished their steaks at roughly the same time, and Naruto turned his attention to the dance floor. A few couples had trickled onto the hardwood deck and were swaying in time to the slow, opening tunes. Naruto quickly drank the last of his milk and stood. He extended a hand to his companion. Shall we? She wrapped her fingers in his and rose to stand beside him. They walked to the edge of the dance floor and waited for the current song to end, their hands still clasped. As the tune wound down, they stepped on to the platform. A slow waltz began to emerge from the instruments, and Naruto wrapped his arm around Hinata. He placed his fingers in the small of her back. He remembered the feel of her spine from when he spread suntan lotion on her back. He almost regretted he could not feel her soft skin through the satin dress. She placed her left hand on his shoulder and untangled their hands so they could have a more traditional grip. The couple started to rotate around the dance floor, keeping perfect time with the gentle music. For the first 40 minutes, the ninja pair blended in with the crowd, turning and stepping in pace with the orchestra. Then, Naruto leaned into Hinata's ear and whispered something. She nodded with a tiny grin, and he regretfully disconnected from her. He slid through the other dancers, quickly reaching the stage, where he flagged down the conductor. The musician walked to the edge of the bandstand and crouched down. Naruto presented his case, and the director nodded. Well, the bandleader announced, we've had a request to pick up the pace for the next song, so I hope you are all in the mood. Naruto quickly made his way back to Hinata, whose eyes were sparkling with anticipation. He took her hands lightly. As the up-tempo music started, he pulled her quickly to him, and they separated just as fast. They stepped in again, but this time Naruto moved his right hand subtly outwards. Hinata caught the signal, perfectly releasing his left hand with her right, and twirling away instead of simply hopping back. When they closed the gap, their free hands again linked. Naruto was impressed by her skill, and a mischievous twinkle formed in his eye. Ready, he mouthed, and she nodded, slightly nervous. Here we go. Naruto brought their hands together, and on cue, the pair each rotated in place, their hands still connected, so their arms formed an arch on the back beat. Naruto gave her the next direction, and they dropped one set of hands again. This time they twisted in different directions, so the both faced the same way. They continued the rotation and ended up back to back. They finally let go, and each side stepped to the left, their right arms trailing along one another until their hands caught like hooks. Naruto tugged Hinata, spinning her back, finally placing her right hand back in his left. As the two teens' moves increased in complexity, the rest of the crowd stopped dancing, instead forming a parameter to watch them. He's pretty good, commented the fictional brunette to her equally disguised boyfriend, they both are. Hinata doesn't surprise me, he told her, I heard she took some private lessons after the academy to work on her footwork. But Naruto. He still can throw me a curve sometimes. Naruto pulled slightly on her hands, and Hinata jumped closer. His hands shifted to her hips, and hers to his shoulder, and he lifted her lightly, swinging her first to his left, and then to his right. He set her down smoothly, and they restored their grips as the music demanded they step apart. His next prompt made her blush slightly, but she executed the step, releasing his hands so they could bump their right hips, and then left hips. As the melody began to reach its apex, Naruto crossed their hands and turned Hinata so her back was to him. They hopped apart and together like that, then he turned her back. Then he spun her clockwise, then counterclockwise. The song ended, and on the final note, Naruto dipped Hinata low, only inches from the floor. His face was perilously close to hers. they straightened, and the other patrons started to applaud, as did some of the band and wait staff. Seeing Hinata was breathing a little heavy, he led her back to the table. She sat thankfully. "What can I get you?" he asked. "Oh, a root beer, please," she said gratefully. "Thank you, Naruto." The boy made his way over to the bar. The crowd was getting thicker as people entered the club strictly to dance. "A large root beer and a large apple juice," the genin ordered. As he lingered while the drink mixer poured, he noticed an unfamiliar man at the end of the bar, glaring at him. Uzumaki dismissed the minor intrusion and carried the beverages back to his date. "Sorry it took so long," he set the glass before her. "It's starting to get a little busy." "No, thank you, Naruto," she told him again. She lifted the cup and sipped the soda lightly. "You are very good, Naruto," she complimented him. "You're no slouch, yourself," he answered back. "You knew every single move I threw at you." She turned red again, but her face also showed pride. "Like I said, I love dancing," she explained, "so I took some extra courses." They talked about dancing while they rested and rehydrated. They watched the other couples, occasionally commenting, and both trying to pick up some new moves. By the time they were ready to return to the deck, the crowd had started to thin. Many of the couples who had arrived early had reached their limit and left. And due to atmosphere and cost, the Golden Shoe did not draw a casual crowd, so there were fewer replacements. The young friends returned to the dance floor and were given a wide berth. But this was not needed. This time they did not show off, but just danced gently within the rest of the patrons. After another 20 minutes, Hinata suddenly stepped back. "Naruto, she kept glancing anxiously towards the back corner of the restaurant, unable to voice her need. Naruto managed not to grin, though only just, when he realized she was looking at the restrooms. "Go ahead," he said carefully, "I'll be at our table." "I suppose I shouldn't have given her so much to drink," he chuckled after she left, making his way back to their base of operations. He poured himself another glass of water, and pretended he wasn't watching for her return. "Why don't you just get out of here?" an angry voice slurred behind him. Uzumaki looked back, and recognized the man who had been glaring at him at the bar. "You frelin monster," he continued, poking Naruto in the shoulder, "you got a lot of nerve, pretendin' you're normal. Mix in with good people, making us smell your stink. Get out of here, before I tiro you out." "That will be enough." The bartender was suddenly standing behind the drunk, pulling him out of Naruto's face. "What? Don't you know what this is?" the inebriated troublemaker growled. "You mean the kid who saved the village from the one-tailed Shikaku?" the retired ninja shot back, "or maybe the one who convinced Lady Tsunade to become the Hokage?" "No. He SHD. If you finish that statement," the mixmaster said darkly, "you'll be facing a lot more than one night in the drunk tank." The intoxicated man blanched, but forced a snarl. "Whatever. If he SH not leavin', I am." He slammed a handful of bills into the bartender's chest, and swaggered towards the door. "I'm sorry about that, Naruto-kun," the bartender offered. "Don't worry about it," he hid his pain behind a grin, "it's not your fault, and I'm used to it." When Hinata got back, she found Naruto staring into the water glass, a slightly melancholy look on his whiskered face. "Naruto, what is wrong?" she asked. "What? Oh, hey Hinata, nothing's wrong," he answered unconvincingly. "Are you not having a good time?" She looked down. "No, am having a great time," he told her. Not wanting her to get the wrong impression, he decided to tell her, "Look, it's not a big deal, and I didn't want to spoil your night. But while you were gone, some guy was hassling me about my tenant. It used to happen all the time, before the invasion. I guess I've gotten a little soft, if I'm letting it bother me." She looked at him with sympathy. "Do you want to leave?" "No," he said quickly, then he settled, "No. It's nothing really. A little exercise will get it out of my system." He stood and grabbed her hand. She allowed him to drag her back to the dance floor, and tried to help him forget the hatred again. Naruto's bad mood faded quickly. Hinata's arms, wrapped around him, made the disdain of one stranger unimportant. The training partners danced and danced, until, at 5 minutes to midnight, the bandleader announced the next song would be the last. "Can we end this on a high note?" so to speak, the blonde genin asked. The finale number was another fast piece, and Naruto and Hinata again gave the remaining patrons an impressive display. Afterwards, Naruto settled their bill, leaving ample tips for both the waitress and bartender. As they exited the club, they saw almost 24 people moving down the street towards them. The two shinobi paused, wary of such a large group at this time of night. But when the procession got closer, they recognized the leaders of the troupe. Naruto broke out in a goofy grin. "Gaara, Temari, Kankuro, what are you guys doing here?" he asked, running over to them. "Hey, kid," Kankuro waved slightly. "We are stopping for the night on our way to the Hidden Mist Village," Gaara indicated the young-looking genin trailing behind them. "We will travel with the Hidden Leaf contingent tomorrow." "What are you doing out so late?" Temari asked, looking at Hinata pointedly. Naruto could tell she was looking to make him pay for asking if she and Shikamaru were on a date, right after he returned to the village. "I took Hinata dancing," the teen answered directly. Kankuro smirked, and Gaara gave them his own version of a big smile. "I assume you will be joining us?" Gaara suggested. "Yup," he nodded. "In fact, I should probably get Hinata home, we're leaving pretty early." "It was nice to see you all," Hinata sketched a bow, and the two leaf ninja walked towards the Hyuga manor. When the pair reached the girls' home, they just stood there, not quite looking at one another. "Naruto," Hinata finally forced out, "I had a wonderful time." "Yeah, me too." "Thank you for coming, Hinata." "You're welcome." They lapsed back into the uncomfortable silence. "I should get going," he told, and then repeated, "We're leaving tomorrow morning." "Yes," she nodded. They both started to slowly lean closer, each fixated on the other's eyes. "Good night, Hinata." "Good night, Naruto." Less than an inch before their lips touched, a loud rattling occurred above them. Both teens looked up to see Hayashi Hyuga staring down at them. "I'm sorry," he said, unconvincingly, "I was just trying to get a cross breeze. It is a little stuffy in here." He drew back and then stuck his head out again. "By the way, Hinata, Kiba stopped by after dinner. He said something about going to see Kurenai and the baby." She nodded up at him. He moved away, but both teens could still sense his presence. "Good night, Hinata," he said again, turning away. He started to walk back towards his apartment. "Good night, Naruto," she said sadly. She reached for the door handle. Before her fingers met the grip, she felt two hands take hers. As she realized what was happening, two slightly rough lips pressed gently to her right cheek. And then he was running away. Hinata barely made it inside before she collapsed to her knees, her face bright red, and tears running down her cheeks. "Lord Kazekage," another voice called to him softly, just after Naruto and Hinata disappeared. Gaara recognized the Hokage's caretaker and raised his hand to stop his troop. "Thank goodness I found you," Shizune told them as she jogged over. "The Hokage needs to talk to you, and Lord Kankuro and Lady Temari right away." "Hear that," the puppet user said, "Lord Kankuro." Temari rolled her eyes at her younger brother. "Can this wait until morning?" the blonde Kunoichi yawned. But Medical Jonin shook her head. "She said to tell you this is an X-rank situation." Gaara raised an eyebrow, and then addressed his confused siblings. "Take the others to our hotel, and join us as quickly as you can," he instructed them, then asked of Shizune, "We will be at your headquarters, correct?" She nodded. "Then let's go." He began to move, but she interrupted him. "I found you by accident." "I am here to bring back someone else," she countered regretfully, although if Lady Tsunade is correct, she should be here shortly. Before she finished the statement, a young couple emerged from the Golden Shoe. The woman had waist-length brown hair and dark, and almost navy blue eyes. The man was slightly taller with short blonde hair and green eyes. The man jumped slightly when he saw the crowd in the street, but his girl just pulled him along. "Enko Mitarashi," Shizune said, and the woman froze. Then she took another step. "Give it up, Enko," the dark-eyed doctor smirked, "I know it's you. The Hokage wants to see you, right now." Damn it, the Serpentine Shinobi dismissed her jutsu. Her normal appearance returned, though her red and purple gown remained. "Come on, Shizune." "No, Enko, now," the ranking Jonin said sharply. "All right," she groused, then whispered to her companion, "Sorry." "You coming with us, Dusty?" she asked Gaara. Though most of the sand ninja were shocked by her impertinence, the Kazekage was amused. He nodded. Then hurry up, Enko ordered, and maybe I can get back before he falls asleep. When they reached Konoha Ninja Ops, Shizune did not lead them up to the Hokage's office. Instead, she led them down, underground. 3 floors beneath the earth, they followed her into a small, darkened room. The first thing they noticed, before their eyes adjusted, was the large 2-way mirror and the 4 lit computer monitors. After they became accustomed to their dim surroundings, the Kazekage and Enko realized they were not alone. The Hokage and Kakashi Hatake were waiting for them. Enko looked through the glass, curious as to what was going on. In the stark room on the other side were Ibiki Marino, and a young man she did not recognize. Probably 18 or 19 years old, he was wearing typical, if somewhat shabby ninja clothes, and a headband she could not quite make out due to the glare. His hands were in ninja manacles, and her wrists chained to the chair. Numerous ninja scrolls were wrapped around his arms and chest, connected to laptops. The whole setup was in the middle of an advanced genjutsu seal. "Why have you summoned me here?" Gaara asked. The minor rise in his normally flat voice indicated his intrigue. "I'm not going to say," Tsunade told him. Enko started to protest, but the Sannin cut her off. "I don't want to color your opinions before you hear this. And I think we should wait for the Kazekage's advisors." Both of the newcomers accepted this, Gaara graciously and Enko not so much. Shizune excused herself to wait for the other Sand siblings. "All right, your audience is here," Ibiki told the young man. "Let's take it again, from the top. My name is Shin Basada, and I am a genin of the true Hidden Sound Village." The youth shifted his head, and they could all see his headband now. It was an inverted half-note with a sharp symbol beside it. "I have come here to request that the Hidden Leaf Village assist in the liberation of our village." "What the hell is he talking about?" Kankuro demanded, just before Enko could express a similar sentiment. Though Shin could not hear them in the interrogation room, Ibiki received the question through his earpiece. The scarred ninja relayed it to the petitioner, though more politely. "I suppose it will be easier to understand if I explain the history of the hidden sound," the self-proclaimed sound ninja offered, "because, you see, the Otogekure was not originally the brainchild of Orochimaru. Though he helped them to build it, that village was the dream of 2 other shinobi. My parents. My mother was born in the village hidden in the mist, the daughter of a wealthy textile magnate. She became a ninja, against her father's wishes. Though he could not prevent her from becoming a genin, he blocked her attempts to find a teacher after graduation. She was eventually able to find a jonin who was above her father's influence or bribery. But it was not enough, because my grandfather was able to use his power over the 10th Mizukage to thwart her attempts to take the Chunin exam. In time she grew frustrated, and plotted to leave her home. She was able to make use of some less scrupulous jonin, and faked a decommissioning. Thus, she was able to leave the Kirigakure with all of her abilities, but without being labeled a rogue ninja. My father would be known to you. Jiro Basada was a Chunin from this village, the young man continued. He was a medical specialist, and thought shinobi should be researching more simple and mundane jutsu to help civilians in everyday life. His team was sent on a mission to remove a bandit clan from the land of rice. But either the feudal lord lied, or he simply undervalued the rogues, because my father's 2 teammates were killed, and he was left for dead, with a wakizashi broken off in his right lung. That was when my mother found him. Though she was not an expert healer, she knew enough to keep him alive, long enough for him to teach her the techniques she needed to save him. It was very close, and she spent months nursing him back to health. They fell in love, and shared their mutual desire for a more open spread of knowledge. That was the genesis of the village hidden in the sound. Not a military outpost, but instead a ninja college. A place where any jutsu would be taught to any person who offered equal compensation in knowledge or money. Soon after my father recovered, and they were married, my parents met Orochimaru. They did not know he was exiled, they just knew that he was a living legend. And he shared their love of knowledge. So they entrusted him with their vision, and he offered to help them. Emboldened by their new ally, my parents began to gather scrolls and books of ninjutsu, and to consult with retired ninja and honorable rogues. But they still lacked for 2 things. Soon after I was born, my grandfather died, leaving everything to his only surviving family member. My mother returned to the hidden mist for the time in years. But she only remained long enough to empty her bank accounts and sell off her companies. Now my parents had the money they needed. When they met up with Orochimaru again, he had acquired the other resource they lacked, a location. As they began to build their village, they were blinded to the serpent's darkness. While they recruited learned masters and talented beginners, Orochimaru recruited anyone who would agree to follow him. While my parents followed the edicts of the Council of Shadows, Orochimaru readily practiced forbidden jutsu. While they focused on gaining knowledge, he accepted any mission that was offered. 7 years ago, they could no longer deny what was happening. Orochimaru had joined with the Akatsuki, a group known to them. Sound ninja had been accused of assassinations in the lands of earth and fire. They went to confront Orochimaru, even though they were no match for him. And he killed them. He paused for a second. My mother knew they would die. She warned me never to oppose Orochimaru. She said I should keep our people safe and to wait. And now the time I have waited for is come. Orochimaru is dead, and Kabuto Yakushi has taken control of my parents' village. But many of those who remained neutral out of fear of Orochimaru now side with the true sound. And some of those who were loyal to the serpent will not follow his apprentice. However, we are not strong enough on our own. Orochimaru taught his followers more advanced killing techniques, and would not send us on missions. So even though our numbers are now equal, or even greater, we are in general weaker and less experienced. But with the help of the Hidden Leaf Village, we can defeat our mutual enemy. What does he suggest? Gaara asked. Again, Marino relayed the question. We wish to hire Leaf Shinobi to eliminate Kabuto and his strongest soldiers, the Shin explained. Though we may not have all of the funds needed to pay for such a mission, we are also willing to offer access to our libraries, for free, for 1 year, once the mission is complete. Well? Tsunade asked Enko and the Sand Ninja. It's a trap, Enko insisted incredulously. I can't believe you're buying this load of bullshit. With the honesty genjutsu, plus all those detection scrolls, it is unlikely he could lie, Temari countered. In such a long speech, he should have tripped up at some point. Also, this fits with some of the questions and inconsistencies we had noticed about the Hidden Sound Village. Why would Orochimaru build a village? It's not in his character, Kakashi pointed out, and where did he get the money? We investigated his story, Shizune added. His mother, Hana Eno, was a hidden mist ninja until she retired at age 16. And she did inherit a substantial fortune when her father died. And as for his father, I knew Jiro Busada, Tsunade interrupted. He was always going on about how we should teach civilians simple jutsu to make their lives easier. The kid looks a lot like him. Of course, it would be nice if we could do a DNA test, but the blood types match up. Fine, the purple-haired Kunoichi snapped, so maybe that part of it is true. But that doesn't change the fact that the most important part is a lie, and that makes this a trap. What do you mean? Gaara's tone was, as always, even. Orochimaru isn't dead, she shouted. She downed the zipper of her gown, and nearly ripped the fabric as she yanked it down. She did not care that she was exposing herself to them, as she turned to show them the livid black mark where her neck met her shoulder. If Orochimaru were dead, I would finally be free of him, free of this curse, she told them. I was told the only way the seal would go away was if Orochimaru removed it, or if he died. It's still there, still burning every second of every day. So that bastard can't be dead. Enko, Shizune said softly, we don't know for sure that Orochimaru's death will remove the curse mark. That's just speculation. We don't know enough to be sure. More likely, the Hokage interrupted, even after the snake dies, it will take weeks, or even months to fade away. Enko glared at Kenkuro, who was staring at her mostly uncovered chest. Only after he noticed her, and looked away, did she put her dress back into place. I don't buy it, she said, slightly less vehemently. We have reports to support that. Kakashi handed her a dossier. During the incident with the vampire, Naruto told Sasuke about Orochimaru and Itachi's past. Afterwards, Sasuke took almost 10 days to make a journey that should have taken 2. He was in the Sound hideout for just over 3 hours, and left with two of Orochimaru's strongest young recruits. Orochimaru has not been seen since, and Kabuto has been issuing orders that are contrary to Orochimaru's previous plans. All part of the plot, Enko's voice told them she knew she was reaching. Then why involve us? Temari asked, ignoring the Leaf Jonan's argument. 2 reasons, the Hokage smirked. The first is simple survival. I have considered the possibility that this is a trap. That kid's plan calls for 8 teams, give or take, she told them, but if instead the Leaf and Sand each send 6 teams, we'll have 50% more people on the ground, with less risk to either village. That gives us a better chance either to escape if it is a trap, or to win if this is real. Plus for the second part of his plan, with shinobi from both of our villages making use of their facilities, they will have better support to solidify their control of the village. Kankuro and Enko both displayed a small surprise, not having realized the full reason for Busada's offer. That is why you called this an X-rank mission, Gaara observed. That term again, Kankuro frowned. What's an X-rank mission? The Kazekage looked at the Hokage, who shrugged back. It is a special designation of the Council of Shadows, he explained to his siblings, a level beyond S-rank. X-rank missions are missions that require the direct action of one of the 5 Kage, or the combined power of 2 or more hidden villages. Temari nodded her understanding. The second reason, Tsunade resumed, growing somber, is the intelligence Gaara provided me with, the fact that Orochimaru, Kimimaro, and Kabuto were present in the Sunagekure when the 4th Kazekage and his advisors were murdered. Kimimaro is long dead, and now it seems Orochimaru is gone. She looked directly at Gaara. Kabuto is your last chance at any kind of justice or revenge. Gaara nodded, and his sister shuddered, recognizing the dark, hateful gleam in his pale blue eyes. I presume the intent is to mask the attack behind the Chunin exam, the leader of the Hidden Sand said evenly. Yeah, with their participating teams in the Land of Water, it gives us that much more of an advantage. Then we had better start planning, Gaara stated. Ibiki, bring our guest to map room number 1, Tsunade instructed over the microphone, so Shin could hear her, but for now, let's leave the manacles on. The Tokubetsu Jonin nodded, and began to disconnect the lie detectors. Naruto looked over at the clock when a knock at his door woke him. 3:27 a.m. Whoever it was knocked again. Just a minute, he groaned, pulling a white tank top over his bare chest, as he swung his feet off the bed. His first attempt to stand failed, but he managed on the second try. The genin trudged over to the door and pulled it open. Grandma Tsunade, his head cleared slightly when he saw who was waiting. What's going on? I'm sorry to wake you, Naruto, the Hokage seemed apprehensive, but I needed to speak with you right away. Sure, he murmured, confused by her unusual attitude, come in. The doctor looked at her young charge's room, unable to hide her disapproval at its fairly dismal condition. She sat down in the chair sitting beside his tiny table, and indicated he should sit too. Stifling a yawn, the teenager complied, dropping onto the edge of his so very inviting mattress. Naruto, there is a mission, Tsunade started hesitantly, a very important mission. And one of the team leaders has requested you personally. A mission? Naruto jumped up and started towards his armoire with a broad grin. It must be really cool for you to wake me up. Like this. He trailed off as his brain caught up with the rest of him. Wait, a mission now? He turned back to her, looking confused, but I'm leaving for the Chunin exam in a couple of hours. The leader of the Hidden Leaf Village sighed. She started to say something, but Uzumaki got there first. That's why you came here at 3 a.m., he deduced. No small feat for him, you're gonna order me to skip the Chunin exam and go on this mission. No, she said gently, I'm going to ask you to skip the Chunin exam and go on this mission. You have waited long enough for this second chance, and you have more than earned it. We can find a way to do this job without you. So I'm giving you a choice. Besides, she forced a smirk, not willing to give him too much. If I force you to do this against your will, you'll be distracted and worth less than usual. Naruto let the jab pass, considering what she had said. Can you at least tell me what this mission is? No, the Hokage shook her head again, this is need to know only. If you choose to go on to the Hidden Mist Village, I cannot risk you knowing. He digested that, adding it to the rest. Is it really that important? He asked quietly. If we succeed, it could change the world, she said firmly, leaving him no doubt as to her earnestness, and in the worst possible failure scenario, we will be in almost the same dire straits we faced when I took over. Naruto sat back down on his bed, looking at the floor. She waited, unable to see his face. All right, he whispered, then he looked up, determined. All right, I'll do it. Naruto, are you sure? Yup. I mean, my mom stated genin, and she won your respect. Besides, there'll be another exam in 6 months. He forced a chuckle. It's the sort of choice a chunin would make, right? She smiled slightly and nodded. Naruto, I promise that whatever it takes, I will see that you participate in the Hidden Cloud exam next spring. Even if I have to bust Hinata, Sakura, or Shikamaru back to genin so they can be your partners. Partner, he suddenly remembered. Hey, what about Hanabi? Tsunade realized she had forgotten his temporary teammate as well. She shrugged and told him Hanabi Hyuga was being allowed to participate as your partner. If you don't go, then she can't either. Does that change your decision? No, he answered, I don't want to let Hanabi down, but I have to do what I think is right. If you want, I can tell her I'm forcing you to go. No, I don't want to lie to her, he smiled ruefully, I'll tell her. Tsunade stood, impressed by his integrity. The briefing will most likely be after lunch. We have some last details to hash out, and then I need some sleep. I'll send Gunma or Rado around later with the details. She saw herself out, but Naruto did not go back to bed. Instead, he dressed slowly, and then left his apartment. Naruto stood outside the Hyuga manor, not sure what he should do. He couldn't just sneak in. He didn't know where Hanabi's room was, and if he got caught. He didn't want to think about what Hayashi Hyuga might do given an excuse. But he also didn't want to wake up the whole house. He decided to go with the old cliché. He walked around the house to Hinata's room, collecting pebbles along the way. After he found the right window, he began to bounce the small stones off it, trying to wake the occupant. After the fourth rock nearly struck his face on the rebound, the lights went on in the room. The window opened, and Uzumaki realized he had the wrong room. What do you want, Naruto? Hayashi's tone was dry, but held just a hint of danger, attempting to arrange a late-night rendezvous with my daughter. Actually, sir, Naruto played it polite as a matter of self-preservation, I'm trying to find Hanabi. I need to talk to her about the Chunin exam. Can't it wait until after sunrise? His anger abated, the clan leader was just annoyed, you'll be leaving together then. No, Naruto said pointedly, we won't. Hayashi did not need the Byakugan to see how serious Naruto was. I'll wake her, he told the boy, and then I will meet you at the main gate. Naruto nodded and trotted back to the front of the house. The elder genin told father and daughter about the Hokage's visit and what she had said, leaving off only her grandiose statements about how the mission could end. You're going, aren't you? Hanabi stabbed while he was trying to find the words to tell her, after all, if you had turned her down, you wouldn't have dragged me out of bed at 4 in the morning. Hanabi, I'm sorry, Naruto bowed his head, but she said if this fails, it could hurt the village. I couldn't say no. Nor should you, Hayashi affirmed, letting his relief show, that is a very responsible decision, Naruto, putting the village before your own advancement. The possessed blonde was not fooled by the sudden support, but was not about to turn down an ally either. Hanabi did not appear to agree with them. Listen, Hanabi, I'll make it up to you. The next exam, we'll compete together, no matter what. You assume I'll still be that desperate in 6 months, she said coldly. She refused to look at him, and after a minute, Naruto stood. I really am sorry, Hanabi. Hayashi showed Naruto out, and Hinata slipped into the room. He made the right choice, Hinata insisted. That's a matter of opinion, the younger girl countered bluntly. Would you have chosen the other way, the fifth master of the Rasengan pressed? Yes. One genin is not going to make a difference. Hinata considered pointing out the contradiction in that statement, but instead just shook her head sadly. If you always put yourself before others, the elder sibling counseled as she left, one day you will look around and find you are all alone. Naruto looked around at the crowd gathered in the arena. Though he recognized all of the more than 20 leaf shinobi, he was the only genin. There were almost as many sand ninja, and the only ones he knew by name were Gaara and Temari, though he had seen a few of the others before. And there was someone else, wearing a headband he had never seen before, standing with the leaders of the two villages. Though the Kazekage was standing beside her, the Hokage did most of the talking. She introduced their guest, and explained quickly that he was part of a splinter group of the Hidden Sound village that wanted peace and friendly relations with the other villages. She told them that, except for the two medical support teams, their job was to kill or otherwise neutralize Kabuto's most powerful supporters. Given that we can't guarantee the location of any of the targets, we're not going to try to assign specific tasks, she informed them, with a single exception. The Kazekage's team will be going after Kabuto Yakushi personally. If any of the other teams find him, do not engage, just report back his position. She then went through the individual sound shinobi they were seeking, providing them with all of the information gathered by both villages and supplied to them by Shin Basada. The others studied the sketches or photos intently, but Naruto was distracted by what Tsunade had said about Gaara. All right, we will be leaving tomorrow, so our arrival coincides with the start of the Chunin exam, the leader concluded. Everyone get some rest, and make sure you have all the equipment you need. Leaf Teams 7, 8, and 10, I need to speak with you before you go. Irika turned to leave and found Enko and Yugao together. The Yuzuki looked uncomfortable, while Mitarashi was just pissed off. Well, it looks like Team Hisashi is back together, he tried to sound light. Enko turned her glare on him, and Yumino barely stopped himself from cringing. And Yugao went from merely awkward to sad. Look, we are professionals, right? The teacher decided he would have to be the adult here, regardless of what your personal feelings are. We can work together, can't we? The former ANBU Kunoichi looked from him, back to Enko. The snake user just rolled her eyes. I'm not the one who broke up the team, the curse-marked woman stated, pointedly. And then she stalked away, throwing back, see you two tomorrow. Okay, what's up? Naruto asked. The three teams had crowded into Tsunade's office, along with Gaara and Temari. You heard me say that the Kazekage's team would be going after Kabuto, right? She asked back. Yeah, I was surprised Akagi would be going on a mission, he told her. Well, Gaara has a special request. She looked over to her counterpart, who took over. Naruto, you have the most combat experience, both with Kabuto and against him. That is why I requested you be on my team. You work well with Hinata Fuga and Sakura Haruno, and their abilities as a scout and a medic round out the team, so I have also requested them. Unless any of you three can offer me a valid reason to the contrary, the Hokage told her soldiers, I'll grant the Kazekage's request. You three will work with the Kazekage, with Gaara as the team leader. Any objections? She looked at Sakura, who was still somewhat uncomfortable around Gaara, and Hinata, who had an issue with Kabuto since learning he had saved her life. But neither girl protested. Okay, since that leaves Team 7 and 8 short-handed, Kiba and Shino, you two will be with Kakashi and Sai. Shino nodded, and Kiba eyed Sai suspiciously. And you three, the Sannin addressed Ino Shikacho, each team will have at least one Jonin. With Asuma's death, you need a team leader. Here it comes, Shikamaru groaned. Temari has generously offered to be your squad leader, she informed them, and in the interest of cooperation, I've accepted. There it is, the genius put his hand to his hand as if the news pained him. Temari smirked at him. Nice to work with you, Ino winked at the older blonde. That's it, the Hokage concluded, like I said before, get some rest and make sure you are ready. Hey, Gaara, Naruto ran up to his high-ranking friend, where's Kankuro? He left this morning, the Kazekage answered, he is leading our contingent to the Hidden Mist for the exam. We must keep up appearances. Besides, we cannot disappoint our genin. Naruto nodded, I didn't think of that. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. Naruto, Hinata caught up with him as they left. I was going to give this to you after you became a Chunin, she extended the package she had held sandwiched between her body and her left arm, but I thought you might need it on the mission. He took the wrapped present and tore off the paper. But after he removed the masking, he suddenly became apprehensive. He slowly opened the box and set aside the lid. Inside was black leather scabbard for a broadsword. It had a steel inlay of the Konoha leaf, with a line of the metal running from the tip of the symbol to the tip of the scabbard. It had a bandolier harness. He turned the box over to spill it out, and saw that the shape was a cover. Instead of a slot for a sword, there was a perfect circle to hold a staff blade. I thought it would be better than simply sticking kitsune in your belt, she offered, unable to read his expression, and you don't want to have to spend time and chakra to summon it. Hinata, this is incredible, but I can't, he started to protest, but she subtly shifted her left arm, setting off a slight clinking on her left wrist. Naruto saw the bracelet he had given her. Right, he grinned, thank you, Hinata. He threw the sheath over his shoulder, summoned kitsune, and slid the weapon into its new container. It was a perfect fit. I enhanced the scabbard, she told him, so it will hide kitsune's chakra signature. So it won't be detectable by jutsu or kekkai jinkai. That's great, he was impressed. Then he sobered. Are you ready for this? This is more than any other mission. I mean, we're basically going to war. I'll be okay, she was happy for his concern. What about you? I'm gonna get to kick Kabuto's ass. That's more than enough. She was amused, but not surprised by his answer. There is one thing the Hokage did not mention, Shin Busada told the 48 assembled ninja the next morning. The only way to reach the valley, where the main hidden sound village is located, is to pass through a series of caves. And the only way to navigate these caves with the key and the song, he took a necklace out from under his shirt. It consisted of 5 different, small tuning forks. He flicked one, and they all heard a clear tone. So when we reach the cavern, you will all need to follow me very carefully. Is everyone ready? Gaara asked. A quick murmur of assent passed over the assembled legion. Good, then move out. Stop, Hinata whispered, and the warning spread back through the winding chain of ninja. Gaara's team was at the front of the procession, with Shin Busada, and the girl's Byakugan was active. I see 4, no 5, people in the tunnel, about 250 feet ahead, she told them. The caves were dark, absorbing the illumination of their flashlights, leaving barely enough behind to see the ground under their feet. And the wind moving through the stones produced a constant low hum that made it difficult to concentrate. Their guide led them by using the tuning forks to modulate the hum and determine which path to take. Even with the Kekkai Genkai, the 2 Hyuga shinobi would have been lost. Lights out, the Kazekage ordered quietly. The soldiers complied, except for Shin Busada, who their leader urged forward. The true sound team crept forward, and Gaara's team followed just beyond the edge of his light. Who is that? A harsh voice said. The invaders moved to the edge of the cavern, while their guide stepped into the light of the patrol's lantern. Well, the sound Kunoichi holding the lamp mocked, if it isn't the little renegade. Master Kabuto did not think you would return, Busada, the tall, pale ninja, who had first spoken, added. But he did give orders to kill on sight, the third warrior in the line said, talking quietly, more to himself than to Shin or his companions. It could be fun, never taken a note before. You want to kill me, Kaya? Shin asked the jittery, blue-haired Chunin. He speaks to me. He knows only our leader may speak to me. It's all right, Kaya, the Kunoichi told him, he's not one of us anymore. Probably never was. The second Kunoichi, at the back of the line of sound ninja, quietly drew a trio of needle in her right hand. So you follow Kabuto now, Misaki? Busada asked the talkative girl. I thought you hated him for working against Orochimaru. The lavender-haired woman shrugged. Times change. You haven't seen what he did to for Gaki and Yuko. Nor will he, the leader said, turning back. Kaya, have your fun. Before the soldier could attack, the sand that had been quietly pooling around his feet leapt upwards, wrapping his body. Gaara closed his fist, and the sound ninja named Kaya died. Naruto, Sakura, and Hinata were more mundane, burying a total of 7 kunai in Misaki and the Pallid Guard. The last 2 sound shinobi started to move, but the darkly wrapped 4th ninja was surprised when the Kunoichi behind him buried her spikes in his neck. The leaf and sand tensed, but the Kunoichi did not. She leapt forward, embracing their guide. Shin, thank the gods, she squeezed him tightly, I thought. Well, I thought the worst. Everything is fine, Chiesa, he wheezed, can I please have my lungs back? She released him and stepped back, her green hair swaying slightly. How did you know? Shin asked his companions. She was the only one you didn't look at, Sakura said, like you did not want to draw their attention to her. Shin, that's Naruto Uzumaki. And the Kazekage, Gaara, the girl suddenly expressed amazement as she studied his group. The Leaf Warriors reclaimed their blades, and Sakura dropped one that was damaged. As I said, Shin looked at her, obviously proud of himself. Everything is fine. Chiesa is one of the true sound shinobi, he told the Sand and Leaf shinobi, and a good friend. We had better keep moving. Gaara's normally impassive voice was somewhat touched by urgency. Stop, Shin held up his hand as they reached the entrance to the cave. There is a 100-meter gap between the opening of the cave and the forest. We will need to move quickly to avoid being spotted. There is a safer way, Gaara said, then he called softly back, Temari. The blonde Jonin made her way to the front of the line. We need cover, he told her. I was thinking of the obscuring sands. She nodded and began to sign. Gaara lifted his hands, and an arch of sand began to spread out from the rocky alcove towards the tree line. And they won't see that? Naruto was incredulous. Temari is creating an illusion on the outside of the barrier. Anyone watching will see only the ground underneath the barrier. Whoa, that's pretty cool teamwork. Move, the leader of the Sunagakure told him. I do not have to spend any more chakra on this than is absolutely necessary. The invaders darted under the canopy into the forest. Once all the others had passed, the two Sand siblings followed, dissolving the blind as they went. They continued to follow their client, and Shin Busada led them to a small shaded pond, about halfway between the cliffs they had exited and the main stronghold of the Otogakure. As soon as they reached the planned staging area, the two medical support teams began to set up their equipment. How long do we have until that patrol is missed? Kakashi asked, joining up with Gaara's team and the two true sound ninja. 2 hours, Shin answered, but Chiesa shook her head. 20 minutes, she told them, to her lover's surprise. Seeing the look on Busada's face, she explained, Kabuto changed the rotation schedules. Do you know how they will get to the passage? A Sand Kunoichi asked. Naruto did not recognize her. She was in her late 30s with shoulder-length blue-black hair and light brown eyes. Has that changed? Shin asked, and Chiesa shook her head. No, the path is still the same. Chiesa, take Kakashi's team and not Soki's team, Gaara instructed, point out any members of the resistance, and kill the rest. Shin, return to the village and get your people ready. We will move in after the true sound rebels begin the attack. But you need to start within 30 minutes. We have to strike before the returning patrol is missed. Shin nodded quickly and ran off towards the sound village. Chiesa watched him leave for a second, and then lead the two invading teams into the woods. Make sure you are all ready, Gaara instructed the remaining teams. If anyone needs to go to the bathroom, now would be the time, Shikamaru added sarcastically. We will head out as soon as the others return, Gaara continued as if he had not heard the remark. Wait, Naruto protested, I thought we were waiting for Shin to start the attack. We are, just not here, the Kazekage told him. There is still a good chance this is a trap. So we prepare for both possibilities. The Sound Kunoichi led the Leaf and Sand teams to a concealed, yet well-traveled path. The shinobi took positions on either side of the trail, such that they could see Chiesa. The renegade had removed and discarded her 8th note headband, replacing it with the sharp, half-note version Shin wore. While most readied shuriken or kunai, Shino and Kakashi both remained empty-handed, while Sai took out a brush and scroll, and one of the Sand ninja unwrapped out a barbed whip. While they waited, the former member of Root began to put ink to the page, preparing a feline form. They did not have to wait long. The gentle crunch of their unmasked footfalls revealed the illusion of security they felt. As the 5 replacement guards meandered into view, their informant briefly observed the warriors, and quickly indicated the 2nd and 3rd ninja, a stocky boy of around 10 and a slender, one-armed man in his 50s, respectively. Their secret allies revealed, the liberators struck. Sai flicked out the last 2 strokes, and a pair of black and white tigers sprung to life. The first of the large cats sank its fangs into the trailing ninja's neck, and the second beast grasped his leg. The ink animals dragged the unfortunate human into the forest. The lead sound shinobi started to move, but a whip wrapped around his wrist, and when lash was pulled back, the shards of metal flayed the soft tissue from his limb, exposing the bone underneath. The wounded man reached down with his left hand to try and stop the blood loss. But the whip flew out again, this time surrounding his left bicep. More flesh was stripped away by the second attack. 3 more strikes, and the blood loss was too great for him to stand. Lightning began to form around Kakashi's hand as he stepped towards the man near the end of the line. But a step ahead of him, the Sand Jonin, Natsuki, hit his target. Tendrils of blue and white cold wrapped her feet. Her first kick transformed the Sound Chunin's chest into a block of ice, and her second blow shattered that ice. His arms and head tumbled to the ground, without a torso to support them. Natsuki looked back at Kakashi and winked. Hatake dismissed his half-formed Chidori with a chuckle. The remaining 2 sound ninja prepared to fight their attackers until Chiesa leapt down from her perch. Chiesa, what? The older ninja stopped his question when he saw what was on her forehead. The boy was already removing his shield. So, it's finally time, the dismembered warrior was relieved, and a tiny but afraid, but it may be too late. What do you mean by that? Hiba demanded. Kabuto has moved from testing his theories on the true sound to upgrading those loyal to him. Some of the holdouts are going over to that butcher for the promise of greater power. What do you mean, testing his theories on the true sound? The whip user asked. We were his lab rats, he indicated his missing arm. This was a failed attempt to give me a bear's arm. I have a niece who was lucky. Kabuto was able to successfully add a second heart to her circulatory system. He subjected us to new, untested chemicals, bizarre transplants, and experimental DNA-altering jutsu. And he didn't care if they failed, just so long as he learned something new. Let's get back, the other are waiting, Kakashi insisted. An explosion in the town shocked the leaf and sand soldiers, still waiting for the ambushers to return. Gaara, Naruto yelled at their leader. Tell Kakashi and Natsuki to catch up, Gaara told Shizune, the leader of the 2 teams of doctors. Move it, the Kazekage ordered, his voice harsh with uncommon worry. Comin' through, Naruto shouted, cracking the sound ninja in the head with kitsune. The scarred man fell and would not be getting soon, if ever. A true sound kunoichi, of maybe 60 years, had been fighting 2 opponents, and gave him a short grateful glance. Hinata tapped the second enemy in the back with her gentle fist, giving their ally the opening to stab him in the stomach. Thank you, she said, then shouted, look out. A third man was leaping towards Naruto, but a giant hand of sand intercepted him and crushed him against a wall. Thank you, she said again. Gaara held her gaze. Where is Kabuto Yakushi? He demanded. He was in his lab. She shuddered slightly from his intensity. It's on the 3rd floor of the citadel, takes up half the level. I don't know if he's still there. Let's go, the Kazekage ordered. What a drag, Shikamaru groaned, sidestepping the short, slight man attempting to stab him. He tripped the opposing ninja, and as he fell, Shikamaru casually slit his throat. I know, Choji agreed, pounding another sound ninja into the ground. What's with all the small fry? Then Tamari groaned, you would have had to put it that way. What? The larger Chunin was confused, and she pointed. A true sound ninja was catapulted through the air. Target number 6, Ino confirmed, Yama. Target number 6 is called Yama, Tsunade said. She flashed a pair of blurry photos on the screen, showing a bald man, probably in his 20s or 30s, and almost 9 feet tall. He was recruited by Orochimaru 11 months ago. We don't have any record of him before that, she paused, but he quickly gained a rep as being extremely deadly, and loyal to a fault. Unfortunately, that loyalty transferred to Kabuto. He is a mystery, even to us, Shin added, he never speaks to anyone. He might be mute. Only one true sound ninja has ever gone on a mission with him. She said he used mostly taijutsu, and he was stronger and a lot faster than she would have expected. The only ninjutsu she saw was a wind chakra shield. We have heard rumors saying that he has used other wind jutsu. We have also heard that he has been hit, but never injured, Basada told them dubiously. Then he paused, as if remembering, and one last thing. There has been a young girl sighted in his room, with similar facial features. He might have a daughter or younger sister. which could be part of why he is so loyal to Kabuto, Temari considered aloud. Let's find someone else, Shikamaru whispered, someone we have an idea how to beat. The apathetic suggestion came too late. Yama saw them, and his already small eyes narrowed. He dug his fingers into the wall beside him and tore out a large chunk. He threw the brickwork at them horizontally. Partial expansion jutsu, Choji's enlarged right arm knocked the projectile away, but he grimaced from the painful effort. Akimichi, down, Temari ordered. The stocky youth fell to the dirt as their team leader swung her fan, proclaiming, Wind Scythe Jutsu. 3 blades of sharpened air passed between Ino and Shikamaru, and over Choji. They stuck Yama squarely, 2 in the chest, and 1 on his right bicep. But the cutting blades merely dimpled his skin, before continuing on to cut a trio of deep furrows in the damaged wall behind the sound strongman. So that's why he's never been injured, Ino gulped. He can't be that tough, Choji grunted. He crossed the gap, and aimed his left fist at Yama's face, greatly increasing its size and power again. But the blow did not hurt him, it didn't even budge him a tiny bit. Akimichi kicked out, placing an expanded foot in Yama's stomach. But Kabuto's henchman didn't even exhale from the attack. Yama grabbed Choji's head, faster than the boy could dodge. He lifted the leaf shinobi with ease, and threw him at Temari like a rag doll. Choji, the eldest Sand sibling, helped him up. Do you think you can hold him long enough for shadow possession or mind destruction? I can try, he groaned slightly, shaking his head to work out the kink in his neck. He stepped forward and pronounced, limited expansion jutsu. Akimichi took another step forward as his height, width, and depth all doubled. Nearly 12 feet tall, he was head and shoulders above the sound ninja. He grappled with Yama, but despite his increased size and strength, Choji could barely hold their enemy in place. Why the shadow possession jutsu? Shikamaru asked, as Choji was growing, why not use the shadow strangulation jutsu? Physical attacks don't seem to be working, and the shadow possession takes less of your chakra, she explained. He still needs to breath. Fine, she sighed, do what you want. No, he winked at her, you're in charge. She tried to glare at him, but couldn't. Mind destruction jutsu, Ino stared at Yama's face through her laced fingers. But she quickly took her hands apart. It didn't work, the Chunin blonde whined. What? Why not? I don't know, Ino snapped. Maybe Orochimaru put his brain in a jar somewhere. Hurry it up, Choji's voice was strained from the effort. Shadow possession jutsu, Shikamaru incanted. His shadow extended, touching the shadow around Yama's feet. But it did not connect, and Yama pushed Choji back a step. This isn't working either? Shikamaru sounded confused. Fine. Shadow strangulation jutsu. The silhouette darted forward again, but once more it failed to connect with Yama's shadow. It stayed flat on the ground until Shikamaru ended the technique. Choji could no longer hold Yama, and was thrown back. He hit a building and shrunk back to normal size. Is this guy immune to all our jutsu? Ino sounded worried. No way, Choji protested. Shikamaru leapt back, and the crouched down. He placed his fingertips together, forming a sort of inverted cage, and then he closed his eyes. You better think of something, Shika, Temari ordered, rolled forward, and stabbing the end of her fan into Yama's stomach. Let's try to buy him some time, the Sand Jonin instructed. Nothing is working, Shikamaru thought, but why? Temari, can I get a breeze? Ino drew out a small pouch. Physical attacks are one thing, he considered. The Sand Kunoichi waved her fan, and Leaf Kunoichi dumped out the set of paper bombs. Ino's attack didn't work, which means there's no mind, he decided. No physical injury and no mind could mean a puppet. But Choji didn't say he felt strange to the touch. The talismans that struck Yama clung to him, while the rest remained on the ground around him. And I couldn't connect with his shadow. That shouldn't matter if it's real or a puppet. Try this, Ano Blizzard Jutsu, Ino tossed a kunai wrapped with her last paper bomb. The explosion set off the other bombs, tearing up the street around Yama. Why wouldn't the shadow possession jutsu work, he pondered. Yama emerged from the barrage, unscathed. Unless his shadow isn't real either, he had a revelation, some sort of genjutsu? That would explain a lot. Let's try it. The Narachunin placed his hands together and said, "Release." Shikamaru's face reflected confusion as the illusion was dispelled. Noticing his action and his reaction, his three teammates also countered the mirage. In the place where Yama had stood, there was instead a young girl, no more than 6 years of age. She was floating in the middle of a translucent, human-shaped bubble of wind chakra. The girl was wearing shinobi garb but did not appear to have a headband. That's why nothing hurt him. Choji realized there was nothing to hurt. The child was surprised and frightened when they started to look at her. Her projection of hardened air began to lash out more aggressively than before. "Ino, stop her," Temari commanded. Yamanaka intertwined her fingers again. Mind transfer jutsu. In the physical plane, Ino had barely been able to see the girl through the translucent shell. In her mind, the girl wore a simple slip dress, faded and stained, and no shoes. The leaf kunoichi could see that the girl did share the face of her illusion. The girl's hair was black and gray, and thickly layered, almost like feathers. The domain of her mind was mostly empty, but a lone hawk circled overhead. "Who are you?" the girl asked. "My name is Ino Yamanaka." The Chunin kneeled, so she was on eye level with the girl. "And what's your name?" Yori. The child was not reassured by Ino's words or actions of the Nochi clan. "Are you going to kill me?" What? Though she had to concede it was a fair question, Ino was nevertheless shocked by the girl's directness. "I don't want to kill you," Ino sidestepped the question. "But Orochi Dano said the leaf people would try to kill me, like the rest of my family," Yori said quickly, "and you are fighting me." Well, Ino thought about it. The girl's mentioning of Orochimaru was troublesome, but the kunoichi had to gain her trust. "We thought we were fighting Yama, a mean old man. And you did attack us first." "Yeah," Yori considered that, "but Orochi Dano said the leaf people know my secret. He said that anyone who knows my secret would want to kill me. That's why he showed me how to make Yama. So I can stop the people who know about me." "I'm sorry, Yori, but I don't know who you are, or what your secret is," the blonde told her earnestly. Then a thought occurred to her. "Did a lot of people find out about your secret, Yori?" She nodded, warming slightly, "but when they did, Orochi Dano would find them, and tell me where they were." "And then you killed them?" "No," the girl seemed a little frightened. "Rock-chan did it for me." The girl suddenly froze, looking scared of Ino again. "I wasn't supposed to tell you that." Ino could feel the girl trying to take control of her body again, and gently rebuked her. "Ino, what's going on?" Shikamaru demanded, as the wind making up Yama's form started to stir. "Hold on," she made the girl's tiny voice shout, "I'm talking to Yori." "Is that the girl's name?" Temari asked. "Yes. Yori of the Nochi clan." "Why does that sound familiar?" the sand kunoichi pondered. "Yori, what do you mean Rock-chan did it for you?" Ino was thinking of her encounter in Sakura's mind, 3 years prior. "I would fight them, but if I had to finish them, I would let Rock-chan do it." "Who is Rock-chan?" The leaf shinobi was confused. "You really don't know my secret," the girl sounded surprised, looking up. Ino followed her gaze up to the raptor, now descending slowly. "Rock-chan?" Choji repeated, and Ino realized she had spoken out loud as well. "Ino, be careful," Temari suddenly yelled, "I know where I've heard that name before." The Nochi clan lived on the border of the land of wind and the land of birds. To protect the land of birds, centuries again, they sealed away a demon, the Shadow Rock. It is said the rock was less powerful than any of the bijou, but was so huge that all 9-tailed beasts could rest on its back without touching. "You don't say." Ino commented blandly as the circling hawk grew larger and larger in the girl's mind. The rock landed, and the weight of its chakra forced Yamanaka out of Yori's mind. Her head lifted, and the child's dark brown eyes began to glow from within. "I should thank you." The girl's voice was now tainted by an odd screeching. The wind body around her grew larger, until it was just over 10 feet tall. "You interfered with her mind, giving me a chance to take total control," the demon said. "For 208 years, I have been passed from mother to daughter, waiting for a chance to break free. But I'm not really the thanking type, so I'll just kill you." "You knew, didn't you?" Shikamaru asked, "that Orochimaru was just using her?" "Of course," the monster snorted, "we made a deal." He taught the girl how to release me, and I killed for him. You see, with each generation the Nochi clan daughters grew stronger, as did the seal. I never could have broken out without the serpent's aid. But now I will absorb the girl's body and power, becoming stronger than ever. Look at me, being silent so long has made me chatty, the possessed girl chuckled, time for you to die. The fist of Yama punched out, and in a cruel mockery, the translucent fist expanded. The imitation partial expansion jutsu struck Choji, hurtling him through the outer wall of a house. Inside the domicile, Choji tried to pull himself from the table he had landed in, but failed. Shadow possession jutsu. Now that the lazy genius could see the girl's real shadow, he was able to connect with it. The stolen body froze in place, but the limbs of the wind form did not. Fool, I control the wind chakra directly with my mind. I don't need to use my body to attack you with it. Just like Gaara with the sand, Temari added, leaping in front of Shikamaru to block an air kick with her fan. Shika, strangle her, their squad leader directed. You want me to kill a kid? It's our only option, she yelled sadly, nothing else the four of us can do will get through that barrier. I can go back into her mind, Ino groaned, finally recovering from her ejection, try to break the demon's hold on her. Do you think you can? Temari asked, catching another punch with her weapon. The blow still knocked her back. Choji finally regained his feet. No way, her enlarging paramour protested, clutching his left side, it's too dangerous. We have two choices here, the sand sibling snapped back, Ino attacks their mind, or Shikamaru kills Yori's body. I don't want Ino to get hurt, but Yori is just a kid. She's not Gaara, Shikamaru said gently, skipping back out of range. The girl's body jumped back in mirror action, and the demon's attack missed. No, she said angrily, Gaara started out a monster, and Naruto redeemed him. This girl started out innocent, and we just completed Orochimaru's process of turning her into a monster. I'm not suggesting Ino sacrifice herself needlessly, their leader added more gently, but she can go back in, and if it is too gnarly, escape and we go back to the shadow strangulation. Okay? Shikamaru shrugged, sounds good to me. Choji looked back and forth from Temari to Ino, and then lowered his head in agreement. Good. We'll have to keep Ino's body safe. Akimichi nodded, and expanded his whole body again. He stopped an attack on Shikamaru, so the shadow possession could continue to hold Yori steady for Ino. He absorbed 2 strong blows, grimacing in pain, but not backing down. Mind transfer jutsu. Ino saw the form of a hawk, so large its wings would have covered the entire Konohagakure core. Its fierce green eyes focused on her, and somehow, its beak grinned viciously. Ino found herself back in her own body, staring at the same grin on the face of Yori. No you don't, she growled, mind transfer jutsu. She struck the monster's psyche again, but this time she was able to force her way through. Inside the girl's mental plane had changed. The smooth, featureless ground was now rocky and uneven. The giant avian dominated the landscape. Yori, Ino whispered loudly, trying to find the girl. The kunoichi heard a restrained cry and hurried towards it. She realized she was running towards the rock, but did not slow. She found the girl, pinned under the demon's talon, one of its claws tearing all the way through her left leg. Yori, are you all right? Ino, I tried to stop Raksha. No, the shadow rock, she whimpered, but he was stronger than before. He hurt me. The girl looked down at her leg. What was leaking from the wound was not blood, but memories, spirit, the girl's very soul. Ino did not know how to heal the wound. Maybe if they could stop the monster, Yori's mind could restore itself. Yori, how do I stop it? Yamanaka asked gently, how do I stop the shadow rock? The seal is on his forehead. If I touch it, he will be trapped again. So I just have to get up to its head. Ino struggled to keep her annoyance from showing, no problem. Not you, Yori shook her head wearily, it has to be me. The seal is mine. I have to be the one to activate it. Of course, Ino grimaced, just a little, I'll get you free, and then I'll get you up to the seal. Ino took out one of her kunai, and jabbed it into the base of the claw in Yori's leg. The rock caught in pain, and lifted its leg to try to see what was causing its discomfort. You, its harsh voice shrieked, as it saw Ino lifting Yori, I will shred your soul and consume the scraps. Ino put the girl on her back and dodged around to the demon's tail. It tried to spin, but its size kept it from getting close to the speedy human. This is not the real world, the monster told her, and began to reduce in size. You cannot use my size against me here, as the Nochi did. Ino, Yori whispered into her neck, those people I killed, they didn't know my secret, did they? They weren't trying to hurt me. You didn't do that, the rock did, Ino tried to comfort her. The bird was circling much faster now, and she was finding it hard to stay behind the avian. I trusted Orokidano, she denied Ino's claim, I attacked those people, and I let the rock out. If you feel that way, take responsibility, Yamanaka prompted, help me stop the rock, and then we can talk about how you can make it up to all those people. Okay, the injured child tried to sound determined. Hold on tight, Ino instructed, and she jumped onto the raptor's back. She started towards the creature's neck, but the demon hopped, flapping its wings and rolling to the side. Without any sword hold, the kunoichi was forced to jump clear. The rock flew higher and then dove at them. With the extra weight, Yamanaka found it harder to avoid the attack, but she managed. The teen shifted the child and drew a kunai again. When the shrunken rock strafed them again, Ino blocked its beak with her blade, but was knocked down by the claws. She twisted as she fell, so she hit the ground on her side, instead of landing on Yori. The rock's head darted towards Ino, its razor-sharp beak wide open. Before it hit, Yori grabbed Ino's spiritual kunai and pushed off with her good leg, stabbing the avian in the neck. The spirit swung its bill back, cleaving into Yori's neck. No, Ino scrambled up, but she was too late. The rock tore out Yori's heart. It tilted its head back and swallowed the girl's core. Next, the demon crowed in triumph, but the mentalist vanished from his mind. Do it, Shikamaru, Ino was already crying as she opened her eyes. Ino, what happened? Tamari asked, worried. That monster. It killed Yori. It destroyed her soul. You have to kill it quickly, before it finishes taking over her body. The normally apathetic genius looked upset. He released his controlling jutsu, and quickly signed the more powerful attack technique. His shadow wrapped around the girl's body, crushing her chest and neck. Ino, stop, the girl's eyes returned to normal, as did her voice. She looked at the leaf kunoichi, pleading. You don't fool me, Ino hissed, I saw what you did to Yori. Fine, the glow returned, but it was lessened, and the stolen body coughed, but I'm not going alone. Its airy arms extended, grabbing Choji by the shoulders. Before they could wonder what it had planned, Akimichi began to gasp, as if he could not breath. My breath for his, the demon croaked. Ino surged to her feet and stumbled over to Choji. She began to beat on the wind limbs, but to no effect. Tamari joined her, slashing with her fan and her wind jutsu. The stolen body began to shudder, from the demon's effort to resist the silhouette throttling it. But in the end, Yori's body was not strong enough. With one final surge, Nara snapped the girl's neck. Instantly the hardened chakra dissipated, and Choji and Yori both fell to the ground. Always suspicious, Shikamaru checked to make sure their enemy was dead. He has a pulse. Ino quickly put her medical training to work on Choji, but he's not breathing. She tilted his head back and pinched his nose. She put her lips to his and pushed air into his lungs. And again. Then a third time. Come on, Choji, breath, she pleaded, hitting him lightly on the chest. She placed her lips to his for the fourth round, but halfway through her breath, she felt a return pressure. Choji coughed and started to take in air on his own again. He sat up slowly, and Ino threw her arms around him. This really isn't the time for that, Choji forced out, I'm trying to catch my breath. Idiot, she loosened her grip slightly but did not let go. Instead, she helped him to stand. Her relief was dulled when Shikamaru waked over, carrying Yori's body. She looked so small in his arms. Is that the fate of all Jinchuriki? Tamari asked quietly. Shikamaru looked at her sharply. She caught his gaze and took control of her emotions. Ino, take Choji back to the medics. And Yori too, the Jonin ordered, Shikamaru and I will continue to assist the true sound. I can stand, Choji told her. Ino disengaged and took the girl's remains. With a nod and a look of thanks to Temari, she began to skulk back out of the Otogekure alongside her injured teammate. Shikamaru and Temari turned and headed deeper into the hidden village. They headed for the reinforced tower in the center of the village, occasionally intervening in battles between Shin's forces and Kabuto's warriors. Each time, Gaara asked their allies or surviving enemies about Kabuto's whereabouts. But no one had seen the new leader of the Hidden Sound village. So they kept on their path until they reached the fortress. The huge steel doors were closed tight. Sakura, though Gaara only said her name, the instruction was obvious. The pink-haired Kunoichi stepped forward and with a single blow, punched one of the reinforced barriers in. The door flew a short distance before striking a column and spiraling into the wall. A handful of sound shinobi, standing on the other side of the portal, readied weapons. "This is where we split up," Kakashi told Natsuki and Chiesa. After the hearing explosion, instead of returning to the staging point, at Hataki's order they went directly into the village. The Sand team and True Sound team each split off, heading in different directions. "Where to now, Kakashi-sensei?" Shino asked quietly. "No clue," the Jonin sounded unperturbed. He looked over the teenagers and added, "Let's look for some pockets of battle and see if we can find one of the targets." Sai sighed, and Kakashi's face turned serious in response. "Hiba, Akamaru, see if you can smell anything," he directed. "Shino, dispatch your scouts. We'll head towards the village core for now." The four shinobi started to move north, towards the open square near the middle of the town. But before they could reach top speed, Akamaru dug in his claws to quickly stop. The humans all followed suit. "What is it?" Sai asked impatiently, "Does he need to go to the bathroom?" The ninja hound growled at him and then yipped at Kiba. "He says he smells something thick and dangerous." That way, he pointed down an ally heading east. As they stalled, beetles flew in from all directions. "I also sensed something in that direction," the insect master informed them, "an odd chakra signature." "I suppose," the copy ninja conceded, "that's as good a direction as any." Sai snorted, but followed nevertheless. "A theater?" Sai was surprised and incredulous. But no more so than the other three humans. "Are you sure?" Hiba asked his dog. Akamaru barked firmly. Kakashi grasped the ornate handle and pulled the door open. A strong smell of perfume wafted from the box office. The Jonin swept his hand, and the three Chunin slunk inside. The first thing they noticed was a fallen True Sound Kunoichi. Shino knelt down and examined her. "She is alive," he said simply. "She appears to have been drugged." "Looks like Akamaru was right," Kiba needled Sai. "I never said he was not," the former ANBU agent was not roused. "I merely think it is foolish to follow a lesser beast." Kakashi and Shino both caught Kiba before he could lunge at Sai. "Not exactly the crowd to say that around," Kakashi advised. Sai nodded, still not provoked. The four men moved to the inner doors, preparing to enter the auditorium. Inside, they could hear music and lyrical voices. Hiba signaled for Akamaru to back away, and Shino silently opened the door a crack. The intoxicating scent grew more powerful, and Kakashi peeked through the gap. "I see two men with True Sound headbands in the back row," he told his team. "They look like they are hypnotized." "Why do you think that?" Hiba whispered. "Both are just staring at the stage. And one of them is drooling." Aburame pulled the door open a little further, and Hataki shifted his view. "Three more," he added, "the same as the first two." "But what are they looking at?" Sai probed insistently. "Hold on a second," Kakashi shot back. He took a small mirror from his pocket and extended it to the opening. But when he looked into the room, he found he was staring right into the face of a beautiful young woman. "Like what you see?" she asked, both amused and suggestive. He scrambled back in surprise, drawing a kunai. The kunoichi pushed the door wide and sauntered through. Her outfit amounted little more than a translucent armored ribbon, wrapped multiple times around her not insubstantial breasts, then once down her belly, and again repeatedly wound around her hips. "Target 4, Sai observed her cautiously, Ikakuin." "But where is the other one?" Target 4 is a bit of a misnomer, Tsunade explained, as the target is 2 individuals. The image appeared, and a number of the shinobi vocalized surprise or approval. Aika and Aimi Kuin are identical twins, Shin explained, though Aimi swapped her hair and eye color so they can be told apart. Aika has the green hair and blue eyes, Aimi the blue hair and green eyes. As you might suspect, their specialty is seduction, using ninjutsu and genjutsu to enhance their own natural talents. "I'll bet," one of the sand ninja shouted. Both of the Kage glared at him in their respective ways. The Chunin blanched under the scrutiny. They never go on missions with anyone else, but they have been known to practice on the men of the hidden sound. No one ever is able to recall any specific jutsu, but no one ever complains either. "My sister is inside," the seductress simpered. "Do you want to see her, too?" The scent was becoming deeper, more layered, but not unpleasantly so. The leaf warriors were finding it hard to concentrate. "Put that nasty thing away," she grabbed Kakashi's arm. "I'm not armed." The jonin complied, sliding the weapon back into his belt pouch. "Come inside, watch the show," Kuin urged. Their eyes going blank, the 4 men followed her into the theater. "I don't know, sister," the blue-haired vixen sounded dubious. "Kabuto-senpai only wanted true sound shinobi." The men of the Konohagakure Corps had been seated in the front row, and watched, mesmerized, as their captors debated on the stage. But he didn't say anything about Leaf Ninja one way or another, the blue-eyed beauty argued. He might not have known they were coming. "Maybe," Aimi conceded, "but I would feel safer with just the rebels." "You do know who that is, don't you?" Aika argued. "Kakashi Hatake. With Sasuke Kohai gone, this might be Kabuto-senpai's last chance to study the Sharingan. And a transplanted one, no less. Think of what he will do to us if we give him the copy ninja." Aimi shuddered in anticipation. Then she nodded. "Fine, let's kill the other 3, and keep Kakashi." The green-haired vixen pouted. "It seems like such a waste." 3 strapping young men. The green-eyed woman pondered that, and her eyes dipped towards the laps of the leaf chunin. "I suppose we could see what they have to offer first," Aimi decided, with a lecherous look. "I think that will be enough," a soft voice said evenly. Shino stood, not taking his eyes off the sisters. "How?" Aimi was amazed. "How did you break free?" Aika was less surprised, but more concerned. Shino held up his hand, showing the insects crawling between his digits. Both of the kunoichi looked mildly repulsed. "Once I was entranced by your perfume, it took my friends only a few seconds to adapt and begin filtering it," he offered. "After that, I pretended in order to find out what you were doing with these men." "Well, you never had me fooled for a second," Kiba boasted. "Those cheap, artificial pheromones could never fool a nose like this. I was just following Shino and Kakashi's lead." "And you?" the green-haired blue-eyed enchantress asked Sai pointedly. The artist started. "He has the emotional range of dried sponge cake," Kiba interrupted. "He wouldn't know sexual attraction or romantic interest if they stabbed him through the heart with a kunai." Sai looked mildly annoyed, but let the comment pass. "Ready, Kakashi-sensei?" Kiba asked. When the jonin didn't answer, the lady smirked and the other 3 members of his team turned to look at him. Kakashi was still staring at the sound ninja in rapture. A darker spot appeared on the left side of his mask, wet at the corner of his mouth. "Geez, Naruto said he was a pervert, but this?" Kiba commented. "We will just have to handle them ourselves," Shino told them. Sai snorted and took out his scroll and paint. Kiba whistled, and Akamaru burst into the room, tearing the doors off their hinges. Bug began to swarm around Shino, and he leapt lightly onto the stage. "It's still 4-on-2, Kiba told them, as he and Akamaru joined Shino, "and we already beat your main weapon." "Silly boy," Aimi slid swiftly behind him, stabbing towards his neck with a needle. "That little bit of pheromone genjutsu was hardly our best technique." A black and white eagle nearly struck her, but she slid out of the way, blurring slightly as she did. Though Sai's attack missed, it had the intended effect of saving Kiba. "See, sister," Aika said as her wind jutsu swept Shino's beetles away from her, "you wanted to destroy such a wonderful painter." "It's not like we can keep him," Aimi countered, "not now that he's awake." "I suppose not," she moped slightly. Aburim's chakra caused the bugs to link limbs like chain, overcoming the air current scattering them. Before they could connect with the lecherous beauty, she sidestepped, her form becoming soft around the edges. Hall of Echoes Jutsu, Aimi completed her hand signs while ducking under Akamaru's paw. The ninja hound dropped to the ground from the painful sound in his ears, as did his master. Release, Kiba attempted to cancel the Jinjutsu, and touched Akamaru to free him too. But the spell was not completely disrupted, an annoying buzz remained. My Jinjutsu are highly resistant to such weak techniques, she taunted, when he tugged on his earlobe to try and clear his head. Well, Inuzuka grimaced, if I take you out, your technique goes with you. Akamaru. The large dog barked once and moved closer. Paired transformation, Canine Sapiens Jutsu. Each of the partners transformed, Akamaru's muzzle flattened, and his 4 legs became arms. Kiba sprouted fur and hunched forward, his nails becoming claws and his teeth lengthening. Akamaru dove forward, nearly clipping her with his claws. But the sharpened nail passed through her ill-defined edge. Water style, Bubble Burst Jutsu, the Kunoichi exploded a sphere of water between herself and the 2 war-dogs, and both were thrown painfully back. High-level ninjutsu and jinjutsu? Sai was skeptical, how powerful are these two? The former ANBU member sent wolves to attack both siblings, but the sister-fighting Shino broke away long enough to bury a single needle in the skull of each ink beast, destroying them. Aburim tried to take advantage of the distraction, but once again, the attack just barely missed her. She prepared to strike back, but was interrupted. So that's the trick, Kakashi Hatake said, stretching as he stowed languidly. The 5 fighters all paused to look at him. You see, ever since Shin told us you altered your appearances to look different, he continued, walking slowly up to the stage, I've been wondering why. After all, it would be to your advantage if your opponents couldn't be sure which sister they were fighting. Unless, he hopped lightly up on the stage, the idea was for your enemies to think they know who they are fighting. Each of the 3 of you mastered a different skill set. Then in battle, you substitute for one another, switching your hair and eye color. That way the twins appear impossible to hit, and masters of a large variety of jutsu. Plus, whichever of you is hiding maintains your pheromone jutsu, to keep your opponents distracted. 3? Shino asked what the other 2 Chunin were thinking. Yup, 3, Kakashi nodded. 1, he pointed to Aika. 2, the leaf jonin indicated Aimi. 3, he quickly turned, and flung a kunai into the balcony. 2 needles emerged from empty air, knocking the blade off course. The Jinjutsu vanished, and a 3rd sister was revealed, with blue hair and eyes, but otherwise the same as the 2 on stage. You were never really under our control, were you? Asakuin asked, looking down on him with anger. Sorry, Kakashi sounded sincere, you're all pretty enough, but you're not really my type. My tastes go for more slender, and a darker hair color. We can do that too, Aika offered. It's too late for that, sister, Aimi shouted. Kiba, the one on the balcony, is the weapons master. Shino, Green Eyes uses most of the Jinjutsu, Sai, Green Hair is the ninjutsu expert. Kakashi's words were both warning in direction, keep your eyes open so they don't switch on you again. What are you going to do? Kiba growled as he and Akamaru leapt off the stage, on the backs of the 2nd row of seats. I've double duty, clean up and rescue. The copy ninja lifted his hands, and formed a chidori around each. Keeping his palms flat and parallel, he darted up the aisle, across the back row, and then returned to the stage. He repeated the circuit, and this time the air was noticeably fresher. You're using a killing technique to clean the air, Sai's tone was dismissive even as he unleashed a pair of attackers on Aimi. This time, his illustrated animations were a double mockery, pin-up version Sakura and Ino struck at the seductress. It's called electrostatic air purification. Now that they aren't maintaining the perfume levels, I can get rid of it, the teacher explained, and you'll find many deadly techniques have alternate uses. Just ask Naruto about the Rasengan sometime. The 2 canine hybrids jumped up to the balcony, surrounding her. Whenever the 3rd sister attempted to attack one of them, the other would stalk closer. Illusion art, reflect me jutsu, Aika yelled, and to Shino's surprise every other person in the room took on her appearance. But he did not blink, did not give her a chance to switch with any of her duplicates. Ninja art, compound eyes jutsu, Shino countered, connecting with the bugs perched on his shoulders to enhance his vision. He sent out a small swarm, his tiny allies unaffected by the mirage. Unable to substitute, the enchantress was not able to avoid all of the insects, and they began to consume her chakra supply. The true sound ninja captives began to recover from their fascination. Aimi was struck hard by the black and white painting of Sakura, and the copy of Ino caught her arms, spreading ink onto her skin as she pinned the sound kunoichi. Without their swapping trick, the sisters realized they were ill-prepared for a direct battle. "I surrender." Isa pragmatically dropped her needles and put up her hands. "Isa," Ika yelled at her sibling this time. "In another minute it will go from the 3 of us against the 5 of them, to the 3 of us against the 15 of them," the oldest sister responded, "and Kabuto-senpai isn't worth dying for. He's not even worth risking a scar for. You are far too enamored with him for our own good, Ika." Aimi stayed out of the argument, but subtly stopped resisting Sai's creations. One of the rebel captives groaned, and the youngest triplet's resolve weakened. She raised her hands in submission too, and could not hide her relief when the beetles on her skin withdrew. The last of the sound guards finished, Team Gaara headed up to the second floor. The next level was Orochimaru's audience chamber. It was a large empty room, lined with columns, a throne in the center 2/3 of the way back, and a set of 3 doors on the opposite end. The edges of the room were dark, and the 4 invading shinobi were not alone. "This is mildly unexpected," Kabuto Yakushi announced, walking calmly into the light. "I figured Shin Busada was up to something, but I didn't expect him to have the guts, or the resources, to hire a group and leaf and sand ninja to assassinate me. And my old friends Gaara and Naruto Uzumaki no less." He looked away, and as if considering something, but still, 4-on-1 doesn't seem exactly fair. "Gaki, Yuko, can you assist me?" "Of course, master," an oddly gentle, feminine voice emerged from the shadows. 2 more sound shinobi moved forward enough that their outlines could be seen, but not their precise features. The woman who had spoken was taller than Hinata, Sakura, or Gaara, though not as tall as Naruto. She had a medium build, but the shape of her right arm was desperately large. Her male companion was short and compact. Though under 5 feet tall, he looked to be made of 300 pounds of solid muscle. His head was completely devoid of hair, not even the hint of eyebrows or lashes. "I will deal with Kabuto." Gaara's voice was oddly touched. "The 3 of you eliminate his followers." "That is fine by me," Kabuto smirked. "Gaki, Yuko, you may kill Sakura Haruno, but I want Naruto Uzumaki and Hinata Fuga alive." Kabuto darted back behind the throne, as Gaara tried, and failed, to get behind the rogue doctor. The 2 lieutenants ran forward, to prevent the Leaf Warriors from interfering. "What do you want with Naruto and Hinata?" Gaara asked menacingly, sending 3 darts of dust after Kabuto. "Isn't it obvious?" The answer was mocking, as he nimbly dodged the sand shuriken. "I will examine Hinata's DNA, dissect one of her still-living eyes, and then extract her ovum to create my own army of Byakugan soldiers." As for Naruto, he rolled forward, trying to cut the Kazekage with his chakra scalpel. "Though I am interested in testing the limits of his regeneration, and attempting to duplicate it, his greatest value is as a bargaining chip with the Akatsuki." "You will have to survive that long first," the sand leader countered, his voice colder and harder than usual. His sand lashed out at Kabuto like a whip. Naruto Uzumaki, contrary to the blonde genin's expectation, densely built shinobi's voice was of medium tone, and his accent was clean and educated. Leaf Village ninja, genin rank. Age 15. Orphan son of Yukihana Uzumaki, father unknown. Preferred techniques: low to mid-level taijutsu, multi-shadow clone jutsu, Rasengan. Possesses advanced regenerative ability and extremely high chakra level, due to the 9-tailed fox demon sealed in his body. He separated the boy from his female teammates. "Yeah, so what's your story?" Naruto was unnerved by the frank and knowledgeable dissertation. "I see no wisdom in sharing that with you at this time. Your level of emotion discomfort is currently adequate." "Well, then how about I make your level of physical discomfort match?" Naruto drew kitsune and jumped, attempting to strike his opponent over the head. Ah yes, Gaki deflected the weapon with his forearm. Recent intelligence indicated training with the staff blade by Irika Yumino and Enko Mitarashi. Your weapon has not been reported, I will need to make note of it. Faster than Naruto expected for his size and build, Gaki moved beside him and pulled Kitsune from his grip. What exquisite craftsmanship, the sound soldier commented, looking over the implement, Konoha leaf and Kyubi motifs, highly dense construction. He trailed off as Naruto summoned the weapon back to his hand. The weapon summoning jutsu intrinsically built into the weapon, straightforward enough, but not easy to implement, and undeniably useful, the academic sounded impressed. He stepped again, and before Naruto saw what was happening, he was knocked to the ground. As the light finally fell on Yuko, Sakura and Hinata could finally see why her right arm looked deformed. Instead of one right arm, she had 3 limbs, each slightly different, extending from her shoulder. Initially, the triplicate arms were held tightly together, but as she advanced, they separated. "What are you?" Sakura asked rudely. "Kabuto-sama has improved my original design," she answered, her soft voice full of pride. Using knowledge gleaned from his autopsy of Kadamaru, he was able to augment my nervous and skeletal structure to support 2 additional limbs. It goes perfectly with one of the advanced Konohagakure techniques Orochimaru taught me. Yuko drew shuriken from her pouch, holding 8 in each of her right hands. She flicked her wrists in unison, while also intoning shuriken shadow clone jutsu. Each of the 24 throwing blades split into 5, and Sakura went pale as the cloud of knives bore down on them. But Hinata calmly took a half step in front of her rival. Chakra began to radiate out from the Hyuga heiress, and a ninjutsu seal appeared on the floor around her. "Byakugan art, protection of the 8 trigrams, 128 palms," she announced. Moving with immense speed and precision, Hinata sent out a cutting edge of chakra to each of the incoming shuriken. The real blades were sliced in half and fell away, while the clone blades exploded. Not a single one of Yuko's weapons came within 10 feet of either leaf kunoichi. "I guess it doesn't fit quite that well after all," Sakura taunted, but Hinata just watched their opponent warily. A wave of sand crashed over Kabuto, but the new leader of the hidden sound carved through it with a wind-enhanced chakra scalpel. He drove through the gap, stabbing at the Kazekage. Gaara sent up more silicate to block. Yakushi shifted his surgical blade from air chakra to fire chakra. Though the barrier stopped the attack, the heat fused the sand into glass. The lumps of crystal crashed to the ground, now outside Gaara's control. The traitorous doctor sliced again, and this time the intercepting dust aimed for his wrist. He pulled back before his hand was caught, or worse. "I must say, I am less than impressed." Kabuto's tone was even, though his intent was obviously mocking. He cut again, this time using lightning to disrupt the wall of sand. "You aren't half the man you once were," he continued, then he smirked, "or is it that you are more of a man than you were before?" The sand shinobi did not respond, but a lance of sand shot out, and his enemy dodged enough to only take a light cut on the arm. But the particles infiltrated the wound, and when the former Jinchuriki ripped them back free, numerous small holes perforated Kabuto's skin. The medical ninja retreated long enough to close the wounds on his arm. The Kazekage followed closely, and before the healing jutsu had fully taken effect, he was sidestepping another spear of sand. "I might have been underestimating you," Kabuto conceded. "Or I was overestimating you," the reformed villain suggested. The sand spread out further, starting to surround Kabuto. Naruto rolled forward, regaining his feet facing Gaki once more. "You're fast," the boy noted. Faster than you know, the bald shinobi was instantly beside him. When Naruto tried to turn to face him, Kabuto's second moved behind the leaf shinobi again. Naruto continued his rotation, swinging Kitsune at full extension. But even with his extended reach, he was unable to hit his enemy. "Your weapon is too slow," Gaki instructed him, "and from my research, your Rasengan will be much the same." "Okay," Naruto growled, sheathing his staff blade, "try this." He signed quickly, Doton, Stone Claw's jutsu. For rocky hands grasped for the sound warrior, but he evaded easily. He disappeared, and reappeared behind Naruto again. He planted his foot in the teen's back, and pushed him to the ground, again. Uzumaki stood quickly, eyeing his opponent. "Well, then, how about my favorite?" Multi-shadow clone jutsu. A dozen copies surrounded Kabuto's follower. Half jumped while the other 6 charged on the ground. Gaki quickly grabbed one of the grounded clones and threw him into 2 of the airborne duplicates. All 3 exploded. Before the others could recover, the sound shinobi had punched 4 of them in the throat, destroying the fragile facsimiles. The last 5 tried to attack him in unison, but he easily exited their circle, destroying 2 in the process. The 3 remaining clones tried to regroup, but Gaki flashed past them faster than they could follow, and Naruto's jutsu ended. The real Uzumaki had just finished a Cyclone Spike's jutsu, but the intellectual slid in between them easily. "How are you so fast?" Naruto tried to move away as Gaki closed in again, but he could not avoid Kabuto's minion. "Young Kabuto upgraded me. Binary circulatory system and modified legs. So your power isn't even real," Naruto mocked. "Real enough to capture you?" Gaki seemed annoyed by that jab. He punched Naruto in the gut, just hard enough to make the teen exhale hard. Then he was behind the leaf ninja, cutting off his breath and circulation with a sleeper hold, crushing Naruto's neck and pinning his right arm tightly against his right ear. Sakura ran straight towards Yuko, swinging. The modified kunoichi caught Sakura's right hand with all 3 of hers. Even 3 hands on 1, she was no match for Sakura's raw strength. The 4-limbed warrior kicked at the leaf ninja's ribs, but Sakura caught her foot and hoisted her into the air. Haruno threw the unbalanced warrior, and Yuko tumbled unevenly through the air. Nevertheless, she was able to right herself just in time, and lightly landed on one of the pillars, clinging by the chakra in her feet. She took out 8 more shuriken and threw 4 each at Hinata and Sakura. Sakura jumped out of the way, but Hinata knocked them aside as she reached the base of the column and started up. The sound shinobi ran down to meet her. She fired off 2 punches, 1 each at Hinata's face and chest. But Hinata was able to knock both away with her left hand, sending chakra into the other woman's wrist with each blow. Yuko's hand spasmed, and she launched her left hand at Hinata's face again while she tried to recover feeling in her stunned appendages. Sakura started towards the stone support to assist. Hinata saw her coming with the Byakugan and shook her head no. "Go help Naruto," Hinata said, "I can handle her." Sakura looked, finally noticing Naruto's trouble. She nodded at her rival and changed directions. "You think you can handle me?" Yuko sounded dubious, "Just because you blocked my opening salvos?" "I will crush you, capture you for Kabuto-sama." Water style, arm distension jutsu. Yuko's arms extended, her upper arms increasing in length by half, while the distance from her wrist to elbow doubled. This also served to heighten the differences in her triplicate limb. Her middle right arm was now noticeable longer than the other 2. All 4 of the enhanced kunoichi's arms lashed out at once, a knife hand to Hinata's neck, a punch to her solar plexus, another punch to her stomach, and a grab for the Byakugan user's right ankle. Hinata did not bother to block with her hands. 8 trigrams Palm's Holy Cyclone, Naruto's training partner, created the large sphere of chakra. Despite her increased reach, Yuko was struck. The sound kunoichi was pushed higher, and her chakra grip on the stone dislodged. She started to fall, but 2 of her hands snagged the pillar, and she reconnected with her feet. Yuko snarled at Hinata, who again waited for her opponent. Spots were beginning to form before Naruto's eyes. He struggled to escape, but with his right arm trapped, he could not sign for any jutsu. And Gaki matched him, sending any chakra to his muscles only caused the sound soldier to do the same. He felt the fox's annoyance building, but it had not yet reached the point of breaking free. Uzumaki finally remembered his kunai, and managed to extract one of the holdouts with his left hand. However, by that point he was growing weak, and his slashes at Gaki's arm barely broke the strong man's skin. Suddenly, Gaki grunted in pain, and his arms loosened around Naruto's neck. Even stronger hands wrapped his wrists, peeling him away from the genin. The blonde ninja gasped for breath as Sakura hurtled the sound shinobi across the room. "Thanks, Sakura," he grunted, wobbling slightly. "Darn it, Naruto, what are you doing?" she scolded lightly. "Hey," he protested, "that guy is faster than Lee, and knows all my moves. He kept getting behind me. Look out." The bald warrior darted behind Sakura, but as he swung his fist towards the back of her head, Naruto grabbed the girl's wrist, pulling her down and rolling them both a short distance away. Naruto landed on top of Sakura, but jumped back to his feet before he could notice her blush. "See what I mean?" he prompted. She shook off her embarrassment and stood quickly. "Yeah. Back to back, then?" Naruto spun and aligned his spine to Sakura's. Gaara was starting to run short on sand. After Kabuto had realized Gaara could not control glass, he had created a fiery scalpel in each hand, cutting away at the Kazekage's ammo. The former host of Shikaku began to mill the stone floor, but it was slowing going, and he was losing dust faster than he was creating it. He adjusted his tactics as well, carefully avoiding Yukushi's blades on both attack and defense. "Maybe you should surrender now," Kabuto counseled, mockingly. "Without your sand, you are defenseless. Perhaps we can come to a deal, as former allies and leaders of our respective villages." "Could you honestly say you had no part in the death of the fourth Kazekage?" Gaara probed. Kabuto did not answer, but glanced down at his left hand briefly. "I thought not. Not that it matters, the Hidden Sand Village has a contract with the True Sound, and we keep our commitments. As for me being defenseless. Gaara went through a quick series of hand seals, and then quietly projected Wind Scythe Jutsu. A sharpened blade of air crossed the room, parallel to the floor, and aimed for Kabuto's chest. The doctor quickly raised his left arm, absorbing the blow with the back of his wrist. Gaara displayed mild surprise when he caught a glimpse of the traitor's skin through the slice in his sleeve. "Say something already," Yuko shouted at Hinata, aggressively throwing her arms wide. The Fuga sound silent, Byakugan enhanced appraisal was unnerving. "Stop this," Hinata finally answered, "run away. Give your support to the True Sound." "As if I would ever betray Master Kabuto," Yuko snorted in amusement. "I was always loyal to him, even when Orochimaru was around." "Kabuto is our target. If you stand with him, you will fall," Hinata prodded kindly. "Don't you owe Master Kabuto your life?" Hinata froze up at that, her hands dropping slightly. Yuko smirked, but before she could act, Hinata suddenly twirled around. 8 trigrams, 2 palms, she proclaimed, striking the air behind her. But instead of empty space, she struck flesh, and the Yuko who had been distracting her disappeared. 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms. At this point Yuko's second genjutsu also failed, and Hinata concluded 64 palms. Though most of her chakra network was blocked, and she could barely stand, the half-spider Kunoichi was still able to cling to the post by the chakra points in the bottom of her feet. "Kabuto may have saved me, but I will not know if I owe him anything until I find out why he saved me," Hinata countered, and then added more firmly, "and that does not apply to you." "Cute," Yuko countered, her arms jerking oddly, "but your little technique won't work on me. In order to control these arms, Master Kabuto gave specially enhanced control over my chakra network." She snapped out her left arm, and Hinata was amazed as her normal chakra flow was restored. Her technique was much more efficient than the chakra pulse. But only her chakra was fixed, the physical damage from the 8 trigram 64 palms remained, and Yuko's movements were slowed. Despite that she charged Hinata again, and the kind-hearted leaf ninja did not have the heart to blast her with a heavenly spin or holy cyclone. Instead she simply blocked her enemy's strikes, waiting for her to give up. The sound Kunoichi had other plans. Earth release, quicksand jutsu. In the midst of her attacks, Yuko was able to secret mix in hand signs, thanks to her additional limbs. The stone pillar became soft around Hinata. Thanks to the pull of the chakra on her feet, she was pulled in. The column hardened, trapping Hinata up to her knees. Afterwards, Yuko walked calmly around Hinata, smirking at her back. "I know you can still see me back here, but you can't really attack or defend adequately from this angle, especially with your legs stuck. Master Kabuto can surely fulfill his desires without both of your arms. If I remove your right arm, you should be much easier to manage." Yuko darted forward, aiming for Hinata's right shoulder. Before she reached Hinata, the Hyuga heiress bent over backwards, her head nearly touching the ground, and supporting herself with her left hand. And to Yuko's unexpected horror, a sphere of pure blue chakra hovered over Hinata's left hand. Rasengan, her incantation sounded almost regretful. Her hand snaked easily past all four of Yuko's and she pushed the ball hard into her opponent's breastbone. The Rasengan shredded through her flesh and bone, before propelling her away. Yuko's body spiraled upwards, bounced off the ceiling, and then plummeted to the floor. With a sad sigh, Hinata turned the orb on the rock, starting to carefully free her legs. Naruto drew Kitsune again, and Sakura brandished a pair of kunai. The sound ninja circled them, looking for an opening. "Brace yourself," Sakura whispered, and then began to sign. Doton Epicenter Jutsu, the medical kunoichi dropped to one knee, and punched the stone floor, hard. The entire room shook, a circular wave of spread outwards through the rock, and Naruto barely managed to keep his feet. "Darn it," Sakura, Uzumaki shouted, "we're on the second floor." The swell spread, and Gaki retreated outside the range of the attack. As he focused on dodging the attack, Sakura threw her two blades at their opponent. Only one of the daggers clipped him, and just barely. He turned back towards the two teens, but the aftershock rolled under his feet and he nearly tripped. He recovered before the leaf ninja could act, and rode out the third, smallest wave. Suddenly, Gaki smirked at Sakura. "Sakura Haruno, medical specialist, apprentice of Tsunade," he rattled off, "I almost forgot, I don't have to keep you alive." Keten, Comet Strike Jutsu. Flames surrounded his body, and he charged the kunoichi at full speed. She threw four more kunai at him, diverting him briefly. When he was in range, she hit his chin with backhand, burning her knuckles and knocking him away. "Nifty trick, but it slows you down," she mocked. "I'll take note of that," he said seriously, ending the technique and darting forward again. Naruto swept Sakura aside, trying to make the speedy shinobi strike him again. But the modified ninja changed course, and was able to strike Sakura, creating a gap between her and Naruto. He pushed the genin away, and withdrew a kukri from his belt pouch. As he started to swing the curved back at the kunoichi's back, Kitsune's wind chakra edge carved into his forearm. Gaki jerked his hand away before too much damage was done, and then put distance between himself and the leaf shinobi. "His arms aren't as fast as his legs," Naruto told Sakura. "I noticed," she agreed, "but that's not all. He doesn't hit as hard as he should for that kind of muscle mass. And he hasn't attacked with his legs once. I think he is still adjusting to whatever Kabuto did to him." It was Gaki's turn to be unnerved. "I'm still too fast for either of you. I can wear you down," he bluffed. "Not with two hearts, and that wound," Tsunade's apprentice countered, "you'll bleed out before you can defeat us by attrition." "Then I will have to kill you both." He started running again, signing as he moved. "Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu," he circled them, blowing a cloud of fire inwards. He slowly narrowed the loop, bringing the flames ever closer. "Sakura," he whispered as they moved back to back again, "I think I have a way to slow this guy down, but you'll have to be ready to move." "Okay, but hurry up," she pressured. Naruto nodded and put his hands together in front of his chest, his fingers spread as wide as possible. He watched Gaki carefully, and when the sound ninja passed the center line between Sakura and himself, he pushed his hands out. The fire jutsu died, and Gaki stumbled as he passed through the negative chakra jutsu. He tried to start running again, but did not have the strength or the chakra to reach his previous speed. As Naruto slumped, Sakura flipped over him, driving her fist into Gaki's knee. The joint crumbled with a sickening crack. The enhanced shinobi fell, rolling painfully over his broken leg. When he came to stop, he began to crawl away. But Naruto blocked his path. "I didn't think someone your age would know that technique." The academic pulled himself up on one knee, facing Naruto with all the pride he could muster. "Your mistake," Naruto said, knocking him out cold with an uppercut to the jaw. Then he looked over at Sakura with a forced grin. Shizune was right, he took a deep breath, stretching, "That technique is draining. Anyone else would be on his butt from trying something like that," she answered. "Are you all right, Naruto?" Hinata asked, running over to them. "I'm fine," he told her, "you know I've got energy to spare. Let's help Gaara." Who would have thought, the same hand that killed the fourth Kazekage would also kill the fifth. The three-leaf warrior heard Kabuto ridicule Gaara. The doctor pulled his left hand back, and the sand ninja slumped to the ground, bleeding profusely. When Yukoshi realized his two lieutenants were done, he smirked at them. Seems like a fair trade, he commented, before turning tail and running. His 3 allies rushed to the side of their fallen leader. Sakura turned him over carefully and immediately began treating his wounds. How is he? Hinata asked in abundant concern. Pretty bad, Sakura answered, not as bad as. Her eyes drifted to Hinata's side, well you know. But pretty bad. We need to get him back to the medics. No, Gaara croaked, Kabuto is mine. All of you leave, I will finish him. The kunoichi exchanged looks of worried surprise, but Naruto jumped up, looking angry. No way, he forced himself not to shout at his injured comrade, you're in no shape to fight anyone. Gaara did not answer, and the blonde sparkplug continued. You dragged me away from the Chunin exams to fight Kabuto, and that's what I'm gonna do. He shifted his gaze to his female friends. You two, take Gaara back to Shizunezen, he instructed, I'll go after Kabuto. Naruto, you can't. Hinata started, until Sakura interrupted her. Who are you to give orders? Haruno snapped. Then she softened, Hinata should go with you. No, he shook his head firmly, you're gonna be carrying Gaara, and keeping him stable. You'll need Hinata's eyes. Medic, scout is guy who beats up Kabuto, he pointed to each of them in turn, we each have our role to play here. They both looked ready to protest, so he added, I'll be fine. Then before they could dissuade him, he ran after the traitor, slamming the doors behind him. Come on, Sakura growled, lifting the sand leader gently, the sooner we get Gaara to safety, the sooner we can come back and teach that idiot a lesson. Fuga nodded, smiling slightly. Both girls jogged back to the stairs leading down. Ino and Choji moved carefully into the perimeter of the base camp, not wanting to be mistaken for attacker. One of the sand medics spotted them, and the larger Chunin signed the password. Ino, Choji, what's wrong? Shizune trotted over. When she saw the body in Yamanaka's arms she slowed. Who is that? The doctor asked, also taking note of Choji's uneven stance. Target number 6, Yama, Ino answered, sadly, her real name is Yori, of the Nochi clan. That sounds familiar, Tsunade's assistant pondered. Ino told her the rest of the story while Shizune finished treating Choji. How is everything else going? Akimichi asked. So far, pretty good, the lead medic answered, your dad's killed target number 1, though Akimichi-san was hurt in the process. We patched him up, and he is resting. And Kakashi's team captured target 4. No casualties on our side so far, but we've lost 14 true sound ninja. It sounds like Kabuto's side is getting hit harder. Any news on the traitor? Ino's question dripped with venom. Supposedly, he's in the fortress, one of the sand healers answered, the Kazekage and his team were headed there. Ge-sensei. Tenten and Lee shouted in unison as their leader was struck. He fell backwards, away from the open palm that had impacted his neck. The ninja connected to the hand stepped out from the alley into the open square. He looked to be at least 40, his light brown hair was thinning and starting to go gray around the temples. He had sharp brown eyes, and his nose had been repeatedly broken and imperfectly set. He was taller than any of the Leaf Shinobi now that guy was down. He was also bulkier than the teens, but not to the degree he was slowed by his musculature. He turned to face the 3 warriors, and his visage brightened. The gods have smiled on me this day, he told them, a Hyuga has fallen into my lap. He assumed an unfamiliar fighting stance, raising his hands, his palms pointed towards them. Tadashi Suzuhara, Rock Lee said angrily, it appears we have found one of the targets. Tadashi is one of the last survivors of the Suzuhara clan, Tsunade explained, we have designated him target number 3. The Suzuhara clan was once famous for their ringing palms taijutsu, but over the last few decades have shown a sharp decline. The ringing palms is a very powerful and efficient technique. Do not let him strike you with his palm, whether it is a slap or an open hand strike. The Hyuga betrayed the Suzuhara, Tadashi berated Niji, a long time ago, our clans were allies and friendly rivals. Only the ringing palm could match the gentle fist, and vice versa. But when Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha offered the Uchiha a place in their new hidden village, the Hyuga abandoned us without a second thought. Your family took a position of power and prestige in the Konohagakure, while the Suzuhira clan was forced to take ever more demeaning and dangerous missions just to stay alive. That isn't true, Tenten announced vehemently. Tadashi snorted in derision, but Niji shook his head. We cannot be sure, Tenten, he told her, but you are right, that is not how our history records it. What? Tadashi looked suspicious and on the verge of a rage. According to the records of the Hidden Leaf, Niji explained, but the Hyuga and Suzuhira clans were approached together. The Hyuga decided to join the new village, but the Suzuhira refused. Your leader believed the Konoha was doomed to fail. And then, 21 years later, my great-grandfather asked your clan to unite with the Hidden Leaf village. This time, the head of your clan not only rejected the offer, he violently attacked his former friend. Needless to say, we did not try again. That's garbage. After hearing Niji's version, his anger turned to amusement, and Tadashi shook his head ruefully. You're trying to make me give up, instead of crushing you. He took a half-step forward, but even if your story were true, it would not matter. By defeating the now legendary Gentle Fist, I can restore the ringing palm to its rightful place. Suzuhira jumped forward, aiming the heel of his left hand at Niji's headband. The Hyuga Jonin slid out of the way and aimed his glowing finger at Tadashi's extended wrist. But the older ninja interposed his right hand. Niji's first 2 digits struck Tadashi's lifeline, and the teen Jonin yanked back his hand with a look of pain. A loud, deep note reached all their ears, and Niji shook his hand out. Suzuhira leveled his open hand, pointing it at Hyuga's heart. Lee darted around Niji, then dropped to a crouch. Leaf Gale, he swept the sound shinobi's legs, and continued his spin into a leaf whirlwind. His second kick failed to connect, as Tadashi pushed Lee's foot down, before flipping back to his feet. Lee tried to regain his stance, but his right foot landed oddly, and he nearly fell. Lee ended up standing on one leg, staring at their opponent. What did you do to me? The taijutsu master demanded. The Gentle Fist targets soft tissue, muscles and organs. The ringing palm splinters bone, Niji explained, and like the R technique, the Suzuhira style also impacts the chakra network, though without the Byakugan, they don't have the same level of precision. They make up for it by striking a larger area with their palm. Can you keep going, Lee? Tenten asked in concern. Of course, Lee grinned, I'm fine. Ine. He tried to place weight on his right foot, and nearly fainted from the pain. Your ankle is broken in 6 places. Niji looked through his teammate's skin with the Byakugan. I would suggest you sit down for now. The chakra-stunted youth looked ready to rebel, but Tenten lightly tapped his ankle with her toe. A shiver of agony shot up Rock Lee's spine, and he finally complied. Tenten, Niji took control. See if you can begin to patch up Lee. I will deal with Tadashi. Just as I want it, the vengeful warrior agreed. I have no issue with your partners. So long as they stay out of this, I will not attack them. The younger Jonin stepped in, aiming his gentle fist strikes for Tasashi's neck and lungs. The ringing palm master leaned back to avoid the attack at his throat, and his left palm stopped the blow to his lungs, again without ill effect to himself and reverberating tone. Niji attempted a kick to his opponent's gut, but Tadashi's right hand lowered, and Hyuga was forced to abort his attack. Branching out from the pure gentle fist? Suzuhira emphasized the first word. He jabbed his palm at Niji's face and shoulders, and the leaf ninja fell back. 8 trigrams palms, heavenly spin. As the chakra dome expanded, Tadashi did not even try to dodge. Instead, he extended both his hands and caught the sphere. The attack continued to spread to its full size, but it could no longer move forward, so its formation became uneven. Niji was no longer the center of the now elliptical shell, and the back of the heavenly spin came perilously close to Lee and Tenten. I always found the name of that attack ironic and a little insulting. Tadashi pressed, his palm grazing the right side of Niji's chest. Though the contact was incidental, Niji felt one of his ribs crack from the deadly touch. Niji, Tenten appeared next to him. Are you okay? I will be fine, he exaggerated slightly. How is Lee? He's good, she told him. He can't walk because of the breaks, and they are beyond my ability to heal. But the fractures are clean, and it doesn't even hurt if he stays still. I think you'll be able to fix it. I could hold this guy off. Tadashi struck at Niji again, but the Hyuga Jonin was able to evade. Tenten withdrew her weapon scroll. You don't want to get involved, Tadashi warned her again. No, Niji told the young woman, I don't think any of us can defeat him alone, but you and I together. You would put her at risk? Suzuhira overextended, and nearly took a gentle fist tap to his wrist. He darted his hand away at the last possible instant. She and I are teammates and friends, he answered. To try to protect her by telling her not to fight, it would be insulting. Tenten smiled at that, and unfurled her parchment. Weapon recall, shuriken string jutsu, she incanted, reaching into the chakra-bound scroll. She snapped her hand, and a 10-foot cord uncoiled from the text. Hundreds of shuriken were threaded on the cable, and when the end cleared the scroll, Tenten flicked her wrist again. The throwing stars separated from the string and whipped at Tadashi like a swarm of riled insects. He intercepted most with the flats of his hands, allowing a handful of minor hits to his upper arms and lower legs in order to protect his core. And each shuriken he touched crumbled. But Tenten was not done. She brandished the cord like a lash, striking his face before wrapping the metallic thread around his left wrist. The kunoichi reeled the line in, trying to pull him off balance. Tadashi grabbed the cable with his free hand, and it began to vibrate. The thread snapped, before Niji could capitalize, but not before the pulsing cord cut slightly into Tenten's hand. Niji's ally did not react to the injury, but instead thrust her hand into the scroll again, withdrawing a short spear. You are talented, girl, Tadashi offered sadly, but you should have stayed out of this. Suzuhira changed course, and stabbed the heel of his right hand at Tenten's chest. She blocked with her weapon, but the wooden pole snapped, and Tadashi's fist was not even slowed. Except suddenly Tenten was not there. She dropped into a crouch and swung both parts of her broken tool at his right leg. The blunt end struck his knee, while the spearhead impaled his thigh. He redirected his palm to the top of her head, and Tenten dived away, rolling to land on her knees facing him. Niji, now. 8 trigrams, 64 palms, the oldest active Hyuga had closed in on his newly discovered rival. His fingertips began to rapidly shoot at Tadashi's back, but before the first struck, Suzuhira had managed to turn and stop the strike with his palm. His speed matched Niji's, and each gentle fist attack was met with a ringing palm. When Niji's attack ended, Tadashi had been struck only 7 times. And Niji's fingers were broken and bloodied, his nails eroded away. Niji looked to want to cradle his hands, but neither one could hold the other. Thus the gentle fist fails. Tadashi seemed to tower over Niji, grinning darkly. He drew back his right arm threateningly, aiming for the Hyuga teen's forehead. But before he could finish the battle, he was jerked away from Niji. He glanced down and saw a scarf wrapped around his right elbow. He reached for it, but unlike the metal cord, the cloth did not echo the sound in his palm, nor did it snap. Did you forget about me? Tenten asked, annoyed. She tugged again, pulling Tadashi further away from Niji. Your little sonic technique works great against hard things, like metal and bone, she observed, but when you broke my spear, it just broke even, it didn't disintegrate or splinter. The ringing palm doesn't seem to do so well against softer materials, does it? She flicked her wrist, and the cloth unwrapped from his arm, the weight striking his chest. She faced him, the 4-meter tapestry in both her hands. He charged her, but she caught his hand in the scarf, sidestepping him. She twisted his trapped arm, putting all of her minimal weight on his shoulder. His arm was nearly torn from the socket, but he managed to free himself just before the dislocation. She threw out the end again, and he tried to destroy the weight with his left hand. Only this mass took no notice of his technique, and his wrist was nearly broken from the impact. The cloth is a special composite, soft and stretchy, but unbelievably strong, even before being enhanced by chakra binding, she told him sternly, drawing back the cloth, and the weights on the end are loose sand. There is nothing in this weapon for you to break. Then I will just break the wielder, he countered. He ran towards the kunoichi, but she threw one of the weights at him with her right hand. He dodged the attack, but Tenten had planned for this. She hurdled the other mass with her left hand, letting the scarf drag across her injured left palm as the first weight was drawn back. Tadashi stepped directly into the path of her second projectile, which struck his already injured right knee. The adult shinobi crashed to the cobblestones. Tenten readied her weapon for another strike, watching him carefully. Why, he sounded on the verge of tears, I finally had this chance. I have worked all my life for it. That is precisely why, Niji joined Tenten, still holding his arms oddly. You have been too focused on defeating the gentle fist, a short-range technique. You counted on your ringing palm's ability to stop metal weapons and most sorts of energy attacks. But that tunnel vision left you vulnerable. Have you ever fought an opponent who specializes in water jutsu? No, Tadashi considered that, propping himself up on his left knee and right arm. I suspect you would have the same problem with them, Lee agreed with his rival, you cannot shatter water. But I have to defeat you, Fuga. Is it so important you kill me? Niji asked, pity touching his impassive voice. I never intended to kill you, Tadashi seemed insulted, but I must overwhelm the gentle fist. Why? What do you mean, why? I need to restore my clan's place and their honor, Suzuhira was almost pleading, if I cannot win against you what good am I? But you found a place, in the village hidden in the sound, Niji argued, I have little doubt Shin Basada would accept your clan. Then he showed his hands, and you did defeat the gentle fist. This will take months to heal. I can no longer effectively fight you. The fact that you almost took down an entire four-man squad, alone, is even more impressive. Tadashi collapsed forward, laughing. And yet in the end I am the loser, beaten by Hugo words. I was once sunk in hatred too, Niji confided, until a friend pointed out the errors in my logic, and the futility of my anger. I suppose it is only fair I do the same for you. Niji, if you can help Lee, I will carry Gai-sensei, Tenten told him, returning the weighted tapestry to her weapon scroll, we should get the three of you back to medics. Niji nodded, and helped the taijutsu user to his feet. Tenten collected their leader, placing him over her shoulder like a sack. Hyuga boy, Tadashi Suzuhira dragged himself back to his feet as they started to move off. They all paused, and turned back to look at him. Maybe, if the gods permit, we can fight again. Without all the angst. I would enjoy that, Niji smiled. And if you see Basada or his girlfriend, Tadashi added, tell them I would like to speak with them. We will. Iruka Yumino felt as if he were being crushed by the weight of Enko Mitarashi's seething disdain. He knew it was his own fault, for choosing to take position between Enko and Yugo, but he felt it was the best course for the success of their mission. Can't you two get past this? He asked carefully, like when we first met. Yugo, Iruka, Hisashi Hyuga told his students, we have a new teammate. I would like you both to meet Enko Mitarashi. Yugo bowed deeply, and Iruka blushed, as the girl stepped out from behind Hisashi. Enko, this is Yugo Yuzuki and Iruka Yumino, he informed her. She took another pace forward, and regarded her new partners warily. Nice to meet you, Yugo extended her hand. Enko shook it, settling slightly. Hi, I'm Iruka, the oldest of the genin mumbled. He clasped hands with her as well, and Mitarashi smirked at them. So Hisashi-sensei said, she commented dryly. You were so worried, Iruka needled Enko lightly. Not really, she told him, I was just embarrassed because of how and why I was assigned to your team. So, what do we do with her, Lord Hokage? Tsunade asked the third Hokage. In the center of the room, a girl of 13 years sat, clutching her head and sobbing. The simple wooden chair sat at the apex of a complex, powerful ninjutsu seal, one designed to stimulate memory and prevent dishonesty. Despite the jutsu, and a seemingly honest desire to help, Enko Mitarashi had been unable to answer their questions. Even the attempt to remember caused her mental anguish, and sent flares through the evil mark on her neck. That in part is up to Enko, Sarutobi answered carefully, but if she desires, I am preparing a place for her among the genin teams. Tsunade's legendary temper flared, but she forced it under control, both to avoid berating her sensei, and so Enko would not hear. She left with that damn snake, and now she just comes waltzing back, she snipped quietly, and you are going to trust her with other genin? She's probably some mole. I believe that Enko did not know about her sensei's crimes when she left with him, the leader of the Konohagakure Corps lectured his former student gently, and that Orochimaru discarded her when she refused to help him. She has no loyalty to him. He could have set up some other way to use her against us. The leader of the medical corps countered harshly. That strange seal could be a means to control her. And even if she really was a reject, that doesn't mean that anyone will trust her. She'll be lucky to be treated any better than Yukihana's son. What would you have me do? The Hokage snapped. Imprison her? Execute her? No, she faltered, of course not. It's just... I have found a perfect spot for her, Sarutobi explained. Jun has not recovered from his mental trauma. He is resigning his post. That leaves Inoichi short-handed. Genma and Reito might be cousins, but they act like brothers. If I move Genma from Hisashi's team to Inoichi's team, I can place Enko on Hisashi's team. Why there? Hisashi is familiar with being unfairly marked. I trust him to take care of the girl. He told her his reasoning. Irika has become a firm believer in second chances, so I expect him to treat Enko fairly. And Yugao is so polite and quiet that she gets along with everyone. I think this team can accept Enko, be her haven. In the end, it is up to her. Tsunade looked back at the teen. Do you think she can handle it? Enko was strong enough to attract Orochimaru's attention in the first place. The teacher of the Sannin sounded sure of himself, and she escaped from him. She will persevere. I heard everything they said, so I figured you two would hate me as the intruder who broke up your team, Enko grumbled. Of course, I ended up being wrong about that. Yugo's eyes narrowed, and she said, that is why you made it so hard to get close to you. She didn't make it that hard, Irika defended her. Hisashi-sensei, will you teach me the staff blade? Enko asked sweetly. Of course, Enko, the Fuga Jonin was surprised by the genin's request. Though he had grown to love it, his choice of the underappreciated weapon was to thumb his nose at the clan. He was not sure why Enko would want to learn it. She could not want to set herself further apart. He decided it didn't matter, he was happy to pass on his skills. Me too, Irika suddenly jumped in. Unlike Enko, Hisashi knew exactly why Irika wanted to study the blunted sword. Okay, I will teach you both, he smiled indulgently at the energetic teens. Irika tumbled to the ground. Enko set aside her practice weapon and leaned over her practice partner. I'm sorry, she said, her sincerity suspect due to the smug chuckle she could not quite hide. Still, she extended her hand and helped him up. Are you okay? She asked. He shook his head ruefully. Yeah, but I can't seem to keep up with you. You're leaving yourself open, on purpose. Hisashi comment was more for Enko than for Irika. You don't go full out against her. The male genin shrugged with a sheepish look, and their weapons master sighed. Fine, then both of you come at me. Later, after their lesson finished, Enko confronted him. You didn't hold back against Hisashi-sensei, she told him, I could tell. So why hold back against me? You're my teammate. And sensei isn't, she sounded confused. Back at the academy, my class had a saying, sensei is a polite way to say enemy, he explained. I mean, he's stronger, has a longer reach, and is more skilled. The only way I stand a chance against him is to be serious. With you, I can test new techniques. If they don't work, at least I don't get drubbed too badly. Are you saying I'm not as good as sensei? She seemed affronted. Are you saying you are? He was surprised and confused. Probably not, she agreed, discarding her false anger. With a twinkle in her eye she added, yet. Says the man who took repeated beatings just to get close to her, Yugao taunted, but kindly. Irika blushed and grinned, and even Enko smirked at him, before remembering she was supposed to be mad. You know, neither one of you ever told me how you became friends instead of just teammates, Irika mused. But neither woman looked happy at the reminder. Come on, give me a kiss, the blonde-haired genin said mockingly, stepping closer. His redhead friend grinned darkly. Buzz off, Enko hissed, but there was an undercurrent of worry in her voice. She tried to maneuver past them, but the older boys cut her off. I keep hearing that you aren't a traitor like your boss, he insinuated, and you're cute enough. So why don't you show a little loyalty, and give me some action? As if, she tried to evade them again, but they would not let her escape. She pushed off the darker-haired youth, and nearly slipped through. But the blonde grabbed her shoulders, and forced her into the wall. So you're not really one of us, his cruel smile turned even more vicious, then maybe we should teach you a lesson. Leave her alone, a gentle, but stern, voice said behind them. They both looked back, and between them Enko saw the slender form of Yugo Yuzuki. Mitarashi had never seen her teammate angry before. The younger Kunoichi's eyes were tight, and her mouth was set in a firm line. So you're with the spy, the red-haired boy glared at her. She's not a spy, Yugo argued. Yugo, stay out of this, Enko managed to sound annoyed with her ally. Yeah, Yugo, the older boy sneered, run along. It's not like you could make us do anything. I don't have to, she said, just a hint of smugness in her voice. Do I, Kakashi-senpai? Kakashi, both of the boys blanched as they turned further. To her right, another teen stood, taller than any of them, his height exaggerated by his upright shock of silvery hair. His left eye was covered, but his right eye was fixed on the younger shinobi. You two need to come with me, he ordered. The genin looked like they wanted to run away, but Kakashi's expression turned nasty, and they could not flee. Now, he told them, and they followed him with obvious fright. Yugo and Enko, Hataki nodded to them, before he escorted the bullies away. I didn't need your help, Enko protested, I could have handled them. Probably, Yugo agreed, but you should not have to. Yuzuki smiled at her, and after a second, Mitarashi returned the smile tentatively. That doesn't matter, Yugo said quickly. For the first time since they had been reconvened, Enko was in complete agreement. What does matter, the slimmer, quieter Kunoichi continued, is that you wouldn't leave the two of us alone. The male shinobi stammered for a response. Just when did you two finally hook up? Yugo asked. Enko glared at her again, but Irika answered. About over 2 years ago, he started. Irika lifted the noodles slowly to his lips. After Naruto had left Jiraiya, the boy's first mentor had decided it was time to try for Jonin rank. After a hard day of training, Yumino had stopped at Ichiraku for dinner. Though his sore arms made it tough to eat, he savored the rich flavor. The flap rose again, and Enko's head poked in. She wore her typical self-satisfied smirk, and opened her mouth to address Tucci. Hey, old man, her mode of address was eerily familiar to Irika's ears, gimme a diet beef ramen. Then she looked to the left and saw her former teammate. Never mind, she said quickly. She dropped the tarp as she quickly exited. For a second, Irika allowed himself to stare at where she had stood, regret filling his eyes. Then his face hardened, and he stood, all thoughts of pain and exhaustion gone. Keep the change, he told Iam, dropping a handful of coins that covered the bill twice over. He quickly left the stand, glancing around until he saw her again. Enko, he called to her. He could see the muscles in her back tense, and she increased her walking speed. Enko, wait, he shouted a little louder, not caring it was after sunset. He started jogging to catch up, and she suddenly turned, ducking into a random alley. He broke into a run, determined not to let her get away. He turned into the narrow side street, and found she was not that far ahead of him. He put on a final burst of speed, and caught her right arm. Enko, stop, he pleaded. The Kunoichi gave up her escape and looked back at him. Her expression was one of obviously fake surprise. Irika, she said through the forced grin, twisting her arm slightly to try and free herself, I'd love to catch up, but I'm really busy. Bull, he countered, fiercely maintaining his gentle grip, you were all ready for a meal at Ichiraku, and when you saw me, you ran. Why are you avoiding me? I'm not avoiding you, she tried to lie, but neither of them was convinced. You have been avoiding me for almost 7 years, he told her. In that time, you haven't said 10 words to me that weren't business-related. Whenever you see me, you turn and go a different way. It's not as if you kept in touch, she argued. I used to try to talk to you all the time, he growled. After 3 years, I got the hint. And I still send you a card every year on your birthday and at Yuletide. Yugo is out of the ANBU, she countered. Why don't you go back to bothering her? It was never about Yugo, Irika shouted at her. The reason I followed you too was you. I was in love with you. I suppose I still am. Enko looked like she had been hit. She had not been expecting that, but the moment he said it, it seemed so obvious. He followed her in learning the staff blade. He asked her to come with him when Yugo left. He had always kept trying, no matter what she did. Enko suddenly leaned in and kissed him. Irika almost pulled away in surprise. Despite his confusion and uncertainty at her sudden change, he forced himself to stay in that moment. When she finally stepped back, he released her arm. But she grabbed him and dragged him back to her apartment. Of course, after she had her way with me, Irika teased, she tried to kick me out. But you wouldn't go. Enko was not yet sure if this was a fond or a sad memory, but she gave her boyfriend the benefit of the doubt. Suddenly she froze, looking up at the roofline. Come on out, Sunakujin, Enko announced, even after all these years, I still remember your stink. A tall, mildly skinny sound shinobi slithered into view. He wore a snakeskin coat and breeches. He stared mockingly at Enko. It has been a long time, Enko, he purred. Is that? Irika asked. Karai Sunakujin, she answered, the other survivor of Orochimaru's second genin team. Karai Sunakujin will be target number 2, Tsunade instructed, he is a former leaf shinobi. He was one of Orochimaru's genin apprentices. Unlike the other two, he was not subject to the curse mark treatment, and did not leave when he learned of Orochimaru's treachery. Enko felt mildly self-conscious as the eyes of many shifted to her. He was the snake's primary student until Kabuto appeared. Why he serves Kabuto, after being previously supplanted, is not entirely clear. Unlike Kimihiro or me, this guy never got the curse mark, vented Mitarashi, and when Kimihiro died, and the snake started to show his true scales, this guy didn't leave like me. Unlike her, Karai's voice was like the hissing of a serpent. I didn't get scared and disgusted, and run home. I was happy to have a chance for real power. His posture changed, relaxing, but don't let me interrupt this little trip down memory lane. I want to hear all about little Enko's life. Plus, given the way these two girls are acting now, we must be building to one hell of a catfight. Tell me about it slowly, and you might get to live a little longer. Like I'd tell you anything, Enko hissed, biting her thumb, summoning art, torpedo boa jutsu. An 8-foot-long constrictor emerged from her hand, and shot at Karai like a missile. But he caught the snake easily, and crushed its neck with one hand. You'd try to summon snakes against me, he mocked. The sound warrior started to tense, until Yugo started talking softly. I was the one who broke up our team, she started, it was around 9 years ago. I cannot believe this, Enko barked. Yugo did not back down from her teammate, but also could not meet her eyes. Hizashi-sensei has been dead for less than a month, Mitarashi continued, and you're breaking up the team for some guy. That's not true. Yuzuki's protest was soft but firm. Joining the ANBU Black Ops is a great opportunity and a privilege. Please, the snake user snorted, if Mr. Tall, pale, and coughing hadn't enlisted, you never would have considered it. Don't talk about hate that way, Yugo snapped back, say what you will about me, but leave him out of this. I'll say what I want about either one of you. Orochimaru's apprentice was almost happy that Yugo was fighting back, taking it a justification. Like you have no. Whatever insult Enko had prepared, it was cut off when Irika stepped between them. Enko, don't say anything you might regret, he counseled sadly, anything you can't take back later. So you're going to take her side? Mitarashi growled at him, I always knew you preferred. This isn't about sides, he cut her off, we are teammates, friends. Do you really want to hurt Yugo, just because you are sad and disappointed? Enko turned away. He could not see the truth in his words reflected in her face. Instead, she bluffed, that's not the point at all. We are Team Hizashi. We should stay together for him, to honor our teacher. Not abandon our comrades for someone who barely notices you. The last barb seemed to hurt both her teammates. Irika was pained by the statement, but Yugo's temporarily abated anger returned. Goodbye, Irika, the younger Kunoichi said pointedly. And then she turned and walked away. She paused briefly to look back, but Enko was still facing the other way. With a defeated sigh, she returned to the village. I suppose I better tell the rest, Enko sighed, before Irika tattles on me. You weren't the only one who left that day, the former proctor admitted. What about you, Irika? Enko asked quietly, not facing Yumino, are you going to leave me too? Well. She spun around, her face shocked and hurt. I don't intend to leave you, Irika said quickly, but ever since Yugao told us she was thinking about applying for the openings in the ANBU, I've been thinking about my life. I mean, we're Chunin now. And missions are great, but without Yugao, we'd have to find a new third. So I was wondering if there was some other way, a better way to serve the village. So I was thinking we could go back to the academy. We could become teachers. Enko's shock was replaced by incredulity. Teaching, she goggled, me? But I have no patience, and I don't like kids. So you could teach the highest level classes, the 11 to 13 years olds who are in their last year. You could even run the graduation exams, breaking hearts, and dispensing barbed but well-meaning wisdom. Enko looked away again, hiding her saddened face. Her voice was harsh, however. That's just stupid, she told him. Even if that didn't sound boring, there's no way that I could ever be an instructor. I'd probably end up beating the kids. Then she allowed her voice to reflect her true mood. But don't let me stop you. You'll probably be a great mentor to some kid. What about you? He asked softly. We're not a team anymore, so what does it matter? She grew angry at his pity. It's not like I need you, dragging me down. Go, pursue your mediocre dreams and leave me in peace. He continued to stand there, staring her back. Fine, her sigh was pure annoyance. If you got some reason to stay here, I'm leaving. See you around. She strode away from him and forced herself not to look back. Irika swung his staff blade sideways at Tsunekujin's head. But Orochimaru's student dissolved into massive snakes, some of which wrapped around the leaf ninja's arms, needle fangs piercing cloth and skin. Did you really think I would be fooled by that distraction? Their enemy asked, suddenly behind the kunoichi. He punched at the back of Yugao's neck, his fist concealed under a mass of vipers. Before he connected, the smaller woman disappeared. She reappeared beside him, slashing with a light-wrapped knife hand. He caught the attack, and one of the reptiles around his arm vanished in a puff of poisonous smoke. Yugao could not avoid the fumes completely, and the toxin caused a coughing fit from the stinging in her lungs. Unable to block or dodge, Yugao was clipped by Karai and bitten by the cobra on his wrist. At nearly the same instant, Irika crashed to the street, unable to stand due to the venom in his blood. Now, my lovely, let's see what you have to offer. He grabbed the front of Yuzuki's shizoku and began to tear at the material. Hands off, Enko's pole weapon slammed onto his wrist, dislodging his grip. Yugo collapsed, paler than usual. Leave her alone, sicko, his former teammate growled, stabbing out again with the weapon she inherited from Hisashi Hyuga. You never used to talk to me like that, he scolded her, taking the second hit like it was nothing. I think I'll have to punish you. Maybe I should give your little friends the antidote, so I can play with them more. You don't have to worry about that, she barked, signing, and then quickly pressing her hand to the ground. A quintet of cobras appeared, but oddly colored, with blue and red stripes. Enko pointed to Irika and Yugao, and one of the meter-long serpents slithered to each of her allies, proceeding to bite them. The remaining three maneuvered up her body, coiling around her neck and arms. Giving your teammates a quick death, he jeered, how stupidly noble of you. Try again, she shook her head, gently petting one of the cobra's hoods. These are my own special breed. Though deadly enough on its own, their special venom acts as an antitoxin for most reptile poisons. Based on the lethality of the pit vipers you had bite Yugao and Irika, they should both be fine in a matter of minutes. A new subspecies, the lust he had aimed towards Yugao was nothing compared to the desire he aimed at the serpents wrapping the leaf kunoichi. I must have them. Over my dead body. That is the plan. Tsunekujin leapt forward again, absorbing a blow to the ribs in order to land his own blow on Enko's left breast. The one of his vipers also managed to tag Enko, but one of her cobras bit the same spot, allowing the venoms to mix and cancel each other almost instantly. The other two cobras struck at Karai, one biting the small anaconda surrounding his left bicep, and the other barely missing his uncovered face. You can't beat me, he told her as they pushed apart. My armor of living scales jutsu can absorb anything you throw at me. In fact, I might have more snakes than I need here. He waved his arm, and a number of the serpents detached. They shimmied quickly towards Enko's teammates. Her loyal cobras rose up to defend the injured leaf ninja, but both were hopelessly outnumbered. Mitarashi quickly sent two of her own guardians to protect her friends. She attempted to summon more snakes of her own to even the odds, but Sunakujin cut her off before she could finish the hand signs. One of the vipers slipped past and bit Yugo again, forcing the cobra to give her another dose of its unique toxin. What now? He mocked, as she carefully dodged. Snakes can only produce a limited amount of venom at a time. Your little creations will run out soon, and then I will capture them and kill your mammalian partners. And you can't even let me touch you, or you will be poisoned too. Enko's answer was a feral snarl. When Karai punched her again, she caught his wrist. The vipers darted out to bite her, but before they could touch her skin, they started to burn away. Her opponent's expression changed to one of profound terror as a pattern of black flame spread outwards from her neck, covering her skin. He yanked his hand back and jumped away. No, you can't use the curse mark, he sputtered. Orochimaru told me so himself. Maybe you shouldn't have threatened the people I love, she hissed in his ear, suddenly behind him. And then she stabbed her staff blade through his chest. A handful of the surviving serpents tried to bite her again, but again they were burned away by the powerful aura of the curse mark before they could touch her. She followed up with a spinning kick to the head, forcibly ejecting his body from her weapon. Enko started to pursue, but a burning pain in her legs and stomach stopped her. She found herself panting slightly. This is the cost of the cursed mark, she pondered silently, while Karai slowly drew himself upright. That hurt, he conceded, but my loyal shell was able to divert that attack so you didn't hit anything vital. And it looks like you are having trouble controlling that power. Despite his calm, Sunakujin was bleeding heavily. But he could see the agony she bore, and smiled. The others were able to go at least 5 minutes. You're falling apart after less than 1. Then he gestured again and one of the remaining snakes launched itself at her. But before it could strike, a hawk intercepted it. It tore the reptile apart with its talons before flying back. That bird. It's... Enko, stop, Irika grabbed her shoulder. A single red and blue cobra looked remarkably snug, wrapped around his neck. The summoned hawk and the other 3 cobras were making quick work of the vipers around Yugo. The former Anbu Kunoichi was in the process of slowly standing. You don't need to use that thing, he told her, we can help you. You don't have to do everything yourself. Enko, you were right, Yuzuki told her, but I was too proud to tell you that. Please stop this. We can go back or start over. But I don't want to lose you. I was right. Mitarashi's curse tattoo began to recede. Are you sure about this? Tsunade asked, staring at the Jonin over folded hands. You are the best infiltrator we have. And once you sever ties with the Black Ops squad, you can't go back. I am sure, Yugao told her, you say I am the best, but I haven't been used to my team since. She steeled herself and forced the admission since Hei-8 died. I think it is best if I leave the ANBU and return to regular shinobi service. All right, the Hokage sighed. She pushed off her desk as she stood. Do you want something for the pain? The medic asked as she approached Yuzuki. No, Yugo answered stoically. She unbuttoned her shirt halfway and slid it down to uncover her right shoulder and bicep. Tsunade looked at the tattoo and began the string of hand seals. I release you, she said regretfully, touching her left pointer, middle, and ring fingers to the mark. A sizzling noise filled the room, and Yuzuki began to cry from the pain. But 3 seconds later, the Hokage removed her hand, and Yugo's skin was not burned. Instead, only the loyalty ink was missing. I will add you into the rotation, Tsunade told the younger woman. You'll probably get a mission soon. Thank you, Lady Hokage, Yugo bowed deeply. So, you quit, a soft voice wafted to her ears. Kakashi-senpai. Yugao was surprised to find him outside the ninja operations, waiting for her. Though there was nothing angry or accusing in his tone, she felt embarrassed nevertheless. Yes, I left the ANBU, she said quietly. Because of Hei-8? Her head snapped up. Even though she had admitted as much to the Hokage, it upset her to hear someone else say it out loud. Like you were any better. They say you only entered the Black Ops to run away from Rin's death, and as soon as you could deal with it, you quit, she snapped, without raising her voice. But Kakashi merely continued to regard her carefully with his uncovered eye. She blushed and looked down. I'm sorry. You're not wrong, he shrugged. I promised Obito I would look after Rin. In keeping my word, I finally came to return her feelings for me. When she died, I lost her and betrayed him. And the way she died only made it worse. I joined the ANBU, hoping it would kill me. It took a long time, and a number of near-death experiences to realize that was not what they would have wanted. Then that's where we are different. She looked down. He never wanted me in the ANBU. When I first joined, he barely knew I was alive. Even after I knew he was interested, it was almost a year before he asked me out. And when he proposed, he told me he was not happy dating another ANBU member. I had planned to resign my Black Ops commission after our wedding. But that never happened. Why am I telling you all this? She asked, wiping a stray tear from her eye. He did not answer, and she continued talking anyway. After the invasion, I started seeing him in every other ANBU shinobi. Part of me knew the truth, but another part expected him to take off the mask and tell me it was all a lie, part of some elaborate mission. It interfered with my work. In the end, the only reason I stayed this long was for Anko. Anko Mitarashi? Kakashi sounded confused. When I told her and Irika that I was leaving our team to join the ANBU, she said I was only doing it to follow Hey 8. She smiled ruefully. Part of me is still angry her and wants to prove her wrong. Why? Because that's what she'd do. Yeah, he smiled at that, she probably would. Besides, she's not 100% correct, she added softly. He looked curious, and she continued. Hey 8 was the main reason I joined the Black Ops, she informed him, but the other reason was that I wanted to learn from you, Kakashi-senpai. Ha, I knew it, Anko laughed hollowly as Yugao joined them. Then her eyes grew wet. I'm so sorry Yugao, she forced out, for pushing you away. For not making an effort when Hey 8 died. For everything. Me too, Yugao was crying gently too. I forgot about everything you had been through. I should have broken it to you better, or asked you to come with. How touching. Sunakujin laughed. I think I'd better kill you three before you drown me with your tears. He signed again, and as he touched the ground, a 50-foot-long python appeared under his feet, lifting them into the air. But at the same time all of the other snakes composing his armor vanished. Mistress, are we still needed? The cobra on Irika asked. Anko shook her head, and the quintet disappeared. You too, Harrier, Irika told the avian. The raptor nodded, and was gone in a plume of smoke. Let's show this guy what it means to mess with Team Hizashi, Irika proclaimed. You aren't even worth molesting anymore, Karai sneered, just die already. The giant snake dove at them, its fangs extended. Weapon art, invincible block, Irika and Anko proclaimed in unison. Each blocked one of the snake's teeth with their respective staff blades. Though each struggled slightly, together they were able to stop the reptile. Yugo dropped her right hand, and electricity began to crackle around it. She kept her pointer and middle fingers together, and her ring and pinky tight, but otherwise spread her fingers wide. Chidori, Yuzuki style, lightning trident jutsu. She jumped up, and the three spikes of lightning carved through the python's skull and the traitor beyond. Both collapsed to the ground equally dead. What happened to the abyssal flare? Anko asked, as she surveyed the remains of their opponent. Without the Sharingan, I can only use the Chidori under limited circumstances, she grinned sheepishly, and what better time than during our old double trap combo? What now? Irika asked. We start over, Anko told Yugo. The other woman nodded, her smile growing. Great. But I meant, should we keep going or head back for medical treatment? Head back, both women protested. All right, he chuckled, Team Hizashi, move out. As they darted towards the sound of battle, Anko groused, who put you in charge? Naruto ran fearlessly up the darkened stairs. His feet crunched on the glass shells of the shattered light bulbs. But the genin was not fooled, he was following his nose, not his eyes or ears. Kabuto's odor, a blend of his pheromones, blood, and antiseptic, was faded yet detectable. The broken lights were a desperate gambit to buy more time. A few more steps and Uzumaki reached the third floor. The right side of the hallway featured 4 doors, while the left side had a single door. The scent trail led to the left door, which matched with what the elder True Sound Kunoichi had told them about the traitor's lab. The ninja padded quickly over to the wooden portal and tested the knob. As soon as he touched the handle, the door swung inwards. Never one to refuse an invitation, Naruto slipped into the room. He was not surprised when the mechanically controlled barriers slammed shut behind him. Kabuto's lab held little illumination. There were a handful of computer screens, displaying images that held no meaning to the teen. Against one wall were 3 glowing, green tubes, 5 feet in diameter and 8 feet tall. There appeared to be something floating inside them, and his curiosity was piqued. His mission temporarily forgotten, he approached the tubes. He almost vomited when he saw what was inside them. Each cylinder contained chunks of organ, muscle, bone, and skin, suspended in a more or less human shape. Except that each form was missing its left arm. Like them? Kabuto asked from the shadows. They are my greatest treasure. What the hell is this? Naruto faced the voice, disgusted. You are looking at the remains of Orochimaru's last 3 hosts, the doctor explained. After he cast them off, I gathered the parts to study. They have been most informative. I suppose that is how you made those 2 freaks downstairs. The blonde genin probed the room for his opponent. It was certainly a major source of inspiration, Yukoshi agreed. Then he added, it's too bad Sasuke killed Orochimaru. I was looking forward to studying the remains of an Uchiha. Naruto growled at that, and smashed the monitor nearest to him. Kabuto chuckled. Struck a nerve, did I? Of course, you're so stupid you probably think breaking those displays will accomplish something. But instead of pushing Naruto further, the taunt settled him. He tilted almost casually, and kicked out one of the legs of the table. The remaining 2 monitors, and the 3 desktops all slid to the floor with a dramatic crash. The assault left Kabuto oddly silent, and Naruto drew Kitsune. He smashed the first desktop beyond repair. That data is all backed up, and the machines can be replaced. You aren't really accomplishing anything, Kabuto finally said, a slight current of worry in his now closer voice. What about this? Naruto lifted his staff blade and tapped the nearest tube. You can't replace these, can you? Kabuto leapt out of the darkness, his chakra scalpel now surrounding a real surgical knife. He swung at Naruto's neck, but the younger shinobi parried with Kitsune. Gotcha, Naruto grinned. A shadow clone flicked the switch he had found, and the overhead lamps filled the room with a bright, sterile light. Kabuto was surrounded by 5 clones, all of who charged him. But when they struck, the traitor exploded. One of the Naruto copies suddenly lashed out, popping 2 duplicates like bubbles, and scoring a light cut on Naruto's cheek. The real Leaf Warrior fell back, and the disguised doctor quickly finished the remaining clones. You didn't think I'd really fall for that? Kabuto taunted, dropping the illusion. Fall for what? Naruto shot back, pointing with Kitsune. Kabuto looked back, and the tube Naruto had threatened was cracked, the thick green liquid slowly bubbling out. Yukoshi barely hid his dismay, and darted towards Naruto again. He aimed his knife for Naruto's heart, but the teen easily batted the blade away, and then tapped Kabuto's right shoulder with his left palm. The sound leader's arm jerked, and he lost the physical scalpel he had been using. The medic ninja tried to shake out his arm, but found it was acting contrary to his wishes. He hopped back and grabbed his afflicted shoulder with his left hand. The Ranshinsho, Kabuto noted, sending chakra into his shoulder. The old witch taught you her trick. Too bad I have an antidote now. He flexed again, his arm moving normally. Kabuto then focused fully one Naruto, crafting 3 chakra scalpels in his right hand. And of course, she's not here to save you this time, he concluded, throwing one of the blades and following it in. The teen knocked away the projectile, but that left him open for a duo of long cuts on his left arm. The genin slashed out in return, but his opponent was able to dodge. Naruto noticed something odd about the cuts he had taken. The wound on his face was still there, and all 3 hurt more than they should. He looked down at his injured bicep, confused. Finally noticed? My improved scalpels slow down the healing in any wound they make. Against normal people, that makes them far more lethal, as they don't stop bleeding. Of course, you aren't normal, but it should still be enough to even the score. Is that what you did to Gaara? Uzumaki snarled. But Kabuto shook his head no. No, his defense was ultimately too strong for even these knives. The Kazekage was strong enough to become the first victim of the ultimate outcome of my research. Oh yeah, what's that? Kabuto smirked. There's no need for me to use that against a third-rate genin like you. I may still be a genin, but I'm 7 times the ninja you could have been. Naruto would not be baited this time. Instead, he sent his chakra into Kitsune to create the wind sword. He closed the gap, chopping at Kabuto with both hands on Kitsune's grip. Orochimaru's apprentice attempted to block with his 2 scalpels, but the chakra blade carved right through them, and Kabuto was forced to dive away. Naruto followed, dropping an axe kick on Kabuto's shoulder. Orochimaru's apprentice took the blow with only a grimace, and Naruto was surprised by how sturdy his opponent was. Kabuto formed another blade, and stabbed at Naruto's exposed crotch. With a look of utter terror, the teen arced his body oddly to avoid the attack, allowing Kabuto to sweep his legs. The doctor rolled in top of Naruto, pinning his opponent's right arm and slashing at the blonde's neck. Before he connected, Naruto kicked him in the back of the head, sending him tumbling away. When he turned back, Naruto now held a Rasengan in his left hand, retaining Kitsune in his right. Kabuto was mildly unnerved that the boy had formed the jutsu that quickly, and with only one hand. Shizune, Sakura shouted as they ran into the camp. On the way into the camp, they passed Ino, Tinten, and Guy, who were heading out again. Hinata gave the passcode, and seeing who Sakura was carrying, Tsunade's assistant gave over Niji's treatment to another of the medics. What happened? Shizune queried, leading them to one of the workstations. Stabbed in the stomach with a semi-blunt object, Haruno offered, placing the Kazekage on the indicated table without releasing her life-sustaining jutsu. We did not see what Kabuto stabbed him with, Hinata added. Where is Naruto? The doctor asked, as she examined her patient. He went after Kabuto, Hinata answered. Shizune was not surprised. Okay, I'm gonna need help from both of you, the medic told the younger girls. Sakura, you'll assist me with the healing. And Hinata, I need your eyes. Though reluctant, both Kunoichi nodded. Kabuto dodged narrowly behind one of the reinforced, stone operating tables. The boy was exhibiting far greater control of the Rasengan. In addition, the combination of the enhanced staff blade and the roiling chakra sphere was making his short-range attacks ineffective. Even when he managed to get past the sword, the Rasengan was waiting. Kabuto retreated to one of his cabinets, quickly extracting a dozen surgical blades. He threw the first 6 at Naruto, to distract the youth and buy him some time. He slipped 3 others back into the hidden sheath in his right sleeve. He grasped the remaining 3 between the fingers of his right hand, lace one each with fire, lightning, and earth chakra. Naruto hopped over the table and swung at Kabuto's head. The sound shinobi blocked, and as he hoped, his earth chakra knife stopped the wind chakra blade of Kitsune. Naruto continued his assault by jabbing the Rasengan at his foe's face. Kabuto caught the teen's left wrist with his own left hand and forced the Rasengan into the wall. The reinforced stone broke away under the sphere, but was strong enough to disrupt the orb in turn. The doctor slipped past the sword, his trio of daggers aiming for the younger ninja's heart. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto created a single copy, without hand seals. The scalpels bit into the duplicate, and the teen escaped in the smokescreen. The genin bounced off the stone table, removing the green edge to strike out with the blunt pole. This made the impact more jarring on the doctor, and he nearly lost his daggers. Naruto reverted to the two-handed grip, focusing all his strength on the medical blades. Rather than fight him on power, Kabuto kept his opponent tied up with the 3 blades in his right hand, and retrieved the 3 he had previously stored with his left hand. He swung his hand, scoring a trio of moderate cuts across Naruto's chest. The teen hopped away, bringing back the chakra blade for its additional width in blocking the scalpels. Chiesa, when I give you the signal, run, Shin whispered to his partner. The couple was surrounded by more than a dozen identical, animated statues. They knew that amongst the stone clones was their controller, using an armor jutsu, but they had not been able to find him. Even when they defeated a clone, it would quickly reassemble itself. Both true sound shinobi were tired, and low on chakra, and Kiasa's right shoulder was broken. You expect me to leave you, she shot back quietly. I expect you to follow orders, he answered gently. She grumbled at that, but could not argue. He began to craft his potentially suicidal attack, but was interrupted before he could enact his plan. Lightning Blade. Lightning Trident. Wind Scythe Jutsu. Steel Cyclone Jutsu. Kakashi, Yugao, Temari, and Anko struck in unison, each destroying 3 of the Rocky attackers. Iruka and Shino quickly moved in to treat their allies, while Shikamaru and Sai took up defensive positions between the Sound and True Sound shinobi. Be careful, they are self-repairing, Busada shouted to them. Kakashi raised his headband, watching the duplicates carefully with the Sharingan. Each one has a quartz crystal in its head, he told his teammates, that's where the jutsu is focused. I'll take out the source. Led by his transplanted eye, the copy ninja wove quickly through the statuary. Shikamaru used his shadow possession to trap the 3 copies at Kakashi's destination, while the other 3 attackers started smashing the clones for good. Rasengan. Kakashi drilled through the chest of the real shinobi with the 4th technique. Target number 9 is down, Iruka took out his radio and reported their progress. Thank you. Shin started to speak, but was interrupted when a young True Sound Kunoichi ran up. Busada-san, Kabuto's forces are attempting to retake the armory. He nodded, and the girl kept running. Will you assist us? He asked the Leaf and Sand shinobi. Isn't that why we're here? Anko asked sarcastically. Kabuto slashed repeatedly with the 3 blades in each hand. His attacks were quick and precise, and he drove his opponent back towards the wall. Naruto was barely able to make any counterattacks, and his blows were easily defeated. Fortunately for him, he was able to keep Kabuto's attacks from inflicting any major damage. But as predicted, his wounds were not closing as quickly as normal. With each bleeding cut, his anger grew. When his back hit the stone, he felt his tenant's annoyance flare. His eyes flashed red, and Kabuto swung quickly again, realizing what that heralded. What are you doing, brat? The Kyuubi asked him. The demon was snarling through the bars of her cage, and Naruto's irritation expanded to match. Shut up, Naruto shouted back, I'm trying to fight here. It doesn't look like it from where I'm sitting, the vixen growled. If you tapped into my power, you'd make short work of this guy. Don't overestimate yourself, you stupid furball, the Genin countered, besides I don't want to kill him. I need him to tell me where Sasuke is. If he knows, the fox sounded dubious, and he won't be telling you anything if you're dead. Enough already. Naruto roared at both of his antagonists, a single tail of red chakra erupting from the base of his spine. The energy plume blocked Kabuto's jab, charring the edges of the scalpels in the medical ninja's left hand. Kitsune's smooth green blade became red and serrated, and the teen's next swing was much faster and stronger than before. He pushed Kabuto away, and followed through with a heel to the sound leader's stomach. Yakushi allowed himself to be kicked away, and rolled to his feet, signing. Summoning Jutsu, Kabuto called out a 3-meter-long python, but before the serpent could move, Naruto had beheaded it, and was again within reach of his target. He slashed overhand, and Kabuto was forced to block with both sets of scalpels to avoid having his head split. Even enhanced by his jutsu, the surgical blades shattered under the force of the Kyuubi's chakra. Yakushi fell backwards, discarding his broken tools. He tried to tuck and roll away and aimed a kick at the teen's knee simultaneously. Naruto was quicker, sidestepping as he brought down the enhanced staff blade. With no other option, Kabuto blocked with his left forearm. The leaf soldier was shocked when his blade did not sever his opponent's limb. When he broke off, he saw Kabuto's arm was not skin, but rather a mass of bone. His skeleton retracted under his flesh, and he glared at the boy. It looks like you get to see my new toy after all, he said darkly, tearing off the sleeve covering his limb. Kabuto's left limb was longer than his right, and for the most part it was paler and skinnier. However, at 5 seemingly random spots across the surface, bulbous lumps of differently colored and textured flesh had been attached to the arm. Digital shrapnel, Kabuto extended his bizarre hand, and a pellet of bone shot from each of his 5 fingers. Naruto blocked 4 of the bullets, but the last tagged his right shoulder. That's move. Uzumaki straightened, staring suspiciously at his opponent's modified arm. Lee and Gaara told me about it. That bone guy used it on them. What was his name? Kumi. Kumimura? Kimimaro, Kabuto growled, annoyed that his crowning moment was co-opted by Naruto's notoriously short attention span and poor memory. I must admit the idea came from your precious teacher. After all, if a simple ocular transplant could give Kakashi Hatake the Sharingan, why couldn't I gain the Shikatsumiyaku in a similar manner? Shikatsumiyaku? Naruto scratched his face, utterly lost. The Kekkei Jinkai to control bones. So wait, you got bone powers from an eye transplant? Kabuto looked ready to explode, but instead he just sighed. He decided to fight the battle he could win. He grew a pair of bony spikes out of his left arm, and he slashed at Naruto. The red chakra blade moved to intercept, but Kabuto caught Kitsune between the two spines. With a slight strain, he twisted the staff blade out of the boy's hand. He attempted to follow up by beheading the boy, but Naruto caught his wrist. Kabuto extruded spikes of bone into Naruto's palm. The crimson-eyed genin snarled, and his tail of chakra batted the doctor away. Unlike the earlier wounds, this one healed almost instantly. So you attached a dead man's arm to your body, Naruto barked with two voices, struggling lightly to keep the fox at bay. But what's with those weird bumps? Pretending to be stupider than you normally are, the sound leader smirked as he regained his feet. All you need to know is that the bumps are for enhancement and control. The Kyuubi jerked her head, and Naruto glanced where she indicated. He briefly studied the three green tubes again. You used those arms, the Leaf Genin suddenly recognized, the left arms of Orochimaru's hosts. You're adding their powers to Kimi What's-Its arm. But now you have to hide your arm. That is temporary, Kabuto waved it off, a few more months and the integration will be complete. So you're not done yet, the teen grinned wickedly. Not at all, Kabuto shook his head ruefully. How can I explain this? It's like squeezing an orange into a river. The color might change, but the course of the river will not. But wouldn't the river taste different? Naruto pondered out loud. Arg, Yokoshi grunted, okay then. It's like the fourth Princess Gale movie, when the villain broke the Spear of Storms. Gale could still use it to animate lightning, because it wasn't a real weapon, the spearhead was a jutsu focus. I get it, Naruto nodded, glaring again, so even though it looks messed up, it works fine. Precisely, Kabuto agreed, growing spears of bone above and below his left hand, and in a few weeks, it will even look normal. You ain't got that long, Naruto darted forward, his chakra tail wrapping Kimimara's arm. He started to punch at Kabuto's jaw, but the spears spread wider, loosening his grip, and allowing the sound leader to stab a third bony blade into the knucklehead's right side. The skeletal projection also pushed Naruto back, just far enough that his fist failed to connect. Kabuto wrenched his arm back, free of Naruto's grasp. He combined the spikes around his wrists into a single large axe blade, covering his whole hand. He slashed diagonally and, as he expected, the fox tail intercepted. The doctor put his weight into the weapon, and after a few angry sparks, the bone blade tore through the energy barrier, cutting deep into Naruto's right bicep. Uzumaki again let the Kyuubi's power defend him against the next carving blow, but was able to dodge when the strike again cleaved through his shield. He tried to strike back, aiming a punch at Kabuto's chest. Yukoshi stopped the attack with his axe, faster than the genin expected. Naruto was left shaking his hand from striking the empowered bone. The teen dove away from the next attack, remembering Gaara's description of how the Shikaku defense had nearly been beaten. He could not hope to stop the Shikatsumiyaku with only one tail. He reached inside and dredged up more of the Kyuubi's power, manifesting as a second red, translucent, fox tail. Kabuto swung again, and this time the boy dodged with much greater speed. Naruto punched quickly in response, and when Kabuto tried to block with his right forearm, the genin's demon-fueled strength prevented the doctor from fully deflecting the attack. Naruto's fist, now surrounded by the fox's fiery power, scorched Kabuto's shoulder where it nicked him. The possessed teen fired again, and only by both blocking and dodging was Kabuto able to avoid the blow to his jaw. The two powerful strikes roused the sound leader from his brief bout of complacency. He allowed Naruto to clip his chest in order to get in close enough to launch an attack with his axe that the boy could not dodge. He almost smirked as the chakra tails moved to intercept. Rather than blocking like a shield, the twin extensions caught the skeletal blade between them, holding it fast. Kabuto could not force the weapon forward nor pull it back. Naruto grinned viciously, and the tails began to bend to the side. The axe resisted at first, and Kabuto tried to kick Naruto's knee out. The leaf genin caught the offered leg between his left elbow and thigh. The pressure on the axe increased, and Kabuto was shocked when the bone started to crack. Swallowing his panic, he unmade the weapon, pulling back as much of the component as he could. To his own credit, he was able to surprise Naruto in turn by kicking at the teen's throat with his still free left leg. Uzumaki was forced to release him, and Yukoshi fell back. "Well, is that all you got?" the whiskered warrior snarled the question. "Not yet," Kabuto shook his head, "but you are pushing me farther than I expected." His composure recovered, touched his right hand to his left wrist, unsheathing a bone scalpel. A 2-foot-long, chakra-wrapped bone scalpel. A second exaggerated medical blade emerged from his left palm, and Kabuto caught it in his left hand. The medical expert spiraled forward, swinging both of his scalpels in parallel at Naruto, one for his neck and the other for his elbow. The two tails tried to block the blades, but unlike the axe, the scalpels carved right through the barrier without slowing. Uzumaki twisted back, still slightly faster, but the scalpel aiming as his neck cut deep into his chest. Kabuto threw his arm out, trying to impale his opponent with the blade. The genin caught the knife with his hand, unable to break it or wrench it free from Kabuto's grasp. Instead, the doctor yanked the weapon back, cutting deep into Naruto's palm. As before, the scalpel attacks continued to bleed freely. Kabuto continued his dance. Though different from Kimimara's technique, it still had a precision and flow Naruto was forced to grudgingly envy. Even focusing solely on defense with both arms and both tails, the genin could not quite keep the former Akatsuki agent at bay. He quickly took another dozen cuts, mostly defensive wounds on his forearms. Uzumaki fought to stave off desperation as he tried to cook up a new strategy. "Take more of my chakra," the demon urged. But Naruto saw through her pretense and ignored her. He could barely control 4 tails in the best of circumstances. Using 3 now would be like inviting the Kyuubi to take control of his body. He cast about, looking for Kitsune, not wanting to give away that he could summon the staff blade until he had no other option. "I gotta figure out something," the blonde shinobi thought, "before I lose so much blood I pass out." "Wait, that's it," he suddenly proclaimed, "blood. Getting lightheaded?" Kabuto mocked. "I'm gonna make you sorry you found a way to keep me from healing," Naruto growled back. He leapt away, signing quickly. "Ninja art," he concluded, "blood clone jutsu." The red liquid seeping from his injuries joined with some already staining the floor, swirling in front of him. Kabuto stabbed through the cloud, but his attacks were stopped as 2 copies emerged from the crimson mist, one holding each of his arms. The remaining blood clotted into a third clone, already in the process of launching a side snap kick at Yukoshi's right ear. The attack hit, sending the doctor reeling. He maintained just enough composure to send a trio of bony spikes into the clone on his left. Kabuto was fascinated when the copy was injured, not killed. With his left arm freed, he was able to dislodge the duplicate on his right limb, and he retreated to the other side of a table to give his head time to clear. The 4 Narutos regrouped. The original took advantage of the break, using the technique Tsunade had taught him to accelerate healing. He could feel Kabuto's jutsu resist, but between the minor medical art and his own regenerative powers, he was able to stop the worst of the bleeding. His 3 copies all followed suit. Kabuto grimaced when he saw the Naruto's injuries start to fade. He had been interested if the Hokage had taught the kid anything beyond her stunning technique, and it looked like he had his answer. Determined not to let Uzumaki recover too much, he tensed for another lunge. Before he could act, he found himself under attack from all quarters. The doppelgangers moved as one. One caught Kabuto's right-hand scalpel with both hands and tails, hold it steady so the second clone could hammer the sound ninja's elbow. The third went low, aiming a Rasengan at their opponent's ankle, while the fourth fired the Cyclone Spike's jutsu at the surgeon's left shoulder. Kabuto leaned into the attack on his right arm, diminishing its impact while avoiding the Rasengan and all but one of the wind chakra darts. And the last spike he was able to negate by forcing out a bone spur at the same location. Digital shrapnel, Yakushi took a swipe at the clone holding him with his left scalpel, while loosening his grip on the right blade to aim his fingers at the duplicate close to the ground. Both Narutos took moderate hits, but again neither vanished. "These clones are tougher than your normal shadow clone," the scientist commented. "Believe it. My blood clones are almost as strong as the original. No one likes a braggart." Two of the Narutos darted forward, one punching at Kabuto's neck, the other kicking for his gut. He easily swept them away with his giant scalpels, but the diversionary attackers absorbed the blows with little damage, clearing the way for the other two versions of the genin. The real assault came in the form of an Odama Rasengan held by the other duplicates. They charged, thrusting the 3-foot spiraling sphere at Yakushi's chest with a roar. The doctor brought his knives up, stabbing both into the chakra orb to keep it at bay. After a few seconds of struggle, the Rasengan burst, throwing all three combatants away. Kabuto was dismayed to see the tips of his bone blades had been ground away. The 4 teens looked at him with fierce smugness, but the doctor only sighed. "So it has really come to this." He placed both scalpels against his left forearm, reabsorbing the material. He reached into a pouch on his belt and withdrew 2 blue-white capsules, each the size of a thumb joint. He put both on his tongue and swallowed with obvious discomfort. Naruto's expression of confidence changed to one of confusion, and their tails whipped behind them in nervousness. "Periosteum pills," Kabuto explained, taking pleasure in his opponent's bewilderment. "Like plasma pills replace lost blood, these encourage damaged bones to heal. Except that mine are 5 times more concentrated, and I can put the components to better use." "Armor of bone jutsu," Kabuto intoned, signing quickly. A sharp, craggy layer of bone engulfed his entire left arm. The covering spread across his chest, up his neck to cover his face, and down to his right elbow and both knees. Only the furthest extension of his 3 original limbs remained uncovered. "Like that's gonna stop me," 2 of the Naruto copies said. 3 charged, rapidly pummeling the traitor's armor. Kabuto did not flinch or dodge, and the punches and kicks had no effect. Growing bored, he knocked them away with a light flick of his arm. The final Naruto moved in, pressing a Rasengan into Kabuto's chest. Again, the doctor did not move, and the roiling sphere had no impact on the skeletal plating. Yakushi smirked as he tossed the attacker into the other versions. "Okay," Naruto mumbled, annoyed, "well, all that extra weight is slowing him down. We just need to play to our speed. Hit, and then get out of range." The others nodded, and the copy that had spoken started to move, but suddenly Kabuto was in front of him. The teen hopped back, however he was not quick enough, and the bone-encrusted left fist buried itself in his gut. As he was launched away, the transplanted soldier flash-stepped behind the blonde, and dropped a heel on the Leaf Warrior's skull. Kabuto landed between the fallen copy and the other 3 Narutos. "My mind and chakra control this bone," he offered, "so the armor of bone enhances my speed and strength." He darted forward again with a vicious grin. He stabbed for one of the clones, but the other 2 acted in concert to block the attack. One of them lost a large chunk of his left bicep for the effort. Even working together, the 3 copies could barely keep Kabuto at bay. The 4th version finally regained his feet, and watched his cells desperately fight for their lives. He contemplated the melee for a second, watching all of his counterparts' attacks deal no damage. "Gotta be something," he thought. Then his red eye blazed as he both remembered and decided. "Hey, Kabuto," he shouted, leaping almost to the ceiling. Yakushi turned to face the boy, curious. "Try this. Kitsune." With a slight pop of displaced air, the staff blade returned to his hand. He quickly ran his hand up the length of the metal pipe. "Raisin blade," he roared, bringing down the turbulent sword. Kimamaro's arm reached up leisurely and caught the sword. The enhanced Rasengan dug into the bone armor, throwing a cloud of white powder into the air. But the defending exoskeleton regenerated underneath as quickly as it was damaged. One of the other clones kicked Kabuto in the back, but still had no effect. Kabuto grabbed the kitsune more tightly, and swung its wielder like a club into the other three. Then he released the staff blade, dropping the 4 genin into a pile. The grafting was indeed a success, Kabuto said to himself, but obviously intending to taunt Naruto, and it was good to have a real combat test. I can proceed with the next phase with confidence. I can trade this prize to the Akatsuki for their research. And since Gaki and Yuko failed, I guess I will have to capture Hinata Hyuga for myself. The 4 Narutos helped one another to stand. Their eyes were all glowing with rage again, and Kabuto looked amused. You don't like that idea, he mocked them, too bad you can't do anything about it. Naruto considered that. He's too fast and strong for me, even split in 4, the boy thought, and even the Raisin Blade didn't work on that armor of his. Maybe if I could put more strength and chakra behind it. But there's no way I can control the 3 tails form right now. And none of my other jutsu are strong enough. Then he looked at Kitsune's blade again, still wrapped in the Raisin Blade. Wait, a figurative light bulb lit up in his head, there is that technique. But I can't use it. Grandma Tsunade said it would mess up my arm too bad. But I have come a long way, thanks to Hinata. My Rasengan is stronger, and I have a lot more control, both in general and of the Rasengan in particular. And I really don't have anything else. All right, bastard, he snarled. Naruto sheathed Kitsune. He signaled, and his clones moved into position. This is my last technique. My Ogi. Beat this, and you win. Kabuto smirked superiorly, and indicated the boy should continue. Naruto raised his right hand, forming a Rasengan above it. Kabuto raised an eyebrow. One of the clones extended its arms, and the Rasengan turned green. The other 2 clones reached for the sphere, and moved their arms in a wave pattern, as if to spin the Rasengan faster. Tiny cuts appeared on Naruto's hand, opening from the inside out. The Rasengan flattened into a disc. Blood began to soak his sleeve, as larger gashes opened on his forearm. The edges of the Rasengan split, giving it the form of an oversized windmill shuriken. Futon, Raisin Shuriken. All 4 Narutos shouted as the original brought his arm forward, firing the Jutsu Star at Kabuto. Still confident, the doctor lazily lifted his left hand to catch the projectile. With only the slightest pause, the Raisin Shuriken carved straight through Kabuto's stolen palm, scattering his fingers across the room. Suddenly desperate to evade, Yakushi flung himself to the right, but not soon enough. The spiraling blade severed his left arm, both above and below the shoulder. It ground through the bone helmet and also claimed Kabuto's left ear. It engulfed the stone behind Kabuto, slicing it apart at the molecular level, but also slamming a handful of fist-sized chunks of the wall into the sound shinobi's back and legs. No longer connected to Kimamaru's arm, the bone protecting Kabuto began to crack and flake. It fell away from him like a gory snow. Kabuto staggered away from Naruto, desperately clutching the left side of his body to stave off blood loss. He wound up next to the tubes hold Orochimaru's remains. Against his will, he trembled as the 3 clones closed in on him. The original Naruto held back slightly, blood running down his right arm. It's over, Naruto proclaimed, but if you tell me where Sasuke is, maybe I can arrange for you to stand trial in the Leaf Village, instead of turning you over to the True Sound. I understand they aren't too happy with you. There's 3 problems with that offer, Kabuto snorted despite his pain and fear. First, you don't have the authority to offer me that kind of deal. Second, I don't have any idea where Uchiha went. Probably off trying to kill Itachi again. Yakushi withdrew his hand. His shoulder had been cauterized by fire chakra. Third, you assume you can capture me. His hand darted to his belt, withdrawing a small single-button remote. As the Naruto started to react, he jammed down the trigger. The green gel in the cylinders quickly turned red, and the smell of burning flesh filled the room. One of the clones lunged for Yakushi, but it was too late. The tubes exploded. The clone, who had been moving forward, was caught fully by the blast, and died instantly from the flame and shrapnel glass. He disintegrated into a sphere of blood, which was quickly engulfed. The other 3 were far enough back that they were only flung violently to the opposite side of the room. As they jumped to their feet, smoke filled the room, and the inferno was spreading quickly towards them. Kabuto, Naruto shouted, probing the burning lab. The clones grabbed him, and he tried to shake them off. "We have to leave," one of the clones hissed, "before this whole place comes down on us." Reluctantly, he nodded, and the identical trio exited through the hole created by the Raisin Shuriken. They did not pause until they had passed through both levels, and were a full 100 feet away from the fortress. As the flames spread outwards, they finally stopped to look back. "Do you think he's dead?" one of the clones asked rhetorically. "Probably not," Naruto answered anyways, with a shallow sigh. That guy probably had some jutsu or escape route all set up for this. Why else have a self-destruct ready? The other clone nodded, looking down. Anyway, Uzumaki sighed again, reverting from his two-tailed form to his more usual appearance. "I better head back. Thanks for the good work, you guys." He pressed his hands together and said, "Release." One of the clones disappeared instantly, spilling its component liquid on the sand. But the other duplicate remained. "Release," Naruto announced more firmly. The clone lifted its head, grinning at him, its eyes still glowing like blood. "That isn't going to work, Kit." The copy's voice was layered with that of the nine-tailed fox demon. Naruto looked at his right hand, flexing his fingers. It hurt like hell, but there was no numbness or tingling. And the digits all moved like he told them. The teen wasn't sure if it was the adjustments he made to the technique, his personal growth, the extra clone, or some combination of the three. But this time the Raisin Shuriken had only damaged his skin, not his nervous system. "Thanks for the good work, you guys," he told the clones. He pressed his palms gingerly together and cancelled the blood clone jutsu. "Release." To Naruto's bewilderment, only one of the two remaining clones vanished. The other one lingered, not looking at him. He pushed his hands together more firmly, grimacing from the pain in his right hand and forearm. He tried to connect more deeply with the clone's supply of chakra, and ended the technique again. "Release." "That isn't going to work, Kit." Naruto was surprised by the growl in the duplicate's voice. The clone met his gaze, and its eyes were still red. "What the heck," he stammered, "get out of there, you damn fox." "I don't think so," the Kyuubi chuckled darkly. "For the first time in almost 16 years, I have a body. Not exactly one I would have chosen, but a body nevertheless. Although, I suppose there is one way to improve on it." The stolen hands came together, and the demon incanted, "Sexy Jutsu." Unlike Naruto's normal use of the technique, the Kyuubi's version of Naruko was almost modestly dressed. She wore armor of orange silk and steel scales, though the configuration resembled Sakura's beach attire more than any functional battle costume. In the process of transforming, all of the injuries to the blood clone's body also vanished. The human-bound spirit stretched languidly, pronouncing, "Much better," in her echoing voice. Naruto's eyes goggled. He had never seen his own sexy jutsu from the outside before. "Boo-wah." "How?" he stuttered in amazement. The demon girl chuckled suggestively. "That technique was mine to begin with," she purred. "I have long enjoyed the power to become a beautiful, human female. You somehow absorbed the jutsu from me, even though you didn't know I was there." Naruto shook his head, trying to steady himself. He could not afford to be distracted now. He exhaled and glared at the fox again. "How did you take control of that clone?" Naruto tried to move subtly to block off his tenant's escape. "I had control the instant you created it," she admitted, mockingly. "It was easy, what with you borrowing so much of my power." "But..." "Wait." Naruto was confused again. "That means you fought Kabuto with me." "I could hardly let you fight him alone," she shrugged, her voice condescending. "If you die, I die. Besides, I was hoping to kill him myself." "So, what are you going to do now?" he asked, pointedly. "That body won't last forever. The longest I've been able to maintain a blood clone was 92 minutes. "I know that," she snapped. "I was there." Then she added softer, with an odd tremor, "I'm always there." She quickly brightened again, evilly suggesting, "But I can still have plenty of fun in just over an hour. I haven't felt blood cool on my fangs for far, far too long. And there are so many targets here, targets with both combat strength and emotional ties that make them very interesting. Shikamaru, Shizune, Iruka, Kakashi, they are all here. Or especially Sakura or Hinata." Leave them alone, Naruto growled. If you want someone to fight, fight me. You know I can't do that, Kit, she shook her head, you and I are linked. I'll just have to hurt you emotionally. You'll have to get through me, first. In your current state, that's hardly a challenge, the demon sounded almost disappointed, Stoneclaw's jutsu. Without warning and without hand signs, she invoked the Earth Chakra Jutsu. 7 stony hands erupted from the ground, gently grabbing Naruto's arms and legs. Later, Kit, she waved as she turned and ran in the direction of their camp. Tenten caught her opponent's spear between her hatchet and mace. Though the sound shinobi was not one of the assigned targets, he was still proving a tough foe. Behind her, Ino and Guy were handling the other 3 members of her opponent's squad. She wrenched the pike's blade to the side, but the sound ninja used her momentum against her and struck the side of her neck with the butt end of his spear. Tenten went down, waving her axe vaguely at the shinobi as she struggled to stay conscious. A streak of yellow, orange, and silver slowed as it struck the sound ninja, just before he could impale the leaf kunoichi. Though her vision was still blurred, Tenten could hear a sickly grinding noise and was able to recognize as her opponent's head separated from his body. As the corpse collapsed, she rubbed her eyes gently to clear them. Her sight restored, Tenten saw Naruto, or rather his female form, Naruko, standing over her, contemplating her. The Chunin was unnerved by the cold, frank quality of her savior's eyes. Tenten. Ino rushed over to help her, as Guy dispatched the lost of their foes. She glanced back at the other kunoichi despite her discomfort. And when she faced front again, Naruko was gone. Are you all right? Guy asked extravagantly, helping her stand. Was that Naruto? Ino asked. Yeah, Tenten shivered, thinking of those eyes. Why did he run off like that? Yamanaka huffed, we could have used his help. I don't know, Tenten admitted, he was acting strange. The other 2 leaf ninja frowned, and she qualified the statement, stranger than usual. Unable to break free of the Stoneclaw's jutsu, Naruto quickly grew desperate. He had to catch up with the fox before she could hurt someone he cared about. He generated an unstable Rasengan and dropped it. The sphere exploded on its way to the ground, delivering a few more minor injuries to the boy, but also damaging the rock sufficiently for him to break free. Naruto sniffed intently, searching for Naruko's scent, like his own natural odor, but softer and cleaner. It was difficult to find amongst all the smells of the battle, but he found it. He headed south, following her trail. He doggedly ignored the battles round him. Until someone called for him. Naruto, he slowed when Tenten shouted his name. I didn't get a chance to thank you for saving me earlier, she said, trotting alongside him. Then she frowned, but weren't you heading back to the camp? I was. Great, thanks Tenten. Glad to have another confirmation, but worried about the demon's intent, Naruto picked up speed again, leaving the kunoichi behind. You're welcome? Guy's student mumbled in confusion. As Naruto neared the camp, the fox's trail led not towards the base, but instead to his left, to the southeast into the forest. At first he was surprised, but then an idea made him worry. Had the demon found someone on patrol, or used some sort of trick to pull one of his friends away from the group? He increased his speed, hopping between the old-growth branches. The scent trail led higher, confusing him further. Still, he did not hesitate to follow, and before long he had broken through the canopy of the trees. The sun was more than half fallen, and the sky was painted in red and purple. He tensed when he saw the stolen clone, perched on one of the thickest of the branches. The spirit did not seem to have noticed him, she was gazing intently at the horizon. Relax, the QB finally spoke as he drew closer, in fact, why don't you join me? What are you playing? He countered carefully, his hand drifting slowly towards Kitsune's grip. Watching the sunset, she answered, as if instructing an oblivious child, I was just thinking, even before that bastard Namikaze locked me in you, it had been a while since I had seen a twilight this beautiful. Her relaxation set him further on edge, and he demanded, what did you do? She smirked at him and answered, nothing. He did not look convinced, and she chuckled under her breath, adding, I swear, I haven't done anything else since I reached the forest. But why, now the slightly dense teen was totally lost, I thought you wanted to kill someone. Oh, I do, she agreed, lots of someones. I came up here to spy on the camp, find a target. But I realized my time was more limited than I initially thought. Maintaining the sexy jutsu is burning my chakra faster. And my supply was limited to start. This facsimile doesn't appear to recover energy naturally, like a real body. And separated from the seal, I can't draw in my own chakra. When the power runs out, this body goes with it. Which meant I had a choice, the demon side. I could go into the camp, maybe kill one of your friends. But that would shorten my time if they didn't destroy me outright. Or I could stay here, watch the sun, feel the wind in my fur, smell the smoke of the burning buildings, and squeeze out every instant of life I have at this point. But you're a demon, the disaster made flesh, he didn't understand. I'm going to teach you something, Naruto, she said intently. There is no such thing as absolute evil. I am evil, and proud of it, she told him. I don't try to convince myself I'm in the right or have an excuse, that's just weakness. I hunt down powerful shinobi and other demons, and kill them for fun. When I'm not indulging in murder, I like to use this sexy jutsu to seduce men to leave their wives, and to cheat at cards and dice. I enjoy watching humans despair. But I also like to watch the sunset, the deepening colors and slow appearance of the stars. I don't kill children or the infirm, because it is boring and beneath me. And once or twice I've let married men off the hook if they satisfied me in bed. Naruto blushed, but then shook his head no. You destroyed the entire Hidden Lakes village, he countered, and you would have done the same to the Leaf village. But that was not of my own free will, she looked down. There are techniques that can compel me. I am still not happy about what I was forced to do to the Kusuagakure. And there are times when I'm almost thankful the fourth Hokage stopped me from doing the same thing to your village. Almost. She suddenly turned back to him, her expression fierce. If there is ultimate evil, some of you humans come a lot closer than any demon or spirit. Maybe you're getting soft, he offered, slightly sarcastic. You did save Tenten. I killed an opponent. The fox did not let him bait her. I considered killing the panda girl, but decided it wasn't worth it. Sure, you get along with her, and have gone on missions together. And she is sleeping with your buddy Niji. What? Tenten and Niji are. He turned bright red again. Grow up, she chided. Anyway, she isn't that special to you. Plus the princess and the doofus were there too, so they might have stopped me, or spread the word when they couldn't. And then I would have had no chance to get near your real friends down there. So what now? He asked, finally sitting beside her. We watch the sunset, she said. Then she brought her face close to his. Unless you can think of a better way to spend the time, she purred lecherously. Naruto ducked back, almost falling as his chakra control was disrupted. He caught a branch below, and glared up at her. You are too easy, Kit, she laughed at him. You better get back up here and watch me, so I don't do something wasteful. He scrambled back up to the perch, the nine-tailed spirit still laughing at him. They sat in silence, until the sun finally passed behind two mountains. Ouch, Naruto cried out, as the clone jammed a single cyclone spike into the back of his hand. I will break that seal, someday, she told him fiercely, so you better make sure you are strong enough to provide a challenge when I do. Before he could argue, the clone dissolved, wetting the leaves with his blood. Naruto suddenly felt a weight in his stomach, where he had not realized something was missing. Naruto. Hinata's head jerked up, and Shizune felt nauseous from the sudden, unexpected shift in her borrowed vision. Sakura cast about, but without the Byakugan, she could not see their teammate. You two can go, Shizune told them. We've dealt with the worst of Gaara's wounds already. I can finish the rest on my own. Thank you both. Hinata bowed slightly, and then both girls ran out from behind the curtain. Hinata moved determinedly towards the edge of camp, and Sakura followed close behind. As they swerved past another treatment booth, the pink-haired medic finally saw her friend. Naruto's jacket was shredded, and a number of his wounds continued to bleed. And he looked more tired than either woman has ever seen him. Are you all right, Naruto? Hinata ran to his left side, and draped his arm around her neck to help him stand. Yeah, I'm okay, he said weakly. Sakura moved to his other side to provide her own support. You look like hell, she said, appraising his injuries. I've had worse, he told them, unconvincingly. Then he looked around and asked, how is Gaara? He'll live, Sakura answered. What about Kabuto? They sat him down on an empty bed, and as they started to treat his wounds, he told them what had happened. Kabuto staggered through the forest, his goal a secret path known only to a handful of Orochimaru's most loyal and powerful soldiers. But he was not sure why he continued. The pain and blood loss were such that he could barely stand, despite plasma pills and a pain-dulling jutsu. More than that, his beloved specimens, his data, his ultimate upgrade, they were all gone. "You tried to take my place, or even surpass me," a soft yet harsh voice emerged from the woods, "but you failed." Lord Orochimaru? Kabuto looked around in confusion, but he could see nothing. He leaned on a tree, wondering if he was dying and being called to the underworld. "I am not done with you yet," the hissing voice told him. Kabuto stared intently ahead, and he saw it. Two crimson eyes, glowing at the edge of his vision. Crimson, but with vertically slit pupils, like a snake. "Come, Kabuto," the voice encouraged, "we have pressing matters to attend to. We will deal with these traitors in due time." Kabuto Yakushi pushed himself back upright and stumbled forward, following the voice away from the sound. For days after they had returned from the hidden sound, Naruto had been called to stand before a tribunal, although he had not been told why. Also, instead of one of the smaller meeting rooms in Ninja Ops, he was instead summoned to the enclosed stadium, where the Chunin semifinals had been held, just over 3 years prior. Naruto stepped forward, looking around at those surrounding him. In the center, in front of him, sat Gaara and Tsunade. On the Genin's right were the Konoha elders, Hamura, Koharu, and Danzo. And on his left a slightly longer table held Kakashi, Jiraiya, Guy, and Temari. Behind him a huge crowd observed. The Leaf Shinobi currently in the village, the Sand Ninja who had participated in the Sound Invasion, and many of the Konoha civilians, all watched with anticipation. He saw Hinata's sorrowful face, and Hanabi's smug look, with Hayashi sandwiched between them, impassive. Sakura caught his eye, and she too looked worried. He recognized Ino clutching Chuji's hand tightly. He also saw Mousy Karen from the general store, the old merchant what's his name, the waitress from the Golden Shoe, and the entire staff of Ichiraku Ramen. "Naruto Uzumaki," Tsunade announced harshly, "you have been called before this ninja tribunal to answer for your actions during the liberation of the Hidden Sound Village. Namely, that you disobeyed an order from your squad leader, a higher-ranking shinobi. Moreover, you did so in the middle of a battle. We need to hear your side of the story, Naruto," Kakashi urged. "There ain't much to say," the teen answered. "Gaara was seriously hurt by Kabuto. He ordered us to go back so he could fight Kabuto alone. I told Sakura and Hinata to take Gaara back to the medics, that I would fight Kabuto. When they tried to protest, I left, sealing the door behind me. With no choice, they took Gaara back, and I went after Kabuto. Simple. What we need to know is why you disobeyed your squad leader's order," Koharu prompted. The Kazekage testified he does not remember what happened after his injury. "And your other teammates seem to think that the Kazekage might have been unconscious when he gave that order, or somehow otherwise mentally incapacitated." "I don't know about that," Naruto interrupted, shaking his head. "So they are lying, to cover for you," Danzo asserted quickly, a hungry gleam in his single, dark eye. "I didn't say that," Uzumaki protested. "Look, I'm not Gaara, I don't know what he was thinking at the time, or what he remembers now. And I don't have Sakura's medical training, or Hinata's Kekkei Jinkai. And to top it off, I know a guy who can fight while asleep. So, if those two say Gaara was out of it, they are probably right, especially if he doesn't know what happened. But at the time, I didn't think that was the case." "Then why did you take matters into your own hands?" Temari asked. "Just because I didn't know he was giving out orders while unconscious, doesn't mean I didn't think he was wrong," he told them. "Gaara has developed a really strong desire to protect his friends and allies, and he also has a little bit of a death wish. And he really wanted revenge against Kabuto. I thought that all that baggage might be clouding his judgment, you know? After all, the whole reason he picked me was for my experience fighting Kabuto, and I was still healthy. He seemed to be putting his own desires above the good of the mission. Besides that, Gaara is one of the 5 Kage, and I'm just some genin. If I died, some people would be sad, some might be happy or relieved, but life would go on. If Gaara had died, it would have thrown his village into turmoil, probably both our villages, and the land of air too. Then let me ask you this, Hamura presented, Sakura and Hinata were able to evacuate Gaara without any entanglements. If you knew that when you took charge, would you make the same choice? Or would you have had one of them come with you? Naruto considered that for a second and then said, no. They might have made it out safe, but they had a couple of close scrapes. If Hinata hadn't been there, Sakura would have probably run into that patrol or one of the fights. And Hinata doesn't have Sakura's strength or medical training, so she might not have gotten Gaara out as quickly or in as good of shape. Look, Naruto snapped slightly, even though he knew it was a mistake, I'm not going to say I made a wrong move. I'm not happy I was forced to disobey orders, but I still think I made the right choice. Everyone here would be happier if we knew for sure that Kabuto was dead, but at the very least I was able to maim him and drive him out. And every member of my team survived. So if you're gonna bust me back to the academy or even decommission me, just do it. Tsunade looked at her counterparts. Each of the other shinobi nodded, except for Danzo. Her gaze settled on him, and his single eye glared back. Finally, he waved his hand in annoyed agreement. She stood, shifting her stare back to the genin. Naruto, there seems to be a slight misunderstanding here, she said sternly. This trial is to judge you, but not to punish you. We all know that things change in the heat of battle. A ninja must be adaptable. A good shinobi follows orders, but a great one needs to know when the orders must be stretched or even disobeyed. It takes wisdom to see what is right, what is needed. And it also takes a special kind of courage to act on that insight. Up until now, there has been some doubt as to whether you had that kind of good sense. But your actions, and your defense of them, have convinced us of your growth. Her face shifted subtly, from lecturing to proud. Therefore, it is my great honor, in the name of this tribunal and the village hidden in the leaves, to grant you the rank of Chunin, with all the privileges and responsibilities thereunto pertaining. She smiled warmly at him. Congratulations, Naruto. Almost as one, the gallery surged to their feet, shouting. Naruto just stood there, dumbfounded, as his friends swarmed around him. Hiba shouted in his ear, and Choji hit him on the back so hard he nearly fell. The tribunal also stood, the members of the Jonin Council moving to join the rest of the well-wishers. The two Kage and two of the elders remained by their seats, but Danzo stalked out of the stadium. But still Uzumaki did not react. The Hokage's words were echoing in his head. Wisdom to see, courage to act, he considered the words. Realizing he was surrounded, he started to look around the crowd. Someone shook his hand, and someone else hugged him, but he did not notice who. There was only one face that he wanted to see. And then she was there. Her eyes were still wet with tears of fear, but her smile was as radiantly joyful as he had ever seen. Congratulations, Naruto, she said, her soft, kind voice full of approval. She blushed as his right hand reached up and gently touched her cheek. He cupped her face, marveling at the feel of her soft skin. Naruto, the girl sounded confused, but he was not confused anymore. His left hand moved, wrapping around her body. He placed his fingers into the wonderfully familiar small of her back and pulled her gently towards him. His right hand guided her lips to his. And in that instant, she was all he knew. He felt her put her arms around him, pulling them together, pressing her lithe body to him, crushing her breasts against his chest. He could smell her skin and hair, and marveled at the gentle plumpness of her lips against his. He moved his hand slightly up her back, and she shuddered in pleasure. He shifted his face, changing the angle of his attack, so not an inch of her lovely mouth went unattended. Finally, either 20 seconds or 100 years later, the need to breathe overtook them and they broke apart. I love you too, Hinata, Naruto said earnestly, passionately, looking deep into her eyes. Hinata Fuga, however, could not speak. She wasn't sure she would still be standing had she not been holding him. Then suddenly, they both became aware. The tone of the cheers had changed. The shouts of congratulations were covered by wolf whistles and catcalls. The elders and the Hokage put on airs of annoyance at the display, but it was an obvious act. No, in the whole of the gallery there were only 3 faces that were not pleased, amused, or both. Hayashi Hyuga's emotions were still carefully controlled, but there was a strain to his neutral mask. Hanabi Hyuga glared at her sister and Naruto, not bothering to hide her feelings of rage and betrayal. But Sakura Haruno could not look at her teammate. The medical kunoichi had turned away, and was looking down at the stone floor, tears running slowly down her face. Her moist eyes spoke of sadness and disappointment. After a moment, she began to carefully push her way through the crowd. Only one person noticed her leave. When they realized they had kissed in front of most of the Leaf Village, and a substantial part of the Sand Village, both shinobi turned beet red. Hinata almost lost her balance, despite their embrace. "Let's get out of here," Naruto suggested. "Okay." Naruto took a smoke bomb from his belt, and dashed it on the floor next to them. When the obscuring cloud cleared, they were gone. The cheering gave way to laughter, and the assembled friends and allies of Naruto settled down. "It's about time," Tsunade commented to Gaara and Jiraiya. The Kazekage nodded, with a tiny smile, while the Toad Sage smirked knowingly. "Oh man," Shikamaru waved his hand in mock annoyance. Somehow, in the crush and flow of the crowd, he had ended up standing next to Temari. "This is too much. I need some air," he commented, then looked towards her with one eye closed. Catching his obvious invitation, she nodded. "It is getting crowded. I think I'll join you." The pair exited the stadium. Shikamaru slumped up against a tree, not quite looking at her. Temari started to ask him a question, but he began venting first. "You know, I'd count Naruto as one of my best friends, after Choji and Kiba. Not that that was always the case," he admitted to the Sand Kunoichi, "but sometimes, I kinda hate the guy. He keeps pushing me to do things I didn't plan on doing. Sometimes literally." She looked at him with uncertainty, and he suddenly started to glare at her. "You are arrogant, pushy, aggressive, and violent. You're a ninja, and worse, a ninja from another village," he told her directly, "and you are way too intelligent and beautiful for my own good." Temari started to prepare a sharp retort at his rant, but it died with his final statement. "I had a plan," he sighed. "I was going to wait until I was at least 20 to make Chunin, if then. So I could avoid leadership or really dangerous missions. Then I would find a girl, a nice, quiet girl, pretty but not too pretty. And definitely not a ninja. Instead, I was a Chunin before I was a teenager, the first in my class. I keep getting put in charge and sent on these tough jobs. And now I'm falling for this woman who is the exact opposite of everything I thought I wanted." She sniffed, sure this was some sort of game. But he looked back at her, dropping his cool persona. "I like you, Temari. Capital L like. Don't care that your brother is the scariest person I've ever met like. She smiled at that. Then she realized what he said, and that he was being honest. Her humorous smile changed to a coy smile. She pinned him against the tree and leaned in close. "I like you too," she told him back. "Don't care that you're lazy, slightly misogynistic, and too smart for my own good like. Then she kissed him on the cheek. She drew back blushing and asked, "So what now?" "For starters, we could hang out at the party. Maybe dance if they have any decent music," he suggested. "Okay," she agreed. After an instant of thought, she countered, "Wait, what party? That knucklehead gets the first battlefield promotion this village has handed out in like 40 years, and you think there isn't going to be a party?" "If I'm right, and I usually am," he said immodestly, old man Jiraiya probably started planning something as soon as the Hokage told him about this. "If not, I'd guess the others will whip up something." "Then we need to go back in," she ordered, grabbing his hand. He smiled, but also thought, "I'm going to make you pay for this, Naruto." The finally official couple sat on the stone head of Minato Namikaze, watching the yellow and orange of the setting sun play off the wispy clouds. Their legs touched, almost entwining, and each clung to the other's hand. Naruto's left hand reached up to Hinata's chin, lifting her face for their fourth kiss, and she responded enthusiastically. When they broke apart again, Hinata sighed sadly. "What, I'm a bad kisser?" Naruto asked with concern. "Oh no," she answered quickly, tightening her grip as if afraid he would leave. This was definitely worth the wait. He relaxed, and she told him, "I was just thinking we should probably go back. Everyone else will want to see you, and it's not fair to keep you to myself. I wouldn't be surprised if everyone is still there, waiting for you. Too bad, Naruto smirked, those guys should understand that I want to spend time with my new girlfriend. Goo. Goo. Girlfriend, the word hit Hinata like a rockslide jutsu. She was kissing Naruto. She was Naruto's girlfriend. She and Naruto might. Hinata's eyes glazed over and she started to collapse backwards onto the carved cliff. Naruto caught her with a look of dismay. Come on, Hinata, he pleaded, I thought we were past the whole fainting thing. Is this going to happen every time we make out? Make out, she mumbled, turning red despite her unconscious state. Naruto set her down gently, then ran a finger tenderly down her cheek. His dismayed look turned to one of fond devotion. We'll just have to keep working on it, he said affectionately, because you're right, it was worth the wait. The end of Book 1.